Welcome back. I am Jackie Jing with Veli and Jesse. Oh my gosh, I am exhausted. That was such a fun match to watch.
Yes.
All right, but OXG, SSG, that is behind us. OXG pulling off a fantastic win, but now we are ready to focus on eUnited and Disrupt.
Let's go.
We're going to get to that in a hot second. Really quickly, though, I got to give a shout out to Predator. Thank you for the amazing laptops. I got the Predator 900. I always talk about how you can, like, open it and you can, like, flip this around and it's got a touch screen and it's amazing. So, woo! Laptop's awesome. I almost hit myself in the head with it.
That's a super cool laptop. Yeah.
Yes.
That's what matters.
Veli and Jesse have the 700. They finally got Jesse's out to him, so woot.
Wifey
Predator.
steals mine to play other games on Steam all the time. She's on Fall Guys. She uses it for everything. The screen is awesome. It has a 2080 in it. Laptop is a real deal.
Yeah, it's amazing. Uh-oh, I think Veli turned into a robot.
This is my
I don't
visual
know.
effect.
Oh,
Is
it
it?
worked it.
What?
That was wild.
That was
What?
crazy. Well done. Well done.
I'm in shock right now by that.
I'm magical.
Anyway, moving on, we got a match 2 to discuss here, and apparently Veli's a magician, but let's talk about the lower matchup, and let's start off with eUnited. I mean, I've been saying it the whole show. They're like the team to watch right now. Just how much this team has improved coming into stage 2. It is truly a sight to see. Yes, their team lost to SSG in 2, but they were extremely close maps. They beat Sonics in 2. They had a heartbreaking loss against Dark Zero. Oof. But Jesse, that was such a roller coaster ride. What do you think they learned from that defeat in particular? That has been one of the more fun maps that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I might spin this a little bit differently than you're expecting, Jackie. I think they learned that they can contend with the top of North America. You know, they learned that they are one of the best teams in NA and that they can contend with anybody else in this region. They played really, really well. If that mental game didn't slip away from them at the end of Oregon, I think they would have won it. They looked so good on Dark Zero's map pick of Clubhouse. They clearly prepped for that so well because it was a map that Dark Zero went undefeated on stage 1. They came in and slammed them. I thought eUnited just looked super composed. They looked like they had everything lined up and they had everything thought out really well. Slipped away at the end. Dark Zero won the mental battle absolutely towards the end. But, you know, if I'm eUnited, I don't walk away from that sad. I walk away from that thinking, okay, well, we just contended with the North American champions. That's a huge step. We're doing really well.
Yeah, without question. And I love that answer, Jesse. I was thinking maybe you would have some critiques for them, but I do think, like, eUnited, we're in shock. Maybe they're even a little bit in shock, but it's been so much fun to watch. So, Veli, I was thinking of, like, all these tough questions for you, and then I was just like, I'm just going to ask Veli, who's his favorite player on eUnited right now? Because I've literally heard you talk about every single one of them, I think.
Yes.
So I'm going to be like, I'm putting you in the hot seat. Who is your favorite player on eUnited right now?
Okay, I could be the cop out and say I like all of them, but that's stupid, right?
No.
Meepy has been a fantastic coach so far. I love everybody on this roster. Shout out to Kansas and Rexon. Being the 2 latest pickups, that makes a difference for this roster. But to me, the X Factor has to go to the European import, my little French fry. It's Alfama. And the reason why, okay, whenever you watch Bosco, especially when he's holding down the site with a smoke or whatever it is, you know that in the back of your mind, if someone comes in the site, Bosco's going to lay the law down, right? We're starting to see that a lot with Alfama, and Alfama's starting to take control from inside the site on defense. He's actually been, in my opinion, their heart and soul. Because whenever a player tries to come up, and he doesn't even have to be the last man standing, he's going to make sure that he makes that play, but he doesn't put himself in risky positions, and I think that's what makes him so valuable for this team. So, Alfama to me, he's a game changer, and he's my favorite on this roster.
Oh, man. Your little French fry?
My little French fry. I love him.
Cannot. I mean, they're all looking
He's awesome.
fantastic. But very excited to see how they do against Disrupt. Let's talk about their opponent a little bit. Veli, I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit worried about DG today. Just like we've been saying, eUnited is looking absolutely fierce. So how do you think that these teams are going to line up? I was not expecting you to say we all are. I'm like, oh my gosh, stop.
All right, context. I'm a fan of context. I love it, right? Last stage before Dark Zero turned out to be gods out of nowhere at the major, right? You know what I'm saying. Their attack rate was 40%, and that was part of the narrative, right? Like, oh my god, that is awful. They should be better than that. You shouldn't have 40% and be dead last in all of NA. Even though last place is Tempo Storm, Disrupt Gaming's success rate on attack and defense is 37 and 38% respectively. That's not the answer. And we're starting to see a lot of the same problems prior to the recent team change when they got rid of their in-game leader in Nyx. Now, this could be an ideology change, having another IGL step up, but has to happen now. I broke it down at the beginning of the show. You get last place, you lose both of these games, and there's a big chance you're going to get relegated and you won't see the professional scale of Rainbow Six Siege for another year. This is the time where everybody on Disrupt Gaming has to step up. We see it with NJR day in and day out. I need everyone else to really just take matters into their own hands and be just a tank for this roster, because they need this win more than anything right now.
Yeah, they really do. And Jesse, I want to talk to you. Mm-hmm. I know you're a card-carrying member of the NJR fan club. We used to say that to you all the time, right?
Yeah.
But they have been off, and they're just not clicking in stage 2. And I need to pick your big brain here and understand what's happening with this team.
I mean, it's a lot of things, right? First of all, NJR's got to stay alive more. I think it's really hard to root for him and get excited when he's dying almost every single round. He's at 15% survival rate, which is the lowest in the league. Their defenses haven't looked amazing. They've got the worst defensive win rate in the league. I think Veli's gone over this. I mean, it's really not been great. A lot of that has to do with their cafe defenses. They played it a couple of times now inside of stage 2, and they really have not looked great. So that's been a big hurdle for them. But even without that, they're still not in a good spot for the defenses. I think a lot of it is the fact that they're not willing to get super aggressive and give themselves an advantage on defense. And if they do go for something like that, if NGR choose to get aggro, it's often maybe a little bit alone, or they just get shut down really hard. So I want to see more initiative being taken by Disrupt Gaming. I want to see them more excited to get aggressive on the defense. I want to see them taking things into their own control, because Disrupt Gaming, we've seen them be a good team. It was a while ago now. It was the start of stage 1. But we know that this team has a ton of potential. And as Veli said, if they do not win this match or the next match, they will be in a relegation spot. So they've really got to step it up. And against eUnited, it's a tall task, but it's who they're facing, so they better do it.
Now, I want to throw this out because it's really important as well. It's going to be fast, viewers, don't worry. NGR survival rate is extremely low, and that's because the team is failing across all ends, right? Yeah. NGR is currently the best player on this team, and he always has been since the beginning of the season. He can't do it all. Someone has to step up, and that's what I meant by the end of my statement, because Nyx was his right-hand man when it came to winning rounds, and now it's just all on Nyx, NJR, it seems like.
Yeah, for sure. They're feeling the pressure. They are definitely probably a little bit worried about today, but actually this is coming down, y'all. We are ready to move into the map selection process, so let's try to bring that information up on your screen and analyze the map vetoes, and here it is. So let me know what you're thinking here.
All right, a couple of bands. Theme Park, the first pick from eUnited. We obviously just saw that one, and it was a really good game, so I'm hoping that we can get some more of that. I don't think it's a bad map for eUnited, but maybe favor just up a little bit on that. We go to Villa. This is one where I think Disrupt has actually looked really good on in the past. They did play United the last time these two teams met, and it was a 7-4 for DG. So I like Disrupt on Villa quite a bit. And then, yeah, Clubhouse is our decider. This is another one where we've seen these teams go... have we seen it here before? No, not quite. But it's a really good one for United historically. And, yeah, I don't know. This should be a good, even map pool, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, gentlemen, I am so excited to get this underway. I mean, we'll see. Maybe Disrupt can pull off something crazy. eUnited will just continue to be killing it. What are y'all thinking? Veli, you're in the hot seat first, as always.
The seat is cold. It's as cold as Disrupt Gaming at the moment. I'm going with the team that's showing progress at the moment ever since we came back from the split, right? The break. It's going to be eUnited. eUnited, to me, is the better team. I don't see Disrupt Gaming being a threat at all. They need to show us right now before it's too late.
Jesse?
Yeah, I agree. I think that eUnited is the obvious pick. They've looked really good in the last couple of games. It's been a while since we saw Disrupt, so maybe there's some improvements there, but they just didn't look like they could contend. And if the same Disrupt shows up that we saw in Stage 1, they've got no hope. It's going to be eUnited for sure.
All right, eUnited versus Disrupt. We are excited to get this underway. But before we get to that really quickly, all of you at home, if you don't already, please follow us on our Twitter account, on our Instagram account. Our social producer is just hilarious. And again, there's a lot of important information about these matches that's coming down. Awesome plays. So please go follow. We'd appreciate it. And make sure you also participate in our community poll. That question is going to be posted in a little bit. And we want to know what your answers are. And Blue and Stokes. That's all I gotta say. Blue and Stokes. We got them up next. So, eUnited versus Disrupt. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
A lot of things are different here in this new environment in Las Vegas.
Living in a big city is definitely a different thing for me, coming from Kentucky. Nothing really difficult.
From a strategic aspect, I think that the fact that we have a bit more freedom in our schedule and a bit less pressure, I'd say, is a good way to find a better mental state and a motivation to work. My favorite activity since stage one has been playing the drums, because I just bought a drum set to feel a bit more like home.
I love the gym. The gym's dope. It keeps me calm, helps me just put myself in a better mindset as well. I wake up, I practice, I go to the gym, and I stream.
Everyone thinks I'm a grandpa because I'm going to sleep at 10 p.m. and waking up at 8 a.m. every day. And I feel alone half of the day because they're all sleeping, because they're all gamers. So I have to spend like 3 or 4 hours every morning by myself meditating in the pool. And I'm getting all sunburnt.
In game, the best skill that I've acquired would be my better ability to not tunnel vision. It helps me actually focus on what my teammates are saying as opposed to what's going on around me. And I'm more involved with the team coordination.
I think I learned a lot of things about myself. I found some motivation to give it all I could to still win, and that's something I learned.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our second matchup of the day between eUnited and Disrupt Gaming. It's our first matchup here in the second phase of the second stage, and now in Group B as well. Stokes is with me as usual on the broadcast. Stokes, let's get your opening thoughts on these two teams today.
Oh, super excited for this matchup right here, John, especially with eUnited and how good they've looked within recent history. DG in kind of a slump, but they're working on things. I think today is their big proving time for this squad.
Certainly the case. That's really the big question for me today is Disrupt and how exactly they're going to perform. As obviously it's been a little bit since we've seen them, given that they were one of the first teams knocked out back in the first phase and put into Group B, which we're now watching now. So they've gotten a little bit more time to work on themselves, and we really just have to wait and see what exactly they're going to be able to bring to the table. What we saw back in the first phase wasn't too inspiring. We saw some good results, but ultimately it didn't really lead to too much. There's still a lot of inconsistency issues. Still a lot of problems with kind of their map pool as well, and they just don't really seem to have a home that they can rely on at this point, and that issue is going to continue into today's matchup. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coin for eUnited, they've been dominating in a lot of respects and surprising quite a few people all over the community with how well they've been able to perform over the past couple weeks here, right?
Yeah, their two recent pickups, Kansan and Rexon, really making an impact for this squad, completely changed up their play style. There's more cohesion there. The team is working as a unit. Every single map that they go to, they seem to have something new up their sleeve as well, whether it be abusing the new utility pieces that have came into the game or just that really, really good team play that we're now used to.
It's going to be cool as well. We have our community poll question as usual, folks. We want to know who's more likely to get the first clutch in today's match. Will it be Grixer from eUnited or will it be Shuttle from Disrupt? Head over to our social media at R6esportsNA on Twitter and make sure to submit your vote in the poll right there. We'll have the results on the analysis desk a little bit later on in the show. Let's talk about the maps here for a second, Stokes. The first one specifically is going to be pretty interesting here when we look at Theme Park as our first pick, the one coming in from eUnited. Looks like they've been trying to filter this one in for a while, as they don't actually have any officials on the record on it, at least looking at the SiegeGG stats. But as we take a look at the bans one, it's actually been banned out by opponents quite a bit. So this could be a bit of a dangerous pick for Disrupt to let it sneak through the cracks if eUnited is going to be that strong in it, but we don't really know, because like I said, it's not really on their record right now.
Yeah, Theme Park has the same love as the Ugly Duckling inside of the group. Nobody really wants to go to Theme Park, but sometimes you have to just to go up against another team and really show them the works. Kind of like that matchup that we saw earlier. That was one of the most dynamite theme parks I have ever seen. But we're going to be getting another one between eUnited and DG. This map leans on that utility clear as well as that cohesion of a squad, as most maps do. But Theme Park's map control is a little bit different than others, and that's really where the dynamic factor of this map comes into play for the teams that are on offense. I think eUnited is going to handle it better than DG will, but again, this is DG after a week of mulling over what's happened to them. I'm extremely excited to see if this tests them.
Yep, DG's record unfortunately does not sit too well for Theme Park. They currently are 0-3 with losses to OXG, Tempo Storm, and SSG throughout the course of the NAL between Stage 1 and Stage 2, of course. Now, there's been some pretty massive changes, so you can discount some of those results, but overall, much like I mentioned before, Disrupt is very much a team looking for a home map, it seems, based on their results, and we're going to see if that can end up being Theme Park today, despite it being the pick from eUnited. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 is getting started right now. Let's head in-game and take a look at the bans.
Let's jump on in, shall we, my friends? Second matchup of the day between eUnited and Disrupt. Gonna be a good time, guys. We got a good map pool here. Should be showing off quite a few strats, and having a theme park game isn't the worst thing in the world either, especially, again, after that earlier game, we saw that there can be fireworks on Theme Park. Even though it is Theme Park, usually isn't the most amount of fun for anyone, honestly. But Thatcher gonna be the first one banned out. Second offensive ban, mulling over by eUnited to see exactly what they want to take away.
Take a look here at the second ban. Thatcher Maverick combo is potentially lurking here if that is going to be the second ban. And no, actually, it's going to be a Nomad knocked out here. Quite a bit of roaming presence. And obviously, Nomad being very useful for being able to, well, deal with that roaming presence. So knocking it out certainly makes things a little bit easier for eUnited, especially considering, well, they're going to be starting on attack. So it's an interesting choice. By the way, Mute is going to get banned out. We got a much more interesting ban coming in there. Stokes, let's talk about it.
All right, this mute ban is very, very interesting. Mute can be used in a lot of different ways. I am going to come out right now and say it. I don't know in particular why eUnited has banned mute here. What I can tell you is, though, is that he can split a lot of things up. And what I mean by that is that he can be split for wall denial as well as denying drones and helping you with that. Has a nitro cell to play vertical play as well. And with that shotgun gone, you're up to just smoke for site recreation unless you have impacts as well. So they more than likely saw a lot of teams using mute on this map to deny drones or what have you, and decided that it was a good ban to take away. I like the ban a lot just because it's going to open up a lot of doors for their drones to get in, mainly because Mozzie's a lot easier to deal with as opposed to those mute jammers.
I've noticed on the maps that we've casted for Theme Park 2 that mute is very often used as a lot of passive wall denial in areas like Throne Room, so getting it out for that reason is also going to help and probably potentially force defenders to go on to either more active denial or just completely leave the denial out of the picture for that round as well. So that could also be another reason behind it. Either way, I think it could end up being a pretty good choice. We'll see how that all comes to fruition as we're now getting into our first round. Now, we'll be starting out in that very site that I was just talking about. Throne Room is the battleground where DG have chosen to start off at.
I got super tunnel visioned on that mute ban. What was our last ban there for defense? Valkyrie. Okay, that's a good one right there. That's one that's pretty much a regular now. Everyone knows that one. So the other thing about that mute ban that's very interesting for me is that now you're practically forced to either play Bandit or bring the Kaid for those wall denials. Obviously, again, you can impact trick, but when it comes to site presence, I feel like overall Mute has a better presence on site than those two operators do, just because of the shotgun as well as the SMG-11. It's so useful in clearing out those doors. Very interesting ADS setup here. It seems that DG are well and prepared for them to be taking control of maintenance.
far as roaming setup is concerned, NJR is going to be your point man on that shuttle, assisting a little bit, it seems, as well. Although he may still be up here just trying to assist with setup, as if you'll remember, Castle, of course, does have the Super Shorty as a secondary shotgun now, so he can assist with trying to open up rotate holes around the map, as he just did there at the back of the arcade hallway. Rexon will waste no time for eUnited getting control of Cafe, and Disrupt will not resist it, at least initially. You've got those two roamers over in the other site to his right now, trying to resist from there. And NJR has actually crawled out to arcade, so he's going to be also holding a position from here. Shuttle with an opportunity to trade back some of those bullets, but is not going to be too successful on that regard. So just passing bullets in the wind, neither player will be able to successfully spot the other one out of that situation. But NJR still patiently waiting for his chance to strike. Unfortunately, he's going to lose it, though, as the drone spots him out, so his position is very well known now, and he will have to change it up.
NGR stuck inside of daycare for the time being. Rexon having top arcade control, as well as Grixer on the break window. Nice pinch going on here, but they still need that third member to try and assist. That's going to be on Kansan as he clears across. On the opposite side of the map, this east to west clear, but Rexon with the very first punch and an immediate hit from Alfama as well. Takes down NJR as well as Shuttle. Two early picks that are going to have a big influence on this round. Only a minute and 30 down, and DG already with two members off the board.
Yep, up to J90, Retro, and Reed now for Disrupt. NJR, one of the most impactful players for DG, now gone, at least for this round. And eUnited are going to waste no time opening up the upstairs hatch now that they've dealt with the roaming presence here. That's the split hatch, now accessible to the attackers. No additional presence downstairs either. It may be changing, though, as Reed is starting to lurk his way up through Dragon Steps right now. Whether he'll stick around here and try to make a move on his opponents is still yet to be seen, though. He'll note that that castle wall is kind of blocking him off, and he's going to get spotted by a drone. So any of his attempts to get aggressive are pretty quickly going to get dashed right here. And Alfama pushes the advantage for United even further over by Yellow Wall. He's able to take out J90 deep in the site, right by the throne.
Nice setup here from eUnited, taking their time, breaking down the side, as well as getting this intel here in the mid-round, is making this go very smoothly for them. Got every single door locked off now. Drop into Dragon, able to see Retro, lights him up, but it's actually the pre-fire here from Kansan as he swings the Dragon door. Reed takes down one with the SMG-11, make it two now, but not a very deep mag capacity on that gun. Got to switch over to the M590, but still able to clean up Kansan with that smoke grenade, although the diffuser will go down. 40 seconds on the clock now for Reed to try and clutch this up. Remember, he needs those 7 sweet seconds to get that diffuser done and dealt with. It's all up to eUnited now to play that defense. Reed starts off by pushing out of the door from Dragon, but Rexon, very quick to the trigger, takes down Reed on the rotate, and eUnited bag round 1.
Yeah, eUnited definitely making quick work of this throne room defense. A valiant attempt by Reed at the end, of course, just too little too late at the end of the day. eUnited deals with the roaming presence with a massive excess of time remaining there. They have all that extra time to set up their actual execute, and unfortunately, due to the fact that no one else from DG is able to successfully set themselves up for any more aggressive swings, it just comes down to a 3v5 basically on the actual site take, which United wins that one out pretty quickly as well. Smooth sailing so far for that roster. Now we get to see if it continues. And in fact, United will get to repeat more than likely that same exact attacking strategy, as it looks like Disrupt are going to be trying that site once again.
It looks like we are going to be headed back to Throne. Big question, though. How is DG going to do on the roam this time around? Obviously, we're going back here. They want to make some changes and see exactly how they can have an impact here. We are going to be bringing J90 with the Malusi, or J90, excuse me. Still have to worry about that roam game upstairs for DG. And the big concern for me with that is that DG really didn't have too many reinforcements or really utility to support that roam game. And eUnited practically walked in the door upstairs and was able to get all the angles they truly needed. I mean, they walk inside of Cafe, start clearing east to west, get the pinch on the backside of Arcade, and all of a sudden DG has nowhere to go. They have to try and take these gunfights, and eUnited won them on all fronts. So they're going to have to try and deal with this pinch a little bit better.
See how that will all pan out as eUnited is once again out on the board here. We've got most of their players, same as last round, working their way in from Dragon's side initially. I believe we might have one over towards the Cafe side as well, if the same plan is going to be used in the previous round. Oh, I'll correct myself. We do not. Thank you, Mr. Observer. So everybody working their way in from bumper cars. See the control they look to take, and it's actually going pretty quickly downstairs, which at the moment, Disrupt doesn't have anyone to resist this. So Gong, along with that electrical hallway, is already going to go into the hands of eUnited. They're going to be able to take the wall just outside of the site as well, around that 90 corner from the control they're taking now. Control's going to start to spread itself upstairs here too after they've cleared out Gong and some of the initial areas downstairs. So that's where the focus will shift here for eUnited, as they are very well aware of the fact they still need to clear out this roaming presence.
Well, eUnited have identified that the roam game is switched up upstairs. Don't want to deal with it now that DG has some more pressure centralized around that with these reinforcements and new angles brought in. So going for the horizontal take instead. They've got a really nice setup here with multiple EU members cutting off the rotates for DG down yellow stairs and really any entryway to the eastern side of the map. They're kind of stumped. They're going to have to fight through these angles now or try and get back to site to assist their team. First set of Selmas go off here. NJR allowing the wall open, I do believe, and he's in tandem here with Shuttle on yellow. That is indeed going to be the yellow wall open now, as they are able to play the breach. Drones centralized around it. eUnited still trying to work their way into the back of Throne, though, and this is what's holding them up. Not like they don't have enough time, though. Still have the minute 30 here as that wall opens up. eUnited now just have to get through this utility to try and set a plant down.
Interesting strategy here so far from eUnited, and for the most part ignoring a large presence from DG that is upstairs right now, hoping that they might be able to brute force their way into the site itself, and they may just be correct about that. But still, with a minute to go, we've yet to see any real version of the execute from eUnited. They've got a couple angles open up. They definitely have something to work with. It's whether they want to fully commit to this as of yet, though, that we haven't really seen. A few players from eUnited are rotating, and we still have this bundle of roamers sitting upstairs here that's yet to be dealt with by eUnited. Mainly sitting in cash right there from the looks of the silhouettes we just checked a minute ago. Grixer, though, is going to start dealing with quite a few of those players. Both J9O and NJR, arguably two of the most impactful players from DG, now gone, and at least only Shuttle upstairs here. Reed also taking some heat deeper in the site as it looks like the execute is getting started. Shuttle with a great opportunity to impact here, though. Does some good damage. Takes one player out. Downs the second one. Another one's also taken out by Reed as well there. DG might yet turn this round back on its heels as now it goes down to a 2v3. Alpama's going to leap in sight, though, with just a few seconds remaining. He needs to get control of the diffuser back. He's lost another teammate. Rexon's gone down. It's all up to him, and Retro is going to be able to finish things off from around the corner here in maintenance as he takes out Alfama and dashes any chance of a clutch.
Just a very awkward round there from both of these teams. It really felt like they were trying to feel out exactly what was going on with each other, which is pretty obvious, but the big play there being Shuttle, which everyone could also see with their eyes. Nice roam defense initially from eUnited, had a big shutdown there, but I don't think that they were ready for a third person to be upstairs. All of them turned their sights towards the site when they didn't have true intel on exactly what was going on inside. They eventually tried to rotate to barrels, but it was just too little too late. eUnited gets eaten up from the roam game from DG. Just didn't put enough respect on the name. We're now headed to Bunk Daycare with a little bit of a change up here. Gonna drop the Maestro, pick up the Castle, see if we're in for a good time.
Very, very weird round from eUnited, considering it was a very similar setup, but we just saw different positions kind of being taken by the roamers there. United had no problem dealing with it on the previous round, but this time it goes largely ignored, as I said before, and the negative effects of that are shown very obviously at the end of the round when flanks galore thrown at eUnited and they lose a large majority of their force that was trying to push into the site. Success for DG. It's now going to shift them upstairs into bunks for their next site hold here. For United, of course, we'll also look for revenge and try to take the lead back.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, DG going to be extending things to the east, which is exactly what we expect out of this site. Reinforcements going down now. Like the setup here that they're bringing with my Jaeger combo just for some extra burn. No Goyo, but they do have the castle barricades just to add that extra little spice of life. Gonna cut off some angles, especially those long ones like the one Reed is cutting off right now for the security office into B. With that rotate being there, it's just very difficult to try and contest with any of the SMGs that are mostly used by the defensive operators, all except for more than likely Shuttle, who's got that AUG. So DG now ready and set up here. United looking like they might be going for just a very low map control execute here. Already have Yeti and Rexon set up outside of Cafe, but again, this could always change at any moment.
Trying to see that early Cafe pressure roaming in now. We've got two drones on the inside of the room clearing things out. And in a second, they're going to roll right past Shuttles. They see the Womai setup. Now they have to come up with a plan to deal with it. Of course, as they more than likely noticed, there's two ADSs here on top of any of the discs that might be getting thrown out by Shuttle now. Those magnets that you just saw them throw on the left wall. Kansan is going to take some heat as it looks like he tried to get into an exchange with one of the players through a repel point, but does not come out with much success, and in fact loses a little under half of his HP. Shuttle, though, not going to feel too secure in his position anymore and does have to shuffle back over towards waiting room.
Well, eUnited still setting up outside of Cafe, about halfway through the round now, though, and really worse for wear on this timer map control-wise. Especially when it comes to the drone economy. That thing has been absolutely destroyed by Disrupt. If so many drones in the graveyard right now, as they're only halfway through this round, eUnited's going to have to start face-checking a lot of things, and that's going to lead to quite a few gunfights. Hopefully they go in their favor for their sake. But still have some drones on the board, and that doesn't mean that they can't get intel. Going to get rid of the ADS right outside the Cafe door as they begin to constrict around this site. Kansan here with the duo of Rexen, trying to get the initial pick, but it's going to actually be NJR as he takes down Yeti.
Good start for Disrupt and a very slow broil so far here from eUnited. Two of their players now going to move up onto the roof, but Rexen at least will quickly hop back down and re-peek to the inside of Cafe. Quite a few players in the area that'll have to deal with if he continues on this path. NJR, of course, on a very tight angle against that door right now, trying to immediately punish if we do end up seeing Rexen move through and out into that angle. There we go. NJR gets the spot. Knows he's there now. Doesn't have full confirmation on the swing if it happened or not, though, so he's got to be a little cautious, but I think he's got the right read on this one. Rexen, in the meantime, is looking for a path out and trying to play to the soft destruction angle as well. In fact, he gets the player way over and office swings around and takes out NJR as well. Shuttle will finally trade him, but now the damage has been done, and we go down into a 3v2 scenario with eUnited having control. Doesn't mean they're going to win the round yet, though. This is still very easily winnable by Disrupt. Shuttle goes off with one more before being traded by Alfama, and now it all falls to Reed in a 1v2. Plant still needs to be made here by eUnited. First attempt being made now by Alfama. Reed around the corner with the super short. He takes out one. He can't interrupt the plant though, but he knows exactly where Alfama is. However, Alfama wins it out anyway, and eUnited take control of round number 3.
The Frenchman living in America. Welcome, Alfama. Great clutch up by eUnited there. Amazing move and very smart by them overall. They leaned on Rexen to have a large impact from Cafe. He sat there practically the entire time just contesting, pre-firing angles, and we were mostly on him for the duration of that round. But the good news about that is he was a distraction the entire time. They eventually rotated all of their utility operators as well as Grixer on the Zofia all the way over through security into initiation, take site, and try and force a plant down. And that's exactly what they did. They got 2 huge picks off the back of a nice swing there by Rexen and great target identification by the intel game there. So eUnited up another round after what seemed to be a failed attempt to get control of Cafe, but turned into a great execute into initiation, eventually getting that plant down inside of daycare.
All right, round number 4 coming up here, folks. Another changeup on the site selection from Disrupt. You're going to see them work their way over here towards the lab now, playing into the other downstairs site. Mind you, of course, they still have control over Throne, and that is still locked away for play. So they'll be able to use that one again if they want to go back to it on the next round, not this one. That's a preset drone there from Grixer. Alfama's also going to be able to get some intel for himself to play off of, and away from that, eUnited just getting themselves ready for the eventual execute. Now, this is a very laborious attacker execute that has to be played here. A lot of clearing that needs to be done, so eUnited will more than likely want to waste no time with that, because they'll more than likely need the full 3 minutes to get themselves into one of those 2 sites.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough cookie to crack. We've seen many a man attempt to try and get through this setup, but it's never fun for anyone. It's mostly based off of the early picks, and if you can have a large impact either on the site players or on this roam game, so you're able to actually get a constriction around that site and cut off those rotations. Might have the first pick here, and that's exactly what it's going to be. NJR, the rookie, steps up to Rexen, but Rexen's just that much better. 5-0-2 right now, making a huge impact so far here on Theme Park, and this is just the beginning of the series. We're only 3 rounds in.
Rexen continuing his dominance, notably on those Cafe entries. Last round, of course, he got the double from a very similar position as he swung out towards Yellow Hall and was able to find a double back in round number 3. But this time starts it out with just the one. All he's really presented, though, so you can't fault him for getting more at this point. And away from that, United taking a little bit of a pause here, but still moving very swiftly, at least through the second floor, to clear out the remaining, if any, roam presence here from Disrupt before starting to contemplate how exactly they're going to move their team down to the first floor and, of course, into the 2 sites.
At this rate, Rexon could be ending up with a KPR over 1.0. I mean, he's at it right now, but at this rate, it could be something astounding once we're all said and done here on Theme Park. Disrupt doing a very good job of staying patient to see how eUnited are going to go about this attack, but eUnited being very respectful of what's going on inside of Throne Room, cognizant of the situation and how they need to handle it. Vertical play going down into the lab area now to see if there's anyone set up in improper corners, but all of DG laying back. Patience once again here from Disrupt, just waiting for eUnited to try and hop down and hop to. eUnited, though, once again, leaning on this drone game. The info game's been very strong for them, and they're not afraid to try and use these drones early on for that intel. Might have a nice pick here onto J9 as they now have recognized he's inside of barrels. He has a chance to get out, but getting lit up from the staircase, and a very nice shot onto Rexon with the pre-fire. They're going to have to try and deal with him through some other means. Nice gunfight back and forth with Kansan, but wins it out through that vertical play.
Good attempts from J9, of course, to stay in control of that situation. At least he's able to guarantee a 1-for-1, but unfortunately, with the loss of Malusi that happened earlier, it doesn't mean much. That one could mean something, though. Reed able to chain 2 together, tries to make it 3, but not going to happen. Thankfully, Retro is right nearby to make it happen for his team, and now everything falls to Yeti to clutch this one out. He tries to do it with a pistol, but Retro shuts him down with the M590 from the corner of the site. Disrupt answer back yet again, so far controlling quite a few of these downstairs holds as they're going to lock away the lab and take a second round here on their defense.
That was a very, very, very stalled eUnited. They got top control, but they didn't do anything with it. No real picks came from it. They really didn't even use any utility anywhere to burn through things. They were just hoping that the picks would come to them from DG messing up, and they didn't. We had some very nice gunfights inside of barrels, but it mostly leaned to DG's side. When it came to the site execute, it was a pure funnel through the lab double door, and that was all she wrote. eUnited kind of just sat upstairs on drones, murdered all of their drones, and then tried to force it onto site. Disrupt is a much better team than that to allow that to happen. So very nice defense there by Disrupt. Great patience by them as well, and that's what you have to have inside of those situations. When the offense is taking a long time, it's mostly because you're doing your job right, or maybe something has messed up, somebody didn't bring the right utility, yada, yada, yada. There's a million different things, but you need to lean on that. You need to be patient, wait for them to do something because you're not the offense, you're the defense. Disrupt playing defense great on that one.
Quite a nice variety of attacks we've seen so far here from eUnited. And you know what else is a nice new variety of? Skins in the Rainbow Six store.
You don't say.
Don't forget to purchase your favorite Pro League bundles, which will directly support Rainbow Six Esports and all of your favorite teams. Go ahead, check them out in the shop now. They're all there, and they're all very pretty.
Guys, I got something to admit. I was gold 2 at the beginning of this season, not because I placed there, but because I lost all the way there. I lost all the way there, John. I did it. What's funny is my main account gold 2, Smurfs, Plat 2, and Plat 2 again. I suck on my main account. I don't know what happened, but good news, bought those skins. We're back up in Plat 2, baby. Let's go. That's how you see. If you spend money on the game, it just loves you even more. There you go. Just throw your wallet at it, you'll get elo.
We'll move through into the next round here. Once again, eUnited looking for a good entry point here. Rexon, of course, is ready to roll into Cafe. No surprises there. That's been his battlegrounds for the entire half so far. But away from that, everybody else still kind of struggling a little bit to look for an entry point here. You can see Kansas taking a little bit of damage too, so they're a little bit nervous right now about what DG might have in store for them upon their initial entries into quite a few of these points on the map. Away from that, Rexon still feels like he might be up for the challenge. He's sitting right by the arcade window. Shuttle, I believe he's also played this position once before. If not him, it was definitely NJR doing it a few rounds back. United's going to be very aware of this position. It's just the matter of whether they want to challenge it or not. And there it is! Rexon, actually kind of surprising me a little bit there with the timing, leaps right into the arcade window, and Shuttle is not prepared in any means. Gets shut down there pretty quickly. And United, once again, take the opening 5v4 advantage.
That was very well done by eUnited on the timing there with the drone. I don't know if they exactly hopped to mask the sound cue of the guy coming in the window, but if they did, overall that was insane to see. A very nice pinch there, and great stuff by Rexon as per usual. That's exactly what we expect out of him. He very rarely loses his 1v1 situations. DG still on the roam upstairs though, their last safe haven inside of Cash. Softball here for J9 with the punch hole, but that punch hole now gone. It's been completely obliterated by some bullets passing through it. They need to be able to hold on here and time eUnited out as long as possible. It's all up to NJR. He picks up 2 big kills. Oh my, Rexon, you're going to sleep, my friend. Grixer with the refrag, though, able to pick up the diffuser. Now into the 3 versus 2, as we still have plenty of time for them to get this execute down.
Great aim by NJR. The only way he gets both of those kills is if they are headshots, and he hits that second one pretty much immediately. Beautiful stuff by him. He's unable to chain the third together, of course. A little bit too much heat on him at that point. Regardless, it's now put DG into a much better situation here. A 2v3, which we've already seen them control one of those previously. Now it's time to do it once again. It's on the throne defense too, so this is winnable. Just up DG's 2 remaining players now to get it done. Retro and Reed, who've already shown up clutch in late round situations before. Time for them to do it again. Kanza with the initial pick, though, makes very quick work of Reed, knocks him out without a second thought. The rest of the team got to be right up past the yellow barricade there, still trying to work to get that wall open. They should be able to do it, and now with it open, they're going to be able to work their way in for the plant, which Yeti's going for right now. Retro, unfortunately, no positioning to stop this. He's got to be cautious of the barrel's position, too, as there is some Maverick work on that wall, but ultimately, he's going to get shut down by Yeti when he swings out from that reinforced shield, and eUnited will take round number 5.
eUnited not slowing down at all on any of the fronts that we've seen them fix in these last couple of weeks. Everything looks right as rain on this offense right now. Excited to see how they handle things on defense, but I do have to commend Disrupt here as well. Obviously, the offense on Theme Park, not the most fun thing in the world when it comes to that and trying to win rounds, but that doesn't mean that Disrupt hasn't done their job well. Picking up 2 rounds here, almost able to make it 3-3. Granted, the offense is at a hindrance here, but still, DG staying inside of the fight. That's exactly what we want from them. That's progress. We don't want to see anybody getting stomped on. So nice to see them picking it up when it comes to this defense so far. We'll see how they impacted the offense after this round. For the very last round of their defensive half, though, we're headed to Bunk and Daycare. See if they can make this 3-3 split.
Did see a 6 pick there from Disrupt. Probably not going to affect much at the end of the day, though. It was bait from the clash. It's flipped over, in Reed's case, over to the castle. There is a massive abundance of soft destruction on the eUnited roster right now, so I don't think castle's going to be much of a concern for them. It's more just about, I think it allows for possibly a few safer angles for DG to play off of here until, of course, those barricades are eventually disrupted by one of the 3 operators that's going to be able to do that.
Right, well, Disrupt setting things up very similar to what they had last time. Going to be a lot of clear coming from that east side. I believe eUnited is going to be setting up for that as well, as we don't see a single person spawning over near Cafe. I have an early kill here from Retro, as he's currently laying down inside of the cache door, facing outside onto the balcony. He's going to get a free drone for his troubles, though, and hey, that could have a little bit more impact on the round than, you would initially think, so...
His plans are dashed. Ruined. It was all set up for that. I was set up for that. I was ready for that early pick on an unsuspecting repeller, but didn't end up happening there, as the drone pretty swiftly denies his chances of trying to stick around there and pick one up. Like Stokes said, though, it does take out some early intel and makes the intel gathering process a little bit more cumbersome here for eUnited. Away from that, though, DG and Retro both playing the upstairs angles. Yeti already in on the top of Dragon Stairs, and he's not alone in this position either. Pretty much everybody from eUnited has already flooded their way in onto this side of the map. I'm working very hard on those drones to see where exactly any of the advanced positioning from DG is. Quite a few of those players actually falling back after getting spotted by drones, so the drone work actually impacting quite a bit here for eUnited.
Well, multiple angles still being held here for DG as eUnited begins their clear. Lots of damage on to Yeti by a hell of an angle here from NJR through both double doors. More stun grenades pouring in now to make sure that all of this is burned, as Yeti's going to burn one of his frag grenades as well. Likely trying to get rid of some stuff inside of waiting room. Good progress here by eUnited, but that amount of damage onto Yeti could cause some big problems here for eUnited if he gets taken out trying to torch something open. But more than likely not going to be the case, as we hear that ace utility going off in the distance.
That's one thing I've noticed so far with DG's defense, is they are constantly playing on these really annoying angles. And that could explain some of the delay we've seen on a few of eUnited's attacks, is that they're trying to figure out exactly what the setup looks like, so they don't end up walking into one of these one-ways or just one of these pixel angles that I've seen DG trying to sit on quite a few times throughout this half. Away from that, though, Got quite a few members of eUnited still in control, looking to get that wall open or just gain intel on what's on the other side. Kansas going to slap it open, and well, J9 seems to be ready for the challenge. He's going to be able to fend off Yeti on the initial swing. Can't get it done for Kansan, though, on the repeat. Rexon also is going to have success as he takes out Reed, bringing this down to a 4v3. Plant attempt also being made right now here by Alfama. Nitro Cell going in, but it's shot out mid-air, so the plant will go down. Shuttle will take out Kansan and push that advantage even further now that he finds Alfama. The bomb a little bit exposed here. Crosshair placement again from NGR, just a little bit off the mark on his WASD keys, so he's not going to be able to pick up that next kill onto the player just around the corner in control, but he does start to move back into the site. Good control over the diffuser once again. Retro with the next pickup here leaves it all alone on Rexon. This is by far one of the most impactful players we've seen so far in this match. He's going to be able to take out the first player, interrupts the second one in the middle of the counter defuse, just needs one more, but he can't get it done. Shuttle saves the day at the very last player for Disrupt, and they will take control over round number 6, giving them a 3-3 scoreline at halftime.
Rexon proving time and time again exactly why this man collects a paycheck playing this game. I mean, God bless, what a round from him. And John, he swung in the break window. That's how he got in there initially. He swung in the window and just shot the castle in the back of the head. The guy was on his camera inside of break room, and he just swings in and gets a triple kill.
Very nice.
I mean, Disrupt right now. I mean, they're able to battle back up against EU. I mean, it's 3-3 right now, but Rexon is trying his damnedest to make sure that this goes their way. eUnited switching over to defense now after 3 plants going down on their offensive side.
All right, guys. Sides have flipped. Now time to see what Disrupt's attack looks like, since obviously it's been a little bit since we've had an opportunity to take a peek at that, and we're going to get our first glance now on Theme Park. 6-pick also used by them once again. They're going to quick switch out the Maverick over towards a Thermite, if I saw that correctly, and indeed I did. So bringing a little bit more traditional hard breach here on Retro, as he's also going to, of course, fulfill the usual duties that come with that operator pick.
That was a really, really smart 6-pick. So what they did is they initially brought the Maverick just to show that, hey, any of the wall denial that you use is not going to work. You might want to nudge, click, 6-pick off of that, get rid of it. And then they 6-pick away and pick up the Thermite. That way they can just open the walls and you have a really big trucking hole coming right up, that kind of stuff. So very smart play here by Disrupt. Just know that eUnited probably not going to try and grab some wall denial when they see the Maverick. So just, very good chess game there. Mental chess from DG.
Of course, no wall denial in the picture for eUnited regardless here. Most importantly, because of the fact that we did end up seeing Mute get banned out on this map here. So a lot of that passive wall denial that I at least have often seen used on this map, just not really going to be prevalent. You need to bring a Bandit or, of course, the Kaid to be able to accomplish that task. Away from that discussion, we've got Disrupt spawned once again. Quite a few players working their way over to the Dragon Stairs, as you would normally expect on an attack like this. But we've also got 1 to 2 over on Cafe side too. J90 and Reed looking for options on that department if they will be presented to them. Alfama holding on an extended room downstairs. We've often seen this room to the inside of Lab and the connecting room next to it there work pretty well in delaying teams up to the very end of the round. In some circumstances, not even giving them the opportunity to attack into the actual site over by Throne. So this is a tried and true method here for eUnited to try and waste some time at a minimum and maybe just completely stop most of the momentum here from Disrupt.
Very strange setup here from eUnited. I like what I'm seeing, though. They're holding down the entire west side of the map, as well as they have a rotate hole inside of barrels, if you guys didn't see that. This entire area that Grixer is standing in is free real estate if anybody gets inside of it, but eUnited is set up around that in order to slow down Disrupt if they do try to go for an offense through this means. They really want them to try and attack through maintenance, and that's what this entire setup is primed for. They really have a lot of traps and other things centralized around slowing them down if they do try to mess with the plans at all. That's exactly why they got Kansan, as well as the Banshees from Grixer set up. And right now, DG is stumped, and you can't blame them. And there's a lot of very awkward things going on that people aren't used to.
As I said, a great method to waste time, especially to the degree which eUnited is using it currently here. So a lot of drone work there from Disrupt, but Shuttle is going to feel the necessity now to hop in, because it's not just him in position, but he also has a few other teammates further into the map at this point. They're going to be able to get the connector hatch, the split hatch, and open that one up for their team to be able to utilize here and hopefully start to put some pressure on the actual throne room itself. And they need to do that, of course, as we're down to 50 seconds now and pretty much 0 damage has been done. That's going to change, though. Retro getting himself a nice opportunity to frag out against Yeti will take him out of the picture, bringing this down to a 5v4. DG going to move further from that, more than likely starting to swing over towards lower arcade, and the rest of Lab will be able to take that control away from eUnited.
Rexon being so smart on this roam game right now. He knows that he has every DG member around him focusing down on his position, and he's wasted so much time swinging into the Lab double, but backs up inside of storage instead, taken down by J9, just not respecting the angle that had been created by eUnited there. J9 now has pressure inside a split, but they still have a lot of EU members on site. Retro starts off the picks, though. Almost able to get the Malusi at the back of sight, but eUnited racking up the scoreboard right now. Shuttle finally able to take down Alfama, and DG walk away with the round after a nice execute onto the yellow stairs.
Interesting strategy to be sure from eUnited, and definitely caused some delay, especially in the early and mid portions of the round there when Disrupt was trying to figure out how exactly to tear that apart. But we saw quite a few players from eUnited there towards the end, especially the second one that ended up going down there, potentially commit to fights that ends up losing them control over parts of the map. And as a result of that, the players on site, due to some of the soft destruction which had been left open there, do not have the capability they need to shut that down in the late round. And as a result of that, DG take control of their opening attacking round. Also take the lead on the overall map right now at 4-3. Site selection here from the folks on eUnited. Well, they're going to change things up a little bit, and they'll head upstairs. Not necessarily feeling a repeat down in Throne Room just as of yet.
Yeah, it just felt a bit awkward for everyone there. Even the defense at some points, it felt awkward. For instance, Rexon stepping into the single panel for, storage and not realizing that there's a gaping hole in it that he can be shot through. Stuff like that where, it doesn't seem that it's been ran a lot, and there's little mistakes that are being made. The main thing for eUnited and why that didn't work is they just didn't have the picks. There was no early picks or even in the mid game really any picks that happened to influence that round for them. It was more or less just slowly giving up map control, wasting a lot of time in the process, but they weren't able to get the things that really mattered, which was getting that utility off the board by killing people. So DG overall just able to flood site, especially after that pick onto Yeti. They had Rexon locked down inside of Lab. There was really nowhere that he was going. They just had to worry about what was going on site. And with that messed up back area obviously leading into barrels, it was quite easy when it came down to just having man advantage.
DG out on the board once again here. A few of their players working their way over towards cafe side mainly is what appears to be the plan. Don't know exactly where they're moving in. Looks like they're already working their way over towards cafe side right now to start off this attack, or at least as kind of a starting half of the map to work through here. It's definitely a bit more diverse than just the one room that they're pushing into. You can see Retro looking to drone out break right now. Hansen trying to pay attention to some of that intel and see if he can take it out. He'll probably accomplish that as we did switch away from him, but there'll be a drone down off of his camera. Retro, though, right at the window at break. Seems like he's kind of ready to go for it, but that would be a bold move to say the least. More than likely not going to see that happen.
Yeah, he's breakdancing on the window there for just a second. Continues to pre-fire through the single panel as well, but could beg Kansan to kill if he's able to follow those tracers thoroughly. Good drone game here from DG, and it is looking like they are just going to wrap around the site from this western side, but Yeti with a big pick, and I believe that was a one tap as well. Just slept J9 outside. Kansan taking a little bit of damage as well, but still have to worry about this angle here from Yeti, trying to pick him up once again. No damage dealt to the sledge of Shuttle, but delaying quite a bit of time for sure.
Rexon finds the second one now as he's able to dispatch a Reed, taking out the Capitao and all the utility that would normally come with him as well. A major loss in the utility game for Disrupt for the rest of this round. That's not going to be made up by any of the three remaining operators here. That's just soft destruction and the obvious addition of Retro, of course, for the hard breach, if they do want to use that or if they can even get to that point in the round at this point. Yeti still tapping away with this tiny angle that he's created for himself here on the Wamai, and Disrupt deciding that they just really can't get past that. They're going to be shifting positions. NJR is still kind of feeling the challenge. He might be going over towards arcade window, but the Wamai very much ready for that switch up if it does happen. Yeti will be prepared for that. Oh my goodness. Grixer just dropping down the hatch ever so casually to say hello and goodbye to Shuttle. Retro will get a trade taking out Grixer, but it's a small gesture at this point. We're down to a 2v4, and there's only 35 seconds left. NJR is still yet to enter the building here outside of the arcade window.
Yeah, I don't think that one was written up inside of the playbook, but what I can tell you is that position from Yeti right now making the biggest impact on this round. They cannot burrow him out of this bunker they've created with that pixel angle and the shield. It's all left up to Retro and NJR now with very minimal time trying to get inside. Some splash damage onto the shield finally breaks it, but it's going to be too little too late, NJR. You got a lot of killing to do, my friend. Can he possibly get it done? Running in through Cafe, looking for the gunfight on top yellow, but he is getting frozen in place by that clash. Retro with a very nice kill into Rex, and as he fights his way into daycare, he's the only man left alive. He can't even get the participation kill. eUnited claim round 8.
A little bit of thermite frag in there from Retro, but all for naught. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, there was time just ends up running out. Mainly, as you had mentioned there, due to the fact they really couldn't get past Yeti. They could never get Cafe or Arcade access due to his position. And we never really saw Disrupt ever able to get into any other strong positions besides that. So we saw them slowly getting shut down one by one throughout the course of it, as they just had to try and take control at some points on the map, some sort of segment, something they could work towards, and they never really found a good initiation point. So that's going to be another one going into the hands of United, and a quickly retying of the match. The scoreline of 4-4. They're now going to look to take control at 5-4, of course, if they can win this initiation and office defense.
Yeah, slightly discombobulated offense there by DG, and really that leans just on pure utility usage. I mean, the hard thing is I don't enjoy being hard on teams and trying to hold people accountable because you never know what's going through their head in those instances. But Disrupt, you guys have the utility to clear that shield. You didn't even have to throw a stun grenade. You literally just had to shoot the breaching round at the floor and have the splash damage to get rid of the shield, which is exactly what we saw NJR do. That's why I'm pointing it out, is because you can tell that some things are just not really working, and whether it be comms or what have you, but things are not being taken care of inside of these instances. It's a very simple thing. Hey, they have a shield here. There's 2 ADSs. Hey, Ash, can you please come get this shield? And then JR comes and does it. It's just kind of a, a disconnect there right now. Is just made for a very awkward round for their offense.
Time to see if Disrupt can improve that performance here. Already seen some success from them on the attack. It's about whether they can bring it back under their control now for the initiation hold. Disrupt, a lot of pressure going to work its way over towards Dragon side initially. We do have United setting up for the usual roam to head up against that. Yeti, of course, watching the control door. Alfama playing from inside of the vault, trying to watch for any swings through cash to the inside of the bathrooms upstairs there. No actual resistance on the control room and cache itself, though, so Disrupt's going to be able to get that control for free at the start of this round. NJR, in fact, really thriving in that, moving all the way through into showers right off the bat here, and now setting himself up on an angle in the event United rotate anyone back over towards that side of the map. We're going to see a kind of pocket shield thrown out here, too, so that Alfama can continue to hold this position, despite the fact that NJR already has control over it.
Oh, eUnited. Oh, no. Big pick early on for J9 as Yeti goes down. Nitro Cell off the board, but the Banshee's still good as new, even as Yeti's corpse lays on the floor. DG now making some good progress. Really, that early pick is the thing they need as the signal to start moving through and burning a lot of this utility. Already burning the ADSs on initiation is going to leave Kansan in some hot water here. More than likely some gunfights going to ensue as well, as they need to hold off this position as well as the office. Frag grenades in now as Kansan's going to get lit just a touch, but they still have to wait for DG to fight forward.
Kansan, of course, being very cautious as he falls back. About what might be peeking through that control angle if he wasn't watching it. But in the meantime, the wall towards control into initiation is going to get popped open. Either Thermite, Retro will be able to give the team much better angle to play off of here. United definitely being pushed into a slight corner here, but by their own design to a certain extent here. You now need to be able to impact when it matters if we do end up seeing the follow-through push from Disrupt to the inside of initiation, which is really what we're waiting for right now, waiting for Disrupt to complete the challenge. It does look like they are at least going to have their Ash try to work their way through showers as well, though that'll be shut down quickly here by Rexon, who continues to hold that angle. No success on the showers push. Everything's going to have to come more than likely from that control angle, unless anyone else rotates over towards that other side. Continuing to see the timer tick down. Some success there. A shuttle picks up Brixer. Shuttle is going to take a bit of a response damage, but now Retro moving in while the plant attempt trying to be made, but Smoke denies that very quickly. Knows exactly where the breach is and does have quick denial on it as a result of that. We're still waiting for an opportunity to push forward, but he's now going to get picked by Rexon. Alfama swings in here to get a piece of the action too. He drops out Reed. Kansas able to finish off Shuttle after he had been down previously. It's all on J90. He's got less than a quarter of his HP remaining here. Tries to get back into the site, but Rexon says no, as I believe he gets his third kill on the round right there. And eUnited take swift control over round number 9.
This right here is just the difficulty of theme park, as I stutter my way through my sentence. But this right here is just the difficulty of theme park. You can see that Disrupt got control of initiation, at least for the most part, in order to try and put a diffuser down, right? But the pressure from the other side of the map that they were exerting onto Office didn't work out. And you might be wondering why that's a big piece of this. Well, it allows Alfama to exist inside of Waiting Room, as well as hold cross angles from Office to stop a lot of this pressure from going any deeper than the breach. Mix that with Rexon on an absolute bloodthirsty rampage with a 1.5 scope, and you're in for a pretty bad time. Continually getting not only picked off, but damage dealt. You're low on, your utility for execute. There's a bunch of things now going wrong. And then you have a smoke that's now smoking off your breach, as well as swinging with M590s and everything else in between. eUnited looking very strong in these defenses. DG just not able to get the ball rolling here.
Unfortunately for DG, they are running out of opportunities to start rolling that ball down the hill. United now just 2 more rounds away from closing it out. The good news for Disrupt is they are only 1 round behind. They have kept this race relatively close throughout the course of the map, so I would expect them to try and pick up at least 1 to 2 more here instead of just giving up against United on this map. Should be noted, of course, this is eUnited's map pick. They've chosen to go into this one. They don't have any official history on this one. It's been banned out by their opponents quite a few times. Disrupt has played this map, but unfortunately does not have the greatest record, as they have an 0-3 run in recent months here. Rounds begun, though. Let's take a look at where Disrupt is going to look to take their initial control, and it does appear, at least off the spawns, that we're going to see quite a bit towards Dragon side yet again.
Oh, many layers here for eUnited. We're going to have a roam game upstairs. They've also reinforced off both of the single panels for yellow scaffolding, so you can no longer get into Cafe or the Vault for Office here. More than likely just going to slow down any rotations for that long angle. They don't want someone to get Cafe control or get Office control and hold where Rexon is. They'd much rather have him play it for that long angle down yellow, or down the hallway at least. First explosion going to go off on site here, and it's actually going to be Retro blowing open the throne wall. Kansan going to be the first point of contact inside of Split. Let's see how long they can hold off on what seems to be a horizontal take for the time being.
Some interesting rotates there for them to work off of as well. We just saw from the perspective of Kansan trying to work his way back over into barrels, so this could potentially trip DG up if they're not expecting it. And meanwhile, DG have taken that dragon control that I was talking about before, working on droning their way through the throne room before they take anything else. Rexon also working here with his other teammate to try and make sure that that throne room control stays under the control of United in the event Disrupt try to swing through, which we're now seeing now. It's an easy one for Rexon. Retro just crawls right into his angle. The good news, though, is that MJR's position on the inside of lockers is set up perfectly to trade that when Rexon attempts to fall back.
And the scary thing is, though, is that he'd more than likely take that trade any day of the week. That's a Thermite off the board. No more hard destruction for the offense. Capitao bringing the Claymore, so don't have to worry about that secondary utility. Disrupt now have control of Throne, but mainly focused on this horizontal offense right now, as eUnited still has that vertical control, which means they can stop a plant through this vertical play if need be. They just need the angles. Kansan getting lit up quite a bit as it's a peek from Split. They now know how far DG have progressed through the map. And with a minute left, DG actually in a pretty good spot, even though that Thermite is gone.
There's still the upstairs players that are yet to be dealt with here. That's going to be an interesting wrinkle as we get later into the round. But Shuttle also continues to push the advantage further here from DG as he's able to take out Grixer, eliminating him. Yet he's still holding the top balcony and is looking to try and resist, but the downstairs hold is falling to pieces right now. Reed taking out Kansan there. Yeti thankfully able to trade, but he also cannot find any safe harbor and is quickly dispatched of by J90. Another trade now as Alfama takes out J9. Alfama's going to try to push the advantage even further. Knows he can lurk his way through the smokes. It's the last man standing in a 1v2. 20 seconds remaining. Does get some spray against him there. And on the last bullet, unfortunately, ran out of ammo after downing the first player and does not have enough left over to take out the second. Very close to the clutch there, but unfortunately not close enough as DG take control of this round here.
Oh, that one just hurts. That one just hurts. If he had the M590, he kills both of them. That's just very unfortunate there for Alfama. Not on the top end of that SMG-11 magazine. Just didn't have enough bullets to clutch that. But either way, Nicely done there by Disrupt, handling the roam game in a kind of a haphazard way. They more or less just went at the roamers downstairs first, got control of the throne room area, and then just sent Shuttle upstairs all on his lonesome to handle the vertical play. Yeti eventually jumps down after getting a pick, gets refragged though, and now they have site control. All they have to worry about is the smoke, which everyone saw what happened with Alfama. eUnited, very nice defense there. It was just really down to Disrupt with the power that they were able to, well, not really the power, but the trade ability that they have downstairs inside of Throne Room that won them that round. After that, eUnited just could not stop peeking those pesky angles, and DG winning most of their gunfights.
So, eUnited once again at risk of losing their lead here. DG have tied it up. They're going to look to push the advantage into their favor on map point as well. Also do it against the Throne Room defense, of course, which is the go-to for quite a few of our defending teams. United looking to try and secure the deal here and push themselves also up onto map point on their own map pick. But Disrupt, of course, making that task a little bit more difficult, as they've been keeping a very, very close contention throughout the course of this first map in the series. Keep in mind, folks, of course, this is only the first map in the series. We've got at least one more coming up after this, maybe two. Second map will be Villa. That'll be Disrupt's map pick. And we'll go to Clubhouse if we need our third map for the decider. DG's out and about, of course. Let's take a look upstairs and see what eUnited is going to be working with on the roam game. Fairly standard in this respect. You've got Yeti with a little bit more of a forward position in showers, but he's not going to stick around for very long. As you just saw, I think a couple shots rang out from him before he's fallen back now to the further of the two sites. If you're looking at an east to west clear, as he holds control of the bunks, arcades, and cafe area here. Him, Rexon, and one more player from eUnited are going to look to try and hold that.
eUnited wants to get very aggressive early on here as Kansan hops out off of an impact, apparently not thinking that J9 would be ready, but he surely was. It looked more or less like Kansan was the one that was not ready there. J9 getting one for his pleasure and then backs off. That's a very early kill onto this roam game for eUnited, as they're mostly focused on what J9 is doing. Still worried about this balcony, as the rest of Disrupt making very good progress clearing east to west right now upstairs. Already all the way up inside of waiting. We have drones spinning around inside of daycare and bunk as well. They know where Rexon is, but honestly, what is that good for? Especially with Grixer making flanks like that. It gets a refrag though, as NJR picks up another one as well. He takes down Grixer off the back of Reed getting a kill. Alfama and Rexon, the only two remaining eUnited members, but that doesn't mean it can't get done. When Rexon's shooting straight, this man is absolutely lethal. That's going to be his 16th kill here inside of round 11, showing DG how it's done. Still clutchable, as he is still upstairs inside of break.
And Jared knows where exactly he can look to find Rexon around the corner here from waiting room. He doesn't feel the need to try and swing it, especially when he's already at low HP. It's not the same for his opponent. Gets an opportunity, though, after actually throwing the flashbang with some poor timing, and is still able to win out the fight against Rexon, taking him down with just a sliver of HP remaining. It's all up to Alfama yet again here in a 1v3 scenario. He's going to try to go out and about once more here, hoping to catch DG, and they're not expecting him to play aggressively. 50 seconds left. DG still roaming around upstairs for the most part here, droning out the site, and of course, more than likely realizing that Alfama's not here, guys. We need to be very careful with this. Alfama also needs to be very careful so as to not be spotted by one of these drones. He more than likely was assuming they would have already tried to go for the execute. Finds one player, but does not expect NJR to be right behind Reed. And as a result of that, he'll only be able to translate it into a 1-for-1. Disrupt get themselves up onto map point first, and are now only one away from putting themselves ahead in the series.
A lot of new things being shown by eUnited inside of this series, but all of them being stopped by Disrupt. I mean, this Disrupt is looking very, very good. The patience is there. They're playing things out properly, even down into the 3 versus 1, where it's like, hey, it's the last guy. We can just flood site, possibly kill him, do something like that. That's not the play that you want at all. You want to be able to drone out the site, see where that last member is, and go about things in the proper way. Trying to get that diffuser down is usually the proper thing. Objective play wins you games. But for eUnited, some very unorthodox things. I'm liking what I'm seeing, especially with Alfama just not sitting on site. He knows it's a 1 versus 3. You have to do something and be proactive instead of reactive inside of those situations. Some good stuff on his end, but that does not mean that Disrupt is not just fundamentally playing some really dang good Siege right now.
So for Disrupt, as long as they can keep control over their attacks, they'll be on a good path to take down eUnited here and give themselves their first win on this map. as far as recent records are concerned. And I think eUnited does not look that great for only being the first time that they were able to play it. eUnited, of course, though, has already responded to 1 rounds from Disrupt more than one time over the course of this map. So it's definitely not a 1 map as of yet here for Disrupt. eUnited still has plenty of opportunities to swing this back under their control, but they want to win this map. They now need to do it in overtime, as it would only tie them up at 6-6 and take us to those pivotal 3 rounds to decide the map. Disrupt split spawn this time, as we're going to see players coming in from all spawns on the map here, where they eventually start working to put some pressure inside of the sites themselves. Most notably, you'll see the Zofia going up towards the break room window again. We've got a few players working their way over on Cafe side, and I assume at least 1 to 2 are also going to try to take Dragon side too.
Well, it seems as though we've got the Yeti shield set up again here on Cafe, so more than likely not going to be too fun to deal with, but we've also got some friends in tow with them on eUnited. That could make things even more difficult. We got a Mira coming along for the ride, as well as the Clash being manned by Alfama. Grixer, Rexen, and Yeti on those big guns here. See if they can have a big impact on this round, especially with Yeti and how influential he was here the last time.
Yeti waiting for the swing. Got the angle set up for him to play off of once again. It's definitely not as tight as we saw before here, but he's going to have to fall back regardless, as the shield will get dealt with very, very quickly here. He's now going to actually rotate all the way back to the inside of office. No safe harbor remains anymore on that hallway. The good news is they have a Clash, so the lack of his position there can be made up for very easily if they decide to rotate Alfama into that spot. Alfama's got to watch quite a bit himself, though. He's also very responsible for the control over Arcade, where you can see 2 members of Disrupt kind of actively challenging the window and looking for a route in, but having to be very careful. They know their support sitting right behind the Clash, and I think NJR already proved himself to be a slight victim of that. He's down at under 25. Reed's also going to take some heat here, but he responds, gets his own kill. Unfortunately, NJR ends up going down somehow. Not exactly sure how that happened. The good news, though, is Reed is keeping up for the team here as he finds another pick against Rexen. Retro is also down here for Disrupts. They need to be careful of that and try to get him up if possible, which looks like it is based on his position that he's downed at.
They are going to have plenty of time on the board as well to try and get an execute to go off on site, but they do have a lot of utility to go through, specifically Alfama, which is exactly why they brought this Clash. They knew that DG was more than likely going to fix what was going on inside of Cafe with that shield and ADS setup, so they added another layer here by bringing that Clash to slow down DG even more. Alfama needs to have a heavy influence here in these last 40 seconds if eUnited wants to push this to overtime. We still have Grixer with 2 smokes in his pocket as well, which could definitely change things up. Mostly Windows Repel right now for DG as they're trying to work their way back into the building. Also working on the hatch as it's mostly centralized around Cafe. Alfama taking quite a bit of damage, but the execute has to be now. We need these big kills right now. eUnited finally falling after Kansan picks up J9. Grixer with the refrag, though, down into the 2 versus 2. Not ready for the Clash to have the pistol out, but he's going to do quite a bit of damage here to Alfama as Alfama pushes up Arcade Balcony. Shield back out now as, oh no, Capitao, you've been caught. Everyone's been slowed down. He's got a plant. He's been downed, and he's gotten off of it. eUnited pushes to overtime after some low HP on the sledge. Goes away, he gets downed, and Reed has no chance in hell in putting that diffuser down.
United very much playing the chess game there of Siege to try and win it out on the timer, and they do that with flying colors in the 2v2. Obviously, things looking a little bit dodgy for themselves. They use the Clash to stop any potential for the plant going down. And as a result of that, eUnited are going to be able to tie it up at 6-6, triggering overtime and activating 3 additional rounds to decide the winner of this map. It's going to be United starting out on defense. Disrupt will go on to the attack, but the teams will switch every single round. And we're going to go right back to Bunk here for eUnited's first defensive round in this OT.
Well, they showed the Clash and the Mozzie, but switched back to the Wamai. Looks like it's going to be the same setup here for the 3rd time. See if Disrupt can go about things in similar fashion. They're so close. They are knocking on the door of getting through this site setup, John. But every single time that they get to the end, it's always the extra layer that eUnited has added that DG gets stumped by. That time it was the Clash. The previous time it was the Wamai shield setup. What's it going to be this time? That's the true question. Are the Mira's going to play a role in this? Is there going to be some more smoke grenades by Grixer that could possibly get a pick? DG has to tighten things up around the edges to get this diffuser down. It just seems like it's so close every single time.
The setup could end up making the difference once again, of course, as well here. If eUnited's able to close out this round, push them up to 7, and they find success on their attacks, just like we had seen back in regulation, Then eUnited, of course, will be able to sweep through with an 8-6 scoreline. DG very much needs to be ready for this attack. This is a very pivotal round. They need to be extremely careful of how they approach it. Let's take a look and see how exactly that approach is going to be brought to the table. But a few players coming out from bumper cars, more than likely, meaning we've got some players opting to try and take Dragon Control. You'll also note a bit of a switch up, too, is that Retro is now over on the Ace, where we were seeing him play the Thermite quite a bit back in regulation time, so we could see a little bit of a change up in the overall strategy coming from that too. That could just be because Retro, to be honest, has been doing a pretty good job on the fragging perspective too, so giving him the AK is not necessarily a bad idea at this point in the game.
You pulled the words right out of my mouth. Put a gun in this man's hand, John.
I was kind of like thinking about the rationalization for that, and then just hit me like, oh yeah, he's been getting frags with the 5.56. Just give him the AK and make that job a lot easier.
Yeah, I'll give you some rationality. AK go burr. That's what it does, man. It's a great gun, one of the best ARs in the entire game, and now on an extremely influential operator like Ace, you might as well give your hard breach that. Should make for some good fun here. But eUnited has already set up for this this East take here. It was premeditated. They reinforced everything as well, set up Clash and everybody else for the most part utility-wise on this side. So eUnited ready for DG's change up here, but is DG ready to try and battle back through this? A lot of damage dealt to Alfama from that AK-12. That's exactly why you bring that weaponry.
Not enough as of yet, though. Alfama still kicking with 50 HP remaining. For DG, they're no longer going to get an opportunity to take her out. Oh, maybe. Hold on, I'll take my words back for a second there. Alfama is shifting back against those angles, so still a possibility that he could get shuffled out of this position, or possibly more importantly, taken down if the utility is thrown in correctly against that operator. Yeti, of course, still looking for any one-tap headshots he might be able to get off from the yellow hallway here, but going to have some trouble elsewhere on the map as Rexon takes quite a bit of heat. He's brought down to under 25. A9 trying to still rotate over towards Control, trying to actually finish things off, and Retro also pushing forward here, trying to solidify the advantage by hopefully taking out one of the members of eUnited. They've gotten so close on quite a few of them, but they haven't been able to actually get the frag yet. There you go. There's a good chance. I was about to say, you better get that one.
Ooh, very unlucky there as Yeti tries to get in behind his Clash, but he's immediately taken down. That 4-2-10 scoreline stuck until our very next round. 40 seconds now for DG to get onto site. Still have plenty of utility to do so. Plenty of utility specifically on J9 to check out quite a bit of this site. Those concussions can help with that proximity-based utility going off whenever it gets near someone, so they'll be able to clear the back end. Also, it's going to be very strong up against Alfama, which we saw used earlier on. The Cavitao in tow as well, just to create some space. But they still need to get this diffuser down to extend time. Grenade lands and Alfama's been down. This is going to be a huge problem here for EU. Shuttle on the window as well could slow down anything inside a bunk, and he will. He takes down Kansan. Retro planting. eUnited not ready, but he actually gets one. He gets them both. Oh my God, Grixer, you sneaky bastard. Can he do it? He does. Grixer. Oh my God. What was that? He hides inside this. No, he goes through the smoke. What a psychopath. What was that from Grixer, man? That is a crazy overtime round.
That was absolutely insane. Came down to the very wire as well there. Grixer bringing a hero play to the table. Rexon, of course, trying to help out with that, and him being alive does save the day to a certain extent as he goes down instead of getting knocked out there, keeping eUnited alive and allowing that round to go to its conclusion. eUnited get the first round of OT, and now only need this one extra round on the attacking side to claim the map. This is after we saw Disrupt get up to map point first. They must be reeling right now with how close they came to success. Very well played by Disrupt in the meanwhile to actually get to that point in the round, but one small missed thing, Grixer in the sight that they are not able to calculate, and he shuts down the attempt from Disrupt. Beautifully played.
One small step for man, one massive step for smoke mains nationwide. That was something that I don't think I'm going to see again for a very, very long time. That brought Landstokes out of me. Like that was some energy that I haven't felt in months. So thank you for that, Grixer. I appreciate it. That was something else, man. Well, I'll be seeing that one in a highlight reel later on, but that doesn't mean that the series is over just yet, folks. This is only map 1 still. We're at overtime match point off of Grixer's efforts, though. 7-6 scoreline in favor of eUnited as they're jumping back on the offense. They're headed towards Throne. These two teams are down for a collision. Let's see how well this roam game works out for DG this time around.
Rex are really saving the day there as well. DG was doing a fantastic job of picking apart the defense from eUnited, a player at a time, oftentimes catching a few of them rotating as well there when the soft destruction really started taking a hit to eUnited's overall setup. DG did a fantastic job, like I said, of getting to that point in the round. It's just so sad that Grixer was able to throw it all into the toilet with his own individual play to give eUnited that round. 7-6 is now the scoreline. We've got eUnited on the attack. Quite a few of their players already working their way over towards the Dragon balcony. Rexon, in fact, I believe is already on the inside as well. If I'm looking at the silhouette right, which I might not be doing. Yeah, I don't think I'm looking at it right, so never mind on that. But he'll soon be in with the rest of the team here, as they're definitely looking for control there on the south side.
I can definitely tell you at some point the offense is going to get inside of the building.
Like, yeah, I'm just looking for things to say, you know. It's casting and all that.
The life of play-by-play at the beginning of a Rainbow Six Siege round.
I gotta find words, you know.
That's how it works,
Those
man.
are just the wrong words. This happens sometimes.
Very, very unfortunate. But eUnited now setting up for this offense quite well. Already have control of maintenance. They need some hard destruction downstairs, but they only have, well, actually, no, they did end up bringing Ace as well as the Maverick. Just double checking all of the odds and ends real quick as they sledge through the wall. That's why I was checking up on those. But reasoning for that is you can actually end up hiding things inside of the wall. We've been kind of back and forth on this topic quite often inside of competitive play. Is it a good thing to sledge it? Is it a bad thing to sledge it? We'll never really know because some teams do it and some teams don't. The reason that eUnited's doing it right now is because they want the wall to be instantaneously open when Yeti's done maving this. So right when he does this, the wall's going to instantaneously drop and Kanson's going to have a clear line of sight with no soft wall there. So hopefully they're ready for this because there could be a possible swing from DG, but nobody playing close to the wall. So that's a very good thing. Had to worry about Retro in that corner.
Reed's still very much ready to take a play if someone wants to try and swing their way in, though, but he's not even going to get a chance to as he gets taken down by Rexon through the Dragon doorway, I believe. Very well spotted by Rexon. That's got to happen through some good drone work. Shuttle, though, quickly trades it back out, brings us down to a 4v4. He tries to push the advantage even further, but Yeti ends up winning that exchange, giving back the man advantage over towards eUnited in 4v3. He seems to think there's someone else up there, and in fact there is, but unfortunately in the process of throwing that grenade, he allowed for J9O to rotate back down the stairs. He gets the trade. Afama pushes the advantage back under the control of eUnited, but J9O can still cause a lot of problems from up here on the Dragon balcony. Retro is also being challenged deeper in the site over here by Split. It looks like he's got a couple mav holes or something set up against him there through the wall going into drums. And at the end of the day, eUnited will be able to deal with this aggressive pressure, taking out the remaining members of Disrupt, and of course sealing the deal on map number 1, putting them ahead 1-0 in the series.
Amazing stuff by both of these teams. Massive improvements on Disrupt's end as well. Granted, it did take us all the way into overtime to decide this one, and some things were a touch botched, but it's going to make for a great series, folks. Don't you guys dare touch that browser. We got Villa coming up next. I'm super excited for it, John.
Absolutely. I mean, this series has proven itself to be incredibly competitive. We've had some really great rounds played out so far. So stick around, folks, as map number 2 is not too far away. It's going to be on Villa, and it's going to be coming up right after this short break. We've got more of the NAL coming up right after this.
And we are back, and that map was tit for tat back and forth, but eUnited pulled up the win on Theme Park against Disrupt. Valley, you said Grixer had one of the best kills you've ever seen, period. So let's just look at some of the highlights.
All right, so we've seen Bolo Peaks, we've seen Laxing, do a backflip in the sky and get an ace here and there. But I have never seen, and Stokes laughing while it happened. I know it has to come up. I've never seen someone just drop from a hatch, just like, bam, surprise, and it like just pops somebody. It was amazing, but it's not just that. I actually just retweeted it from eUnited's account. Grixer, when he was with Rexen in the 2v5 to get that 3K to win the round, that was
Yeah.
a kill right there. It was amazing. We call that the Batman, ladies and gentlemen. Jesse, it was amazing.
I mean, it was a fun game. That one was particularly good. But this later kill, or this later play by Grixer, I would say, in that 2v5, mind-boggling how it even happened. I'm still not, like, fully comprehending how that went down. But geez, this has really been a pretty back-and-forth game. You know, there was a lot of those gunfights that were happening pretty late into the round. We saw this one was pretty fun as well with the clash. I thought this was super well played by Alfama because he knew his opponents were low, so he kept that shield up and he had that time advantage, had a teammate as well. I really liked that. And yeah, United overall pulling out a really solid win against Disrupt Gaming.
Yes.
Yep, United pulling it off there, and we have your stats up on the screen right
Rexen.
now.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
Rexen, whew, fragging machine right there, 18 kills. But Veli,
Let me say this before you ask the question.
Yeah.
I'm very vocal while the stats are up. I'm vocal
Yes.
on Shuttle, and I've been that way at the beginning of the season because, you know, I really liked Rogue. And I always thought that Shuttle could take over games. And when I said someone needs to step up and really put the game in their own hands, Shuttle did a damn good job at doing that. 14-7 against the new look United. Shuttle was impressive when it came to flanks, rotations, and everything else out there.
yeah, that's funny. His ears must have been burning or something because you have been talking about him a lot today, and then he just turned up apparently.
Yeah.
But Veli, I did want to ask you actually about round 8 with Yeti, and he was behind a shield, and you felt like DG had different options to attack, but just for some reason they were not diverging from the plan. So do you feel like this was mental, or what was happening there?
It could have been a mental thing, but also you got to remember their old IGL is gone in Knicks, and you know they're transitioning right now. And so that particular round, I believe, it was round 8. I had cafe vibes from it, from Disrupt Gaming, and what I mean by that is Disrupt Gaming sometimes go into an attack. They have the mindset on how they're gonna do it, a la DZ in the past, and they would just stick to it, whether it's gonna be a fail or a win. Yeti was holding a pixel angle behind that shield. It's nothing really new, right? But it was Alfama that was an arcade with Clash, and one by one, you have players from DG. They challenged Yeti. They died or wasted utility. By the time they finally got that shield down, just about 12 seconds left. What are you gonna do with that? You're gonna lose. That's exactly what's gonna happen. But then the same play was ran about 4 rounds later when instantly DG brought more than one operator, got rid of the shield and pushed through. It was a great attempt, an amazing round, but it turned out to be the other way. It landed in eUnited's hands. Great play by Alfama towards the end.
Yeah, and you know, that was definitely kind of a rough loss for DG. They had a little bit of a comeback there, and then just not being able to pull off the win there. But Jesse, you were kind of not impressed with either of these teams when it came to the Roam. You were talking about that a bit. You were like, I just kind of want to know, what would you have liked to see from these two teams when it comes to the Roam then?
Well, I was sort of asking myself the same thing, right? We saw the same story. When teams were defending on those bottom bomb sites, they would throw roamers up top and they would sit them in rooms. And those roamers would get droned out and they would get killed because there'd be somebody following those drones. And I thought to myself, well, why don't these roamers do something about this? Why don't they avoid these drones? Why don't they bring like a mute? And I stopped myself and I was like, oh, that's right. eUnited banned mute. And I think that was a really smart ban to come in from eUnited, and clearly they played with it a little bit better. It made those bottom bomb sites really, really weak because, again, the roam clear just became so strong, and the intel game from the attackers was really, really high. Again, this was on both squads. We saw the intel being really good and the drone usage really good, I'd say, from both sides. But the site selection was a little bit better. I think that eUnited were like clued into that because it was their strategy, it was their bans. And they went to those top floor bomb sites a little bit more. Overtime is the most obvious example of that, and of course they went up above, and then Disrupt went back to Armory Throne, and they lost down there. It would have been nice to see maybe some more aggression happening, and I think that's something United tried as well when Kansan jumped out the upper arcade window. Maybe not executed perfectly in that sense, but still, I mean, there are other ways to try to go about roaming or even just playing more of those top floor bomb sites. You know, it seemed to work pretty well for United.
All right, so listen to Jesse. United and
Please.
Disrupts.
Yeah.
That's what you all need to do. But we do have our community poll question, and it was who's more likely to get the first clutch today, Grixer or Shuttle? And 76% went with Grixer. And
Really?
24% went with Shuttle. Yeah, but both of them actually pretty good games. So
Shuttle a lot more
There you
clutches
go.
though. Like he was crazy this time.
Shuttle was.
yeah,
He was OTS.
yeah. But y'all, we got Villa up next. Final thoughts here. How are we thinking this is gonna go down? Really quickly, Veli.
I'm really excited that Disrupt Gaming, they're putting up a really good fight against eUnited, but I still think that eUnited, they have the experience and what we've seen before. They can close out games in a big way. I'm staying with them.
Okay, Jesse.
Yeah, again, this has been a really long drought for eUnited. I think they've won this once in their core's history, going back like since this team formed for Challenger League. So Disruptive look good here. I expect them to take the win, but it'll be monumental if eUnited can finally win on Villa again.
Seriously.
All right. Well, we got Villa up next, so let's toss it over to our casters, Blue and Stokes. Hi, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jackie, and welcome back once again, folks. It's time to jump into map number 2 here. Villa will be the battleground, and it's going to be interesting to see because the records don't look great for either team. Disrupt, however, does have the slight edge given the recent history on it, so we're going to, of course, lead them as a little bit of a favorite on this one, but we'll have to see as United, of course, gave us a very convincing performance back in map number 1 as well. Stokes, what's your take on the situation?
I would say that I think that Villa is going to be a very tightly contested match between these two, just because Theme Park plays like it. In certain regards, obviously the map control's a little bit different on Villa. You can go at things a lot more bullheaded than you can on Theme Park, just because of obviously like the counter angles and counter plays that we saw on Theme. But you know what else would help them with Villa? If they were able to render it on a 144 hertz screen, John, like I can on my Triton 500 laptop from Acer, their Predator line. Make sure you guys go check those out. I got the Triton 500. John, I believe you have the Triton 700.
No, I don't have one yet. I'm still waiting on one.
What?
Yeah, no.
So let me
I'm the
get this
last
straight.
one, I think.
Let me get this straight. We get the man in Canada a laptop that has to go through
alright,
customs
it's being remedied
before
soon,
you.
from what I've been told.
Oh
but
man, gosh, dude. Well, let me tell you, the gaming on this thing's a lot of fun. I'm sorry that you can't.
It's all right. It's okay. Hopefully we'll fix that soon. And yeah, folks, we're just a couple seconds away here for the start of the maps. We'll be jumping back into it at any second now and getting to see if indeed Disrupt is going to have that stronger performance on Villa, which will propel them into map number 3, or if eUnited is here for the shutdown tonight, is to be able to make a quick effort, put it into a 2-0 fashion. Large part of this map that the analysts were talking about is going to be the roam game, which we saw a lot of issues with kind of on both teams in some respects. At the same time, there was also some good things to be said about both teams in their roam game during certain rounds. So there's still a real mixed bag in that area of the game right now that both teams are going to have to work out, and they'll need to work it out on this map as it's incredibly important to your defensive play here on Villa. Let's see the bans though, as it's time to take a look at those. Habana is going to be the first one knocked out by eUnited.
I'm throwing it back a couple of months here on Villa and taking away the Habana. That's mostly due to impact tricking. Habana is the only hard breacher that really counters that out with actual hard breach instead of obviously just torching the wall open. The other two, quite easy to impact trick. Her, not so much. Disrupt gonna ban away Ashe. I can't blame them at all. Ashe is just so happens to be Rexon's favorite operator on offense. I think I'm connecting the two dots here.
So the Ashe ban, of course, to hurt the United and Disrupt rosters quite a bit. Well, Y is going to be the next one, and that one also leads in and makes a lot of sense from Disrupt's perspective. Yeti was causing quite a few problems for the Disrupt roster, and it's also, on top of that, just a smart ban on this map. Well, Y has a lot of positions that he can set himself up for success on here on Villa, so knocking him out is really just a smart choice at the end of the day.
And lastly, we're going to have a Maestro ban here as well. So, okay. So, if I remember correctly, you can obviously tell me if I'm wrong, John, real quick. But last time I checked, Echo is indeed banned right now. So
He should be, yeah. Unless something's
yeah,
changed that we're not aware of.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure that we both saw the same tweet. So Echo banned out right now automatically. You cannot play him. He's quarantined right now until he is fixed. Taking out Maestro takes out the other really, really good info/denial operator from the defense, and specifically takes away that huge chainsaw of a gun that we call the Alda. So the defense is going to be a touch weird for both of these sides when it comes to, the true anchor operators. We're probably going to be seeing a lot of SAS ops and Goyos and stuff like that, just for the more site-centric things. So starting this off here, we are going to be going to AVG as eUnited starts their defensive half.
Valkyrie, probably an operator we're going to see a lot of to make up for the lack of cameras, and of course, just intel coming from those two banned operators. And of course, we didn't see her last map since she was banned out, but since we flipped that ban from the Valkyrie over towards the Maestro, more than likely she's going to be brought in quite a bit to make up for that lack of the other two that we were talking about a second ago. Kansan is already going to take it up here on round number 1, and they will 6-pick it in hopes of hiding it. We don't have an IQ on the Disrupt side, so they are going to have to try and naturally find those. Otherwise, a lot of intel. Going to go over to eUnited for free. AVG, as you said, is going to be the site setup. Everything looking fairly standard with regards to how AVG is normally played. Oh, never mind. I'll take that back. We do have the half wall here that's going to be left soft going in towards Study. And of course, the defenders will be able to try and utilize that to punish any Study control that Disrupt will look to get early on. But we're not necessarily going to get that, as we've got quite a few players lurking their way in over on Master side instead. So it could end up being a north to south take here from the Disrupt roster.
You know what they say about onions, John?
What's that?
They have layers. You know what this defense has? A lot of those. It has a lot of layers. There's so many things going on with this. Yeti and Rex can currently over in the trophy stat area. They've reinforced the triple wall fully for Master, as well as a single panel to defend them from anything from the Astro window to someone trying to pre-fire anyone holding through the arches. I mean, there's a lot of things here for eUnited moving all the way back to the site. So this more than likely is going to be them hopping out, early pressure here, trying to get drones, and then eventually move downstairs to try and prevent anyone from clearing things from that bottom floor. But there is a little bit of a weird thing going on with Disrupt right now as well. An operator that we don't see that much anymore, but he's still quite powerful. Lion being ran by NJR.
And I think he's got the
417.
Yeah, which is the DMR, which means he gets the extra scope, I think, as well, if I'm looking at that correctly. So he's gonna be able to bring what it was. If I'm remembering how the scopes changed up correctly, that's the zoom that the old ACOG was using back before this patch. So he's gonna have that extra zoom sensitivity to try and pick some shots with. We don't see a lot of the DMRs get brought in, which is the only gun that has those scopes on it. So just pointing that out for anybody who may have missed the patch or hasn't been playing as much recently about what's going on there.
And I will advise you guys that it's not a troll, in case, you know, any of you guys are newer to, you know, Rainbow Six Siege. That gun hits like an absolute truck. He can two-tap anybody on the defense, so don't worry about him trying to get some kills with that. But do be worried about eUnited's defense currently inside of the game's area. Almost every single wall opened by Disrupt now. eUnited trying to find some safe havens to work around. They need to get an initial pick here to really slow up this offense for Disrupt. They are manning every single door right now as they are picking apart where this utility is.
Rixer waiting for a potential swing here. Obviously, a lot of the control over towards Aviation itself has been lost now, and because of that half wall, they've got to be a little bit careful with how they swing from the bar over towards Weapon Vault. NJR already going for a plant attempt here. A lot on top of that, but not enough to stop it from happening. Looks like NJR is safe in the back corner there. The smoke charge is not impacting until he tries to leave, when he then gets taken out there. Yeti and Rexon finding those 2 kills, but they're being traded just as much in kind by Retro and Shuttle, who take out Ofama and Rexon themselves. Reed probably with a free one right here, and there you go. Bye-bye to Yeti. Reed will try to hop back in, but he's going to be shut out by Kansan at the same time. These teams are fantastic at trading each other out, but who will win the actual duel? It's looking very much like a Disrupt victory right now as everything comes down to Grixer, but he's still got a chance to clutch it out in the 1v2. Hops on top of it. Will probably tap it in a second here to see if he can draw anyone out. Here's the pre-cook nade coming from below. Is he going to be ready for it? Well, dodges quite a bit of the damage, but not all of it, and eventually is shut down by Retro as he swings in from Study.
Great round there from Disrupt, handling everything so well, forcing eUnited back into the game section of the site, taking control of Study from the windows, as well as getting top red control. There's a lot of positives there for Disrupt, even respecting the rotate through the 90, and they handled it in quite a weird way, which I don't think we're going to see very often. I mean, Yeti practically standing in front of the drone hole, allowing his feet to get shot, but that's not Yeti's fault really at all. I don't think that I've seen anyone get killed from that in at least recent history. So eUnited getting caught just a touch off guard there. DG making really good work though with that EE1D from Lion.
Definitely some nice progress made by the Disrupt roster. And now going to try and push the advantage even further. We'll take a look at the site selection here from eUnited, see if they chose to stick with that one or move on. I missed it myself, and it does look like they are moving on. So it's going to head over to Trophy Statuary now for eUnited to try out their next defense. Not a lot of downstairs play coming in the early game here for eUnited. This is a strategy that we've often seen a lot of our other teams here in the league try to pick up for themselves, but not so much for eUnited. They're sticking with the tried and true sites, the double stack upstairs here to try and net them some of their first victories. First one unsuccessful. Time to see if they'll have any better luck here in the overall strategy here from Disrupt is going to look very similar. NJR is back once again with that Lion pick.
I'm going to hold my breath until this is done to see where eUnited is going to set up fully, but they are going to extend things over into planes and games, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. It is going to be quite a few reinforcements dedicated over here as they're going to do all 4 walls for study into the actual rooms. So that's a touch weird. They did end up reinforcing them from the study side, so that is showing that things could more than likely get impact tricked if that's what they're going to be going for, with Yeti possibly playing in there. But again, this is something that we're going to have to wait on, because if DG goes for master control and goes for that triple, they really don't have anything to slow them down, all except for those impacts. So they're going to kind of have to space out where they want to use this utility, all according to how Disrupt wants to take.
To see not a whole lot with regards to trying to actively fight against this push so far from Disrupt. Still, of course, in the very early stages. The J9 is going to move in, take some of that initial control towards the walk-in. And of course, use one of his breaching charges to get the immediate access to Master Bathroom as well, stopping any attempts from eUnited to try to play aggressively from the inside of said room. The aggression from eUnited is going to come from other parts instead, most notably in Statuary, with Yeti holding this tight corner and the wrap around against anyone from Disrupt that would try to push in from Master. NJR is also positioned to try and punish anybody who might try to get into the way of that. Of course, we just saw the player who would do so a moment ago. And now, looking to open things up on the actual wall. Here comes the first breach, but unfortunately, it's going to get tricked out twice. And there's another one. I think that's all 3 of them gone. Oh, no! And to make it even worse, Retro gets sent flying by a Nitro Cell from below. Retro, just not your day today, man. Just pack it up and try again next time.
That might have been the most unfortunate thing I've seen for a hard breach in quite some time. That was I will say,
punching bag on this round, man.
That's what I'm saying. And eUnited, how much better do you want them to play? They only had 3 impacts, and they brought them for that specific reason. Ace has 3 charges. That's exactly why they kept those alive, and they used every single one of them to get rid of all of the Selma charges. And the bad news is for Disrupt, they have no more hard breach. That was all of it. They thought that once they got through 2, they just throw another one on. It'd be easy, but eUnited already had something in the works to try and slow them down. Now eUnited just has to wait for Disrupt to try and funnel into sight, and this should be a pretty easy execute to clean up.
Disrupt, of course, trying to see if they can find any free fights for themselves to take here, but nothing's going to be free. Grixer moves up the stairs, picks up one for himself. Kansan deeper in the sight, finds the second. The swing from the rappel hasn't even happened yet. Disrupts NJR trying to come around 90 here in hopes of picking someone up. There's already players seemingly watching that, although they may not be paying attention to the exact angle that NJR is on. Yeah, there you go. Still in the general vicinity, and in this case, that's good enough for Rexon. He takes out NJR. It's all down on a shuttle now in the 1vx, and he's not even going to be able to get one to start things out. Yeti shuts it down. It's a flawless round from eUnited on the second here for Trophy and Statuary, which will tie the game up at 1-1.
All based off of impact tricking. That was just a smart play by eUnited. They accounted for DG only bringing 1 hard breach most of the time inside of Theme Park. We move on over here. They're still only on 1 hard breach. They recognized that from the very first round and exploited it. Good stuff by eUnited, looking into what the opposing team was doing and making a game plan for it. We're now headed back to AVG here to see how successful this second defense will be from eUnited. We are going to be 6-picking away from the Goyo as well, picking up the Mira, which could help out in certain regards. I want to see how they'll set this up. I don't think we'll be seeing it facing into study. We could be seeing it utilized in other ways, and I would like to see the other ways more often than I would like to see everything facing into study. That's never been the play. It was never the play. It's not the play today. It's not the play tomorrow. It wasn't the play yesterday.
It's a massive double-edged sword to try and put it on one of the study walls. So more than likely, we won't see that happen. There's just too much like cross angles where that shield can get taken out too easily, and then once it's open, it's just a massive window that the attackers can use just as much as you can. So more than likely, like you said, we're not going to see that play. Especially with Kansan completing the reinforcements here. Just waiting to see if that second study, or the 4th study wall technically gets reinforced. It's actually looking like... Very curious on this one.
I think they're going to be playing them
extended
for...
room, right? Yeah, there we go. So he's going to set one up there. Second one, I don't even know where he's going to put the second one. So
He's going to put it right here with Rex, and this is a really nice setup from eUnited. I've never seen this setup before, but I really like what they're doing. So what they've done is they've split up the master take here from DG, so there's really no way to get away from a mirror window. So if they go into master, they either have to deal with Yeti on the double panel that they've now created for master, or they have to go through Astro, which is probably the worst option because Rexon stands there, and as we've seen from this matchup, Rexon doesn't tend to miss, so he's probably going to end up removing your head, and things are going to be difficult. The real way to try and deal with this would probably be from underneath, and that's exactly why J9's getting control of the kitchen. Those impact trick, or not impact trick, but impact under Yeti to get rid of that mirror window and force him to back up.
So far, the plan is working out here as Disrupt have started to play into those potential mirror window angles. But like you said, a lot of pressure coming downstairs right now. So they don't necessarily have the capability to make those mirrors work into their own favor just as of yet. Away from that, one of them has been popped open, the one that goes into Master. Not sure what the fate of the second one is, but either way, it seems like the players have had to back away from those two mirror windows anyway and play into the sites. The windows, at least at this point in the round, having very minimal effect on the overall success of eUnited here. Just going to see those roamers get pushed back to site very early on, and Disrupt will still take control of that part of the map as you're seeing now.
Well, the problem is I don't even think that Disrupt knows that it's clear just yet. We know that NJR is working his way towards it, but from how he's playing these angles, we don't know if it's fully done and dusted. J9 now working his way into trophy. Things been droned out, and they now know that this map control is in their hands. The rest of the drones now spun up for DG as they clear out 90 and the top of red. They've forced eUnited all the way back to site, but at what cost? Already halfway through this round as Yeti's already transitioned downstairs to play the Nitro Cell. This is looking very strong for eUnited.
Disrupt, of course, still with a lot of presence coming in from that north side push, mainly working their way in, possibly through red door to try and go for a plant there. I believe that's the same route they took the plant on the last attack here. J9O going to take a little bit of damage there as the sprays come in from both teams, and Yeti able to finish things off. The Nitro Cell that you'd been mentioning before, that's coming from below. Yeti will now be able to probably rotate back up through main stairs and rejoin the rest of the team. Retro, in the meanwhile, gets himself up on the terrace window and is able to open up one of the study walls for his team to start using a little bit of that pressure. Unfortunately, you still got top main stairs to deal with here, so while you have that angle open, you're not going to be able to move through it as a player. At best, you're going to be able to use it from out on the balconies to try and pepper some shots to the inside against players like Rexon, who are hiding deeper in sight by the gun vault. Ricks are already very much aware of this setup as well, and is looking to try and stop it from happening. NJR taking a lot of heat from the smokes. He's had to cancel his plans to plant there, more than likely, and back away for a few more seconds.
Oh, it's going to be a very harsh execute here. Hotly contested. Kansas still underneath with the Nitro Cell, and he knows that it's going down. He needs to throw it right now, though. And JR, explosion, but no, does it end up getting shot? The plant goes down. What just happened there? Disrupt with a harsh execute, but they get it to go through. It's down to Grixer and Yeti, with still plenty of EE1Ds in the pocket as well for NJR, but a nice shot from Yeti cleans up the balcony, but there's still a lot of work to be done, and with only 30 seconds left on the clock, there's still people downstairs. It's all left up to Yeti, but he gets eaten alive by shuttle from underneath, and Disrupt walks away with round 3 after what seemed to be the end of times for them at the top of red. So much utility stacked up as well, just didn't seem to really work out for them. I still want to know what happened with that Nitro Cell there for Kansan. Did he end up shooting it like right when it hit the ceiling from behind and then killed Kansan?
Yeah, I don't know if he meant to shoot it. It might have just been lucky recoil. But as far as I can tell, it looks like it got shot. Either that or like, yeah, something else weird happened with it. Because I don't really know why else it wouldn't go off at least. I didn't hear the audio cue or anything. And it definitely seemed like he, completed the animation on the cell phone there. So I'm pretty sure it had to have gotten shot, either whether it was by the player down below or if it just happened to get shot like through the floor somehow or something like that. I don't really know. That's definitely one to look back on the VOD for. But either way, great turnaround from Disrupt because they did not have the positioning to win that round. They were really struggling to try and get themselves in sight, but they made it happen, and they made it happen with like 3 entries that went unresponded to by eUnited as well. Really good stuff from Disrupt. Definitely going to help to build more and more of a lead here on this attacking half. As now we're going to see United shuffle downstairs after 2 unsuccessful attempts at AVG.
I think the biggest thing for Disrupt inside of that last round is even though things got quite hasty there at the end, I mean, we still had 3 E1Ds in the pocket of NJR, you know what I mean? We were moving quite slow there down to the last 15 seconds. They still checked all the boxes. They worried about the vertical play, they worried about the cross angles, and they somehow were able to fight through and get a diffuser down, even though you're having Nitro Cells, smokes, and practically the kitchen sink tossed at you. Very strong showing there from Disrupt.
So, round has officially begun now. Disrupt, they're out on the table. Let's take a look and see what exactly they are going to be favoring for the opening route on their attack. Quite a bit of a spread spawn here, so no discernible strategy right off the bat. But more commonly than not, we're going to see a lot of upstairs control. And okay, Kansan, I don't even know where he tried to peek from, but he's dead.
Oh no! Okay,
Was that
Shuttle got on the roof and he pre-fired through the bore window and then killed him when he crossed through benches. That's exactly. Rexon, what? Guys, you can't let that one happen. What do you guys do? Oh man, what is happening this round? We didn't think that eUnited versus Disrupt was going to be, something to call on about, something crazy, right? I knew it was going to be a good game, but this is just something else. We've seen so many things you just never see happen in Siege.
Definitely a fun match tonight to cast, and very interesting start to the round. At a minimum, 3 players are dead before we're even a minute into it. That's a very rare thing to see in Siege here. Retro, we're going to see a Thatcher charge coming in there to assist him with being able to open things up with the Selmas. Possibly a duel looming as well from that player around the corner, but not going to see that happen this time. In fact, it's going to be up to more Rexon than anything else to try and resist that push from the ace. He gets an opportunity to swing back up here on those pantry stairs.
I think Grixer might be looking for a hop out over here inside of Bike. We saw him dash towards the Bike area, but ended up running back inside. And that's that thing going back and forth here. He checked it once again. Is he going to end up running out? He is. He's right outside Bike. And, oh, they're not going to have a read on it either. That's going to be a free kill onto Retro. That's huge. No longer having any overwatch over the actual pantry area or that side of kitchen. It's all vertical play now for Disrupt, as Reed and Shuttle are the only 2 remaining Disrupt members.
United definitely not wanting to let that last round go unresponded to, especially with the control they had leading up until the very end. So going for Crusher on this round. We're seeing some Nitro Cell damage coming out there too. Thankfully, Reed able to avoid the large majority of it, but another one going to be thrown here. This one might be a winner. Oh, almost. A solid 25 to 30 HP getting knocked off a Shuttle there, though. Both players now becoming slight victims of that. We're going to have a nade toss down the other direction this time. That one could also be a winner. And in fact, it's not going to be the nade that wins it, but at least pushes him into a position where Reed can take him out. That's Yeti on by the wayside here. Now the match being brought down into a 3v2. Shuttle and Reed trying to go for a top-down, bottom-up pincer maneuver here. We're going to see how well it works for them over the next few seconds. Still have Alfama, Grixer, and Rexon to deal with in the site. So no safe harbor being found just yet, but they're making a great effort for it. Shuttle with another kill from up on top, and of course some assistance coming in there from Reed. Reed now taking a lot of heat. In fact, he's going to get dropped. Still no diffuser under the control of the members of Disrupt either, and with both their players going down, eUnited take control over round number 4. Well, we tied yet again at 2-2.
Such a strong showing here by both of these teams. Massive misstep from Disrupt early on inside of that round, though. Practically costed it for him. The 2 kills happen inside a study after Rexon just rotates right down Classical Hallway, picks himself up a double kill and says sayonara, walks his happy butt right back to site and plays out the rest of the round. But Disrupt did not give up. The vertical play / pincer maneuver that Blue was talking about was actually played so well. It was a very, very strong setup there. Able to work quite a few angles, get some picks off of those frag grenades, as well as just pure gun skill. So nice stuff there from Disrupt. Really begs the question what would have happened if they were able to keep their 2 members alive early on.
Yeah, definitely, had the makings of a comeback there in that round. Unfortunately, things got shut down pretty quickly. We do have to remember, of course, the diffuser was still down on the outside too, and they were getting a little bit low on time, so they still would have had to figure out a way through that. More than likely, they were just trying to kind of frag their way through that from the looks of things, but yeah, it's not enough in order to come back on that round when United had found quite a bit of success in the early round, even with one of their players getting very unfortunately picked off within the opening seconds there by Disrupt. That was Shuttle that found that nice kill as well, just to kind of mention that in passing real quick.
Yes, absolutely. Well, eUnited back upstairs in a statue trophy. Let's see how well this goes. Banshees and everything along with it. Looks like they want to have a closet set up here, so we have 2 ADSs stacked up. No deployable shield just yet. We'll check in on that. Alfama does have one, so he can slam that down whenever he sees fit. Obviously, we're not going to have the Wamai in place since he is banned, so the burn inside of the closet is going to be a whole different ball game for eUnited. They're going to have to play safe around this, otherwise they're going to be losing a member quite early on here. It looks like it might be a foe setup, though. Looks like they've put the shield inside of the shower area, and are just going to use those ADSs for their proximity and picking stuff up instead. Oh, actually, I will do this for the 3rd time. Alfama's going to play in the closet, and then back up to the shield. Hopefully no one makes it to his window before he does so, and then he's going to do that and throw it all out the window anyway. anyways, John, did you have anything to say? Did you?
No. You can take it away. I'm good.
Listen, man, Alfama's he's just doing right now. He's just doing, and now he's dead.
Now he's deading, unfortunately. So.
He's quite dead. Very dead.
A better word than that. NJR gets the first kill on the round there as they take the early control over towards bathroom. Kansan, the silhouettes lined up correctly, but the actual kill, unfortunately, is not going to happen. There's a big wall in the way there. Trying to see if anyone else will present themselves. Not going to happen. So Kansan also looks like he's going to resign to fall back a little bit closer to the sites. And that will give Disrupt the early control going into Master. Eventually the entire room as well, but they do have to be careful trying to move into the bedroom. You can see there's still this softball that's been left open for Rexen and potentially some other players back in Trophy to play off of here in the event Disrupt go for the outright control. This is why they're focusing so much on the walk-in control and making sure they get that before they start to push themselves forward here.
Yeah, there's a lot of angles that Disrupt have to worry about in there, and that's exactly brought to light by Rex, and as you were saying, through that soft panel. But,
oh, no!
Oh, my goodness. Yeti tries to kill the guy at the window as Rexen crosses, and he ends up catching a bullet to the brain. Very unfortunate for eUnited as 2 members dead very early on. Both have had quite an influential time here on this defensive half. Alfama definitely need to stay alive with those smokes, but just unfortunate. And yet another big misstep here for eUnited on this defense as J9 gets yet another kill. Disrupt, not even really inside of the building, just kind of walking through eUnited as these gunfights do not fall on their side of the fence.
Yeah, a really big, fumbled round overall here so far from eUnited. Disrupt barely having to do much, as you were just saying here. Disrupt, they're, really taking stride in the successes that they found in this round. They're taking it super slowly, and that's been able to net them at least 1 or 2 of their kills, and then, of course, the third one coming through very unfortunate circumstances via United. Yeti with a nice wraparound here, at least going to make up for the team kill from earlier by trading it out, taking down NJR, but whether they can outright come back from the 2v4, and if it was a 2v5 a second ago, still yet to be seen. Yeti not going to be able to push that advantage any further. Grix are going to get naded down the Astro stairs, even rolls down with him a little bit there as well. Trying to play against the window player. In fact, aiming a little bit too high in that respect, and now losing his opportunity. The others that are deeper out onto the site are going to confirm the plant, and Grixer will eventually be isolated on those Astro stairs and taken down by Reed on the inside of the bathroom. Disrupt take round number 5 and go right back into controlling the lead now at 3-2.
Oh, eUnited. Their last defense here on Villa. Hopefully it goes better than that last round. We'll just count that as a botch. There was really nothing more to it. It's just the gunfights did not go their way. Especially after the early pick, it seemed as though eUnited felt as though they needed to equalize the man count very early on, and DG just snowballed. There was no stopping that train inside of that round, so they'll have to try and do it in AVG instead, which they found some success on. Not in the first round, but actually, no, I take it back. Not in either round. Disrupt ended up winning both of those rounds via plant. Apologies. I ended up having to mark something out from earlier because when we went to OT, I started using my next bracket instead of adding to the other one. So I messed up my own notes there. Apologies for that. But no, DG finding success on both of their offensive fronts here for the AVG attack. eUnited needs to get a game plan put together here. It doesn't seem as though they're going to be bringing anything that much different. It seems like they've went back to the original game plan, actually, as Kansan's bringing the Goyo. Might be some different shield placements, though, as he is going to be putting one directly onto the vault plant spot. They are playing no more games. There's no pass and go. There's no nitro cells underneath. It's just straight up, we're going to throw all of the utility at this one area and hope that you can't plant a bomb.
All right, folks, so let's take a look at eUnited's setup once again. They've been varying it quite a bit on this site. Saw one round where they tried to play an extended mirror hold that unfortunately for them didn't lead to too much. And we've also seen this specific hold with regards to the way that they've set up their study walls as well, where they leave the one on the north-south facing direction soft there and potentially allow for themselves to play against any study control that Disrupt would more than likely try to go for. And this could extend out to main stairs and can allow them to control that area late into the round as well. More than likely not going to see any initial play towards that segment of the map, though it does look like Disrupt is putting a lot of their pressure once again over here on the north side by Master and Walk-In instead of trying to go in the other way that I was just talking about.
Well, update from some of our good friends over on the analyst desk. Apparently that nitro cell from underneath on the prior round of the AVG defense got EMP'd midair.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
timing
how Siege,
of that, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's Siege for you. You think you have the thing to stop them when all of a sudden an electrical magnetic pulse goes out and destroys your nitro cell midair. I mean, hey.
So it's actually so unfortunate That might have killed like their planter in that situation. A lot could have changed up if that had gone off. So
I swear, there's never been a round that has been the exact same as the previous round in how things exactly break down, right? The Rainbow Six is just like that. I mean, there's a million things that can possibly go wrong, including an EMP that goes off and wipes out your nitro cell that you were throwing from below. It just so happens to be that time.
It's one of those like unaccountables where it's like it sucks, but like you can't roll it. Like you just gotta move on from that situation.
You can't even be
really
mad. You're just like, okay,
just like whatever. The game beat me right there. Like I'm just not gonna let that. I'm not gonna let that sit too heavy on my shoulders. Either way, Disrupt moving in, like I said before, with some early master control. Very slow to take it anywhere else. You might notice there's not a whole lot in terms of the roam game on this part of the map. At least not until you start to look at the lower floors. But regardless of that fact, Disrupt have really not decided to move in and take any early control for themselves here. Still focusing very much on the drone game, what we may be looking at in terms of roam presence as they get closer to the site. And now, just at this point, we're starting to see players like J9O move in and take that control away from United.
Well, United playing things a lot slower than we've seen them do prior. As you just said, no one over here inside of this setup, but they still have to worry about Rexon downstairs. That's going to be mostly on the drone game for the offense to try and pick up that roamer once he tries to go for that flank. Disrupt still setting up downstairs to make sure that no nitro cells can come through for this vault plant, but as we previously stated, eUnited is set up on all fronts for this. This is exactly what they want Disrupt to do, as they've planned for it. These Goyo shields as well as the rest of this utility. Disrupt is going to have to force themselves onto site now inside of this last round for their offense. Can they split it 4-2? That's the big question. Getting some last-ditch effort in here on the intel game as the first kill is going to be awarded to Grixer. First E1D in, Shuttle shuts down Rexon on the rotate as Yeti picks up yet another kill from the site. Diffuser's down inside as well as the Banshee goes off, but it's holding them up inside of the smoke. It's doing so much damage, and eUnited with a well-executed defense here inside of round 6 thwarts the plans for the vault plant and are able to split perfectly 3-3 on their defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, Disrupt, in my opinion, messing up to a pretty big degree there because you can see they go for that very like one-sided push in through the red door, but they do it so late in the round, and there has been smoke play before this round, if memory serves me correctly, but they do it at like 20 seconds, and still all 3 of the smoke charges are available at that point. So it's a pretty easy job to just keep chucking those charges at the door and delay up until past the 0 timer, since he had all 3 of them remaining still. So not really sure like what the overall plan was from DG there, but they definitely didn't account for the utility that they would face at red door, and that came back to bite them and was ultimately their biggest obstacle with trying to actually get into the site there.
Yeah, but that's the weird thing though, is like we saw a lot of the drone game there for eUnited. They were trying to get some like last little bits and pieces of what was going on site. So it really does beg the question on where the previous intel was. Yeah, exactly. Like the problem with that is, John, there's no defender that denies info game for the defense on that setup. Yeah. There's none. eUnited doesn't have any. You can freely drive a drone into site and figure out what's going on. But they didn't know in the last 10 seconds, like we're still having to drone things and we're not set up for an execute. Very, very weird that Disrupt's offense took so long. Just because, as well, eUnited didn't even really set up over inside of Trophy and Stat at all. I mean, they threw the reinforcements up, but nobody played there. The only person that was even relatively close to that zip code was Rexon downstairs, and they still took all of that time to get set up and botch the execute. That's not something that's supposed to happen when you have that amount of space as well as time on the offense. Just not a very good round from Disrupt overall.
Yeah, definitely a weird run from Disrupt, but they're going to move past that, and thankfully they don't have to worry about their attacking rounds anymore as we flip sides. 3-3 once again here, a very even game that we have in front of us, folks. United's now going to have an opportunity to try and shut things down for the series overall if they can close things out from the attacker's perspective, but it's Villa, so that'll prove itself to be quite difficult. Disrupt will have the opportunity as well to do just the same and send us over towards map number 3. It's going to be, of course, the Trophy and Statuary hold to start things out here for Disrupt to set themselves up in a fairly standard way here. You have the Goyo play coming in to try and delay things on top of smoke. So United will have to clear out quite quickly to be able to drain all of this utility while still leaving themselves with enough time to get into the site. Already some focus from United going on to the walk-in. And following that one up, it'll probably be a quick clear into bathroom as well. We got 3 drones on right now, 3 active drones, I should say. 2 of them are going to get shot out here, but the other 2 players that are not on intel duty are working on quickly working their way into both walk-in and the master badge.
Not too much to worry about for eUnited inside of the vertical game. Mostly horizontal gameplay here for Disrupt, but again, that could change at any time. We do have some nitro cells on the board and quite a few of them. 3 pieces of artillery inside of Disrupt's pocket that they could use later inside of the round. So eUnited with a good master showing right now is they're still getting map control and trying to figure out exactly how they need to handle this. Lots of angles being held from Disrupt, mostly centralized around the astronomy area, as well as a couple of shields facing over towards the master wall. This is mostly set up for Disrupt so that they have very good positioning in order to rotate back and forth. Specifically, that shield blocking the rotate for Astro, where people could transition into trophy safely. But now that that's gone, they're able to hold the split, and eUnited needs to try and force control of this Astro area.
Kansan actually really close to seeing the player on stairs, just hasn't been able to realize the angle out just as of yet. J90 is going to take a lot of heat in the meanwhile. J90, excuse me. Yeti's going to be able to take him down. NJR quickly responds, though, with a shot against Yeti, but he also is going to fall to Rexon, which was the player I was talking about before that was so close to finding that angle. Retro swings and finds success, but it's short-lived. Grixer adds another one to the counter here for eUnited, and Alfama will put the diffuser down. Timer will start ticking in the opposite direction, and now Disrupt have to panic. Retro and Reed looking for the 2v3 clutch. Retro with a very advanced position, though. He could find some pretty big impact here, but he needs to account for the players still in aviation, and he's doing just that. Some shots ringing out against him, though. They spot him in advance, trying to make it work with the shotgun. Rexon picks up yet another kill. Retro with a little bit of style on that one takes out Alfama, but unfortunately he's now alone as well here in a 1v2 scenario. He'll be taken out by Grixer further back in aviation, and eUnited will win their initial attacking round.
Nicely done there by eUnited. So they get master control, they end up getting the walls open to hold down split, as well as get rid of that pesky shield that we were talking about. Initially, I thought that they were going to be going for more of a stat-centric plant, not over near the actual statue, but near the central area near the bomb chassis. But instead, they just hold on to the closet control to play for a rotate from Astro. Super smart, especially when they have the control over inside of planes, as well as the red area to really lock down any rotation into benches where they were able to put that diffuser down right inside of the door. So got the proper areas that they needed and found the space to put the diffuser down, played for the post plant, and it was just so well done on those crossfires. Disrupt trying to battle back into the round, but just not able to do so after some really good control from eUnited.
All right, folks, eUnited in control yet again. Can they keep it that way? That's the question. We're going to go to a site for Disrupt here that has yet to be played so far in this map, but is one that we've been seeing more and more of since the beginning of Stage 2 here at the NAL. It's going to be downstairs here in Living Room and Library, a massive site in terms of its scale, and also a massive site in terms of what the defenders need to do to properly play into it. There's an extension that will be used by roamers and potentially anchors as well to hold upstairs here and make sure that that control is maintained. You're going to see these shotgun holes being made inside of Gun Vault. Those are very important because more than likely they are going Disrupt this is going to try and route the attackers through the 2 soft walls in the middle of the screen now, which has that dresser in the middle of it. If that ends up happening and Disrupt still has control over the Gun Vault area, they can immediately start peppering shots through that top-down angle and shut down any attacker that tries to take control from that angle.
And we've seen that handled in quite a few different ways from the offensive front as well. Granted, some of them not very successful, but we have seen some different iterations, like some very cheeky smoke plants going down by the offense, as well as using that center pillar that we saw next to the arches area in order to put that diffuser down, right next to the bomb chassis right there. Thank you so much, Cyan. I appreciate it.
I think it was OXG that was like really good at countering this with smoke play, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was Slash. He crawled under the hole and planted inside of the smoke. There was a lot of really cheeky things going on that OXG was able to pull off on this site. And I believe it was up against Disrupt as well, because I remember Retro playing this position on A.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, it's still a pretty tough cookie to crack with more with regards to the upstairs hold than anything. So oftentimes you see like either that smoke play or they just outright try to take the duels and the top-down angles against those players in hopes of not having to fully clear out aviation in games. Because when we've seen teams try to do that, it often, from what we've seen anyway, to be fair, this is kind of a limited selection, but it oftentimes does waste like far too much time on the clock for the attackers, and then they don't have enough to actually clear out downstairs as well. So a lot of the times they just choose to kind of go right into it here. Speaking of going right into things, we're going to get into our first fight of the round. NJR taking some heat early on, although he seems to flame out a little bit more of it there. Sends Kansan down to a little over 25. There's an attempt from Yeti to come in and try to trade that damage back, but it's not going to be realized.
Played out extremely well there by NJR and able to get away with his full life as well, which is something right out of a James Bond movie, just avoiding every bullet and able to sneak out slyly downstairs with all of the treasure in his pocket. So let's see if NJR can have a later impact on this round, because for now, he's just going to have to wait. Some bullets landing right at the feet of Alfama. Don't know exactly where from, but doesn't seem like an angle from the defensive side. It seems like somebody just possibly messing around with him or something along those lines. eUnited having most of the control here, though, on the kitchen side of the map. Still have to worry about NJR on a possible flank, but setting things up nicely. We're getting down to that time where we're going to see this execute come through. These top angles going to need to do a lot of work. More than likely need to burn out on site, though, so they can confirm these smokes. And that's a big pick early on here from Retro, as we just got down to the last minute, and that is from so far away. NJR with yet another, and a double for him. That's 3 kills down for eUnited, finally with a refrag is Yeti, but not going to have too large of an impact now. Diffuser down, it's only Grixer and Yeti left alive for eUnited. Lots of work to be done and not very much time.
Big mistake from eUnited to leave NJR undealt with, and as a result of that, he goes crazy, knocking out 2 more players on his rotate back up there. Retro, I think it's spotted by that. Jordan doesn't seem to care too much, though, he just casually takes it out, and here's those top-down angles that I was talking about before. The 2 remaining members of eUnited trying to shuffle in through those walls, but in the 1vx, it's just going to be too much to ask of Grixer here. The time will run out, and Disrupt will immediately respond on round number 8 with a round of their own. Keep us tied yet again, I believe at 4-4 currently.
Plenty of plants going down as well inside of this series. eUnited on Theme Park alone had 3 plants on their offense. They already have 1 right now through 2 rounds, and Disrupt on their offense on this map had 2 plants as well. So the objective play by both of these teams, stellar so far throughout this series. We're still tied up here, so we're jumping into AVG for Disrupt's next site. But previous round, though, just not going well for eUnited. Didn't respect the roam game that was going on for NJR, along with some other things. Specifically, just really not getting towards the site and clearing out and setting up for that plant. It really seemed as though NJR caught them off guard, and they never really got past worrying about that roamer.
And obviously with his impact coming in relatively late into the round, it didn't really leave a lot of time for eUnited to actually, bounce back from that deficit either. Really good play there from NJR, showing once again why he's been talked about so much whenever discussions around Disrupt are brought up. Disrupt now going to shift their hold upstairs into AVG yet again here, and we'll see if eUnited will have luck in continuously trying to trade out these rounds, or if Disrupt is going to be able to take the reins once again here and the lead along with it at 5-4 if they find success for themselves. Doing that same half-wall setup, it looks like on the north-south wall into Study. There's a little bit of soft destruction there, and the other one's been reinforced, so some very similar flavors as to what we saw from eUnited back in the first half.
Some very unique reinforcements here inside of the actual bomb site. They've split up what seems to be the middle wall here with 2 reinforcements as well as some holes for Retro to throw smokes through later on. But this is going to allow them to play some different positions inside of the game's area. This is basically set up as the safe place for the defense to play from and try and contest anybody getting inside of planes, rather through utility or through just, a hail of gunfire. So we'll see if that plan works out for Disrupt. Bad thing is, though, eUnited does have pressure from downstairs. Whenever the skeleton key work starts, that's when this round's going to get interesting.
Alibi, of course, coming into the fold here as well. Some potential for eUnited to get tripped up by the utility, but I would assume that they're not going to be countered by that so much. And even so, we've got an IQ anyway, so that'll deal with that relatively quickly if she is given the opportunity to pepper some shots through the floor. Yeti, in the meantime, here at the bottom, and he's not alone either. Quite a few players grouped up with him, potentially trying to look for the opportunity for that swing. NJR is, in fact, going to take an opportunity for himself. Does try to temporarily go down those stairs, but is quickly flashed out, and he's now going to fall all the way back to 90. Retro going to take the same note as he falls back into bar. The extended hold at the top of the main stairs has now been thwarted, whether that was the intention from eUnited or not, and they now have free reign over that part of the map.
Well, Yeti Starting up some skeleton key work downstairs as Disrupt is spread out quite evenly. A yellow ping comes out and Yeti making quick work of NJR inside of 90. Almost gets another one, but Retro only going to take a little bit of damage. Nothing to call home about just yet. eUnited making good time right now. Minute and 10 seconds remain as they're starting to wrap around this site and get ready for execute.
Trying to deal with the Goyo shield, it looks like here. Reed, careful.
Yeah, let's Reed, let's hold off the shield for a second there, bud.
Away.
All right. There, let's get rid of the ace utility. Let's do that. Let's not blow ourselves up, Reed. All right, let's slow the roll here for just a second. Anyways, 45 seconds remaining on the clock as Disrupt continues to cling on to this site. More hard destruction going through, as I believe that's going to be the last Selma charge for Alfama as it goes off. Last impact for the defense as well, as they've been drained of most of their utility, all except for Shuttle's Nitro Cell, which could play a pivotal role inside of these last 20 seconds. Worried about the flank now, and he should be. Yeti gets downed at the top of red. Nice pickup here for Shuttle as he transitions into Bust. J9 makes it even more difficult for eUnited to make quick work of this, but it's going to be Rection to start things off. J9 with a nice refrag as he's playing the rotate hole. He has to worry about both of them on bookshelf. Can he do it? Last one alive with the pistol. Almost gets a pistol whip, but it's more like pistol clipped down as Grixer rotates in through the hole, but doesn't have enough time. Actually, has enough to start it, but more than likely not going to be enough to do anything else. Nitro Cell out, hops off immediately, does not want to get blown sky high, and ends up giving up the round instead.
Got to conserve the KD, right?
That's what I'm saying. Got to make sure those CGG stats look good.
Well, it's gonna work in his favor, of course, in the long run there. But obviously, a lack of success from United on the attack now puts Disrupt in control of this matchup, at least for the time being. Some early success seemed like it was being found from United, specifically with how quickly they were able to clear out the hold at top main stairs. But when it came time to transition those players into the actual site, never really saw a whole lot of success to that degree. Much like many rounds in the past, of course, in this series. Flustered for time towards the end of it. Well, it looked like they were waiting for Yeti to get into position to try to make a play from his position back over by Red, but that never really happened due to the rotate from Shuttle, which shut him down. And at that point, like I said, only 20 seconds remaining there. eUnited had to try and make a play. Didn't have the positioning. More likely, they didn't have the intel or the utility to get that done either, so they get torn apart by Disrupt.
Both of these teams have been very strong from the defensive side when it comes to messing with the pacing of the game. And Disrupt has done a very good job, specifically instead of that last round matching the pace in which United was taking. They cleared out a lot of stuff from down low. Really like the IQ work there from Rexon. Very strong early on to clear out most of the ADSs and get a lot of those electronics off the board for the offense. Match that with some skeleton key work, able to not only kill someone, but also deal some really good damage, as well as force the defense to worry about that verticality from underneath. You thought the execute was going to go really well for eUnited. They didn't have to worry about anything eating up any of their throwables, but once they get down to the actual site work, Disrupt just picks them to pieces. eUnited not really having the map control that they needed, specifically like what you were talking about, Yeti not maintaining the top of red control next to the bus door, obviously, was really the key that they needed to actually get that execute to go. All of a sudden, when Yeti dies, it goes from a 2-front attack to a 1-front attack, and those are never good.
And to be fair, Yeti was finding some good impact up until that point. The Bucks actually proven itself to be quite useful here for Yeti specifically, which is not something we often say about Buck given his recent history, especially after his frag grenades were removed. But Yeti's thriving on it, definitely making some good plays. Unfortunately, just wasn't able to carry it through into the late round there on that previous round. A little over 2 minutes left here, still plenty of time for United, but they're looking to make quick progress regardless with taking control of Walk-In and probably Master Bath beyond that. NJR taking that very tiny angle to punish anybody here from United. That's going to want to try and take even further control and maybe even get aggressive against the players holding on the inside of Astro. Not going to see much develop from that as of yet, though. A few players from United, in fact, shifting away from this push and looking for other options to get themselves in and make this more than a one-pronged attack as well.
Yeah, they got the initial tidbits done here. Now they just have to keep someone there to man master and make sure no one can possibly rotate in while they go for other areas of the map. Looks like they want to go for a study clear here, and Shuttle could play a big piece in this. He does have a nitro cell, so he could get some cheeky kills from below off of some audio cues. Or could just drop off and rotate back to site. There's a lot of options here for him, and since the timer's starting to dwindle down for eUnited, this execute more than likely going to be coming here near that 20-second markers. They still need to get control of this south side of the map, push it up towards 90, and start putting pressure on from these two doorways.
Continuing to wait for an opportunity to strike, and he might as well get it here. The Nitro Cell goes off, a little bit off the mark for trying to actually take out a member of eUnited, although he does get a little bit of damage onto Kansden. Once got swung on, though, by another member of eUnited, so lucky to survive that encounter, to be honest. Kansden, in the meantime, starting to clear at the top of red here. I'm getting a little bit lower, and eUnited, with a good amount of control, they're starting to look for their possibilities to go for a plant, as they're right at the door of pushing for that. J9 as well, hunting for a drone. Very careful so as not to give himself up in the process due to the fact that they have lost connector control, and now Kansden getting himself a plant just on the inside of the door. Will it go off? Let's see. They're trying to deny it with the smokes, but those are misplaced. They have no idea where the plant's even happening. Here comes the swing on the stairs. One player goes down, but Shuttle is going to be immediately traded. Kansden pushes the advantage even further. The kills are going off all over the place. Kansden even finishing off Shuttle with his knife right there, but Alfama able to get one more to put eUnited back in control. At least for now. Here comes the swing from J90. He's going to take back top red control. He knows he's got a player on the corner over by 90, but he can't win the fight. Initially throws the Nitro Cell to do it instead, but no, it's not going to get him the kill. And Kansden takes out J90 on top of it. Alfama will finish things off for eUnited as they take round number 10 and tie us up for the whatever time it is in this series that we've been tied up now. I lost count a while ago.
Yeah, you really should have. And the reason for that is that, John, we are on the absolute teeter-totter right now, my man. We have not had a round go through that has been not answered, all except for one set, which was DG's previous two defenses, Living Room and ABG. All the way through Theme Park, it has been on the teeter-totter of going back and forth inside of rounds, all the way up until those two OT rounds on Theme. So these two teams seem to be equally matched here, and I mean, that's a really good sign for Disrupts. eUnited has made some waves in these previous weeks, and seeing Disrupt be so successful against them, especially on maps that require not only fragging power, but, you know, utility management. You know, there's so many layers to these things, and they're doing well. It's nice to see Disrupt playing good once again, but that previous round, quite the awkward one for both of these teams, specifically because we had a diffuser go down with everyone alive.
Yeah, definitely really awkward with regards to how the map control ended up swinging too. Disrupt constantly trying to get in the way of eUnited, but never really finding the right place to do that. And even at the end, when they tried to deny the plant, you know, throwing the smoke grenades kind of in the wrong position. I think they were assuming it was getting planted from outside a master door right there. Either that or it was just misthrown. Obviously couldn't see it too well from my position, but either way, a lot of confusion on the Disrupt side about what exactly was going on there, and certainly builds up as the reason why things ended up going badly for them after the plant goes down. The good news, though, for Disrupt is they've unlocked Living Room and Library for play once again, and this went very, very well for them the last time they played it. So eUnited have to step up in a big way if they want to be able to take control here and get themselves up on a map, in their case, a match point first.
Well, we'll see if they can close it out here inside of round 11 to try and get up to that. Nice operator lineup here by the offense. This is what we've been seeing them run most of the time. Kansden still on that Nomad from the previous round. That AK-12 actually working out for him on that last round. Has that deep mag capacity that you're looking for if you need a lot of bullets. And Kansden put it to good use to get quite a few of those kills. So see if he has the same amount of influence. Disrupt, though, already having to worry about some hard destruction going off from the offense. Didn't see exactly where it was, but we'll assume it's inside of study for the time being. Actually, no, it's not. So I'll update you on that later on here, but Disrupt, for the most part, still having quite a bit of control. eUnited working themselves into study. Alfama, as well as Kansden, partnered over here on this side of the map.
Reed waiting for an opportunity to strike against eUnited. If they go in for study control, it's going to be found out by the drone coming in from Kansden. But we're not going to be too scared to continue to maintain this position. In the meanwhile, Kansden is going to set up at least one air jab for himself to prevent a quick roam around in the event. We'll see the Valkyrie Reed try to swing into that. But Kansden out will commit to the push. Reed still waiting on the bottom, but first fight's actually going to happen elsewhere as Yeti finds success taking out NJR. Alfama now moving in with Yeti and the rest of his team as they are trying to clear out the extended room and doing a fantastic job of it. Another kill found by Kansden. That's going to take out Reed over by main stairs. Shuttle will get one against the United for the troubles that Disrupt his face so far, but again, much like many kills in the past, short-lived and immediately traded back. United very much controls the situation right now with a 4v2.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
No real burn here from eUnited, but they are going to get caught off guard as Alfama rotates upstairs. That's cased down inside of the 90 hallway, but they immediately pick it back up. They now have to worry about shuttles. He's adjusted himself inside of the study area. All right, on the tailcoats. Or coattails, excuse me, of Yeti as he transitions through the vault. Starts up that plant, but immediately hops up. Oh no! He ends up getting one right outside of vault here, and that's going to be, once again, them down. Obviously can't plan up here as it is living room. Retro and Shuttle, both paired on trying to take down the last two remaining members.
United have to be so angry at themselves right now with Retro's most recent kill. It's all down to Rexon now. He does have the diffuser, at least. He's been able to recover that. So he moves himself into sight. He's just going to try to force the issue, I believe, here. And if I'm looking at this correct, there's no one from Disrupt that's going to be able to really stop him. He will get this to a post plant. The problem is, can he take it any further than that? Immediately has shots coming in from all directions. Takes out the first player. Tries to get the second, but no. Shuttle will win it out here for Disrupt. And a massive round it was from Shuttle there, bringing his team back from the brink, picking up so many important kills and allowing them to push up onto map point first here. 6-5 is going to be the scoreline. Disrupt currently controls the map.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
I don't even know what to say when it comes to that. That was an amazing clear there by United upstairs that just went completely sideways off of some really, really good plays from Disrupt. That was their time to try and, well, for the most part, get out of the line of sight of eUnited. They needed eUnited to not know where they were, and that's exactly what they did. They ended up transitioning upstairs off of some areas that weren't droned out or didn't have anything for eUnited to really see with, and were able to make a massive impact on that last round. That's exactly why Disrupt ended up winning that. The two SAS operators clutching it out. See, the SAG players can still do stuff, guys. It's just that, you know, sometimes they're locked to sight and they don't have as much fun as the other people.
That's also another reason as to why that attack is so hard for some teams, is because of the fact that, okay, even if you fully focus on the upstairs clear, deal with the extended room on the inside of Aviation and Games, and, you know, in nearly flawless fashion, as eUnited was able to do for themselves, you still more than likely don't have intel as to what's going on downstairs, and that opens up the possibility for those players to start roaming against you, exactly as Disrupt did right there. It's a really tough site to play against as an attacker. eUnited trying to do it to their best, but with Kansan also having the air jab, not in the greatest position there. That allowed for Shuttle to start lurking through study, which of course Yeti's not going to be expecting, because he assumes anyway that the air jab's still back there. So he gets taken down and the whole domino stack just starts falling down from that point forward, unfortunately. So really well played there from Disrupt, and a really, you know, nice audible to call to start getting more aggressive after they lost the upstairs control.
Yeah, eUnited really just needs to wash themselves once they get into that instance. I mean, they know that Disrupt's going to fight back, and to not have anyone worrying about a possible flank, even though obviously it could be very rare in those instances. I mean, at that point, we're talking about 2v4 or 2v5. They were still able to pull it off, and everyone was just looking the wrong way as Shuttle walks up the stairs and kills half your team. So that's just one of those things where, I mean, you might not think it's going to happen, and there might be an air jab there, but I mean, they can still make a rotate happen, and that's exactly what happened inside of that last round. So eUnited now have to push it to OT if they want to close out here on Villa.
All right, guys, will we get OT for the second time? Let's find out. It's up to Disrupt to decide that for us now. They can take us right over to map number 3 on Clubhouse if they win this round, but if not, if we continue to see those rounds traded out time and time again, and it is going to go to another 3 rounds to decide how this map ends. Remember, this is the same position Disrupt was in on the previous map as well. They were the first to get themselves up onto map point. Now they've got to bring it back for themselves. One step in the wrong direction there for Shuttle leads to his death. Yet he was waiting for a player to make that mistake for at least the last 30 seconds, potentially longer than that, and Shuttle, unfortunately, was the player to do so. Early kill goes to eUnited.
On a very cheeky angle as well. Never really see somebody die from that skylight. It's usually, well, it used to be really utilized for frag grenades to go through and try and kill people in that area, but a gun works just as well, as we've just now learned.
Maybe Yeti was just like living in the past with Buck there. He went up there thinking he still had his frags.
Well, if you want to do the grenade one, you actually have to like Hail Mary it off the opposite skylight. It's the craziest thing. Whoever figured that angle out, I mean, props to you, man. You spent way too much time on this Villa map. I can tell you that right now.
Yeti doing some good work once again in the early round, though, as he often has throughout the course of this second half here. Definitely the player that United's been looking to make impact in the early round and possibly open up, or close, I should say, other rotation angles and just alleviate some of the pressure points that the main bulk of United is looking to get control of themselves. Retro lined up, trying to look for a headshot here as he swings out a bit from his shield, but quickly goes back to it after the response from United comes out there as well. We're going to see the Selmas trying to get open the wall, which Retro is hiding behind there, so he's got to fall back even further to the inside of Astro. That's the kind of initiation point that eUnited needed here. They've got the 2 angles to be able to move in, take control of Statuary, and try to go for the plant. That's a very aggressive play from Alfama, swinging directly to the inside of Bathroom. And while he'll go down, thankfully Grixer will take the angle in response to it, trading that out. But unfortunately for them, Disrupt still has plenty more utility. J9 getting one for himself. Kansan following it through, taking out J9 directly after that, though, and now trying to get the plant down in the midst of the site. No Nitro cells remaining on the 2 players that are still up here for Disrupt, but they do have some shotguns to work with. Oh, a little too slow on the transition, though, from Retro, so he gets taken out by Grixer, and now everything falls to Reed in the 1v3. If he clutches this out, we go to map 3, but if not, it's OT yet again. Grixer finding some great impact for eUnited to make sure they stay in control and that they take this to an additional 3 rounds.
The more and more things change, the more and more they stay the same, John, as we have 2 plants down by United on their offense and 2 plants down on their offense from Disrupt. So, I mean, hey, the mirror matchup right now between these two, both of these teams playing so damn well. Nice change up there from eUnited. I really was worried when it came down to the execute, though, just because the man count inside of Master wasn't what I expected it to be for that execute. I expected them to really have someone there to watch the bathroom rotate while Alfama worked the breach, but Alfama ends up having to do double duty. He gets taken down, but eUnited still able to clean up the round off the back of his efforts, able to get that wall open and create some new angles that were utilized by the offenders to kill those 2 rotating through the bathroom. So some really good stuff and heads up play to eventually adjust over to Trophy.
Both these teams are playing their hearts out to try, in Disrupt's case, stay in contention here, and in eUnited's case, seal the deal. Disrupt are going to get the initial start on defense here in OT. It'll flip, of course, every single round for those of you who are unaware about how OT works in Siege. Disrupt is going to play downstairs into the kitchen site first here. eUnited have to attack it. So let's take a look and see how exactly they're going to approach things. Very similar flair brought to the table with regards to eUnited's operator lineup, so not much changing in that respect. And Disrupt also bringing a very safe flavor of operators for defending here. Most notably, of course, seeing the Goyo come into play, an operator that we've already seen played by Disrupt multiple times in their defense. And of course, that's a nice setup there in Bathroom too to try and stop United from getting pressure for themselves. The Pulse also coming into play here for Reed too. Definitely going to be very impactful if it's left undisturbed throughout most of the round.
Well, it should be for the most part no IQ in play for eUnited, but they do have those pesky EMPs, which ended up thwarting a round earlier on. Could definitely happen again. So, eUnited mostly focused around this upstairs offense right now into Master. Going to get some things cut up around the rest of the site, though, as Rexon and Alfama are focused on the pantry wall. So EMP goes down. Now they'll have the line of sight to be able to cut up all of the kitchen area. DG's efforts mostly going to be focused around dining.
See quite a few players from eUnited looking to get that upstairs control pretty quickly for themselves too. A big stack on the balcony. Flash is going out against J90. He's got himself a bit of a risky angle here. Obviously, he can find quite a bit of impact from it, but if he's spotted either by just a loose drone that comes through that he doesn't see or some other method, that's very easy for them to shoot back against him as well. He's aware of this, though. Here's the drone noise. Very quickly backs up from that punch hole or that bullet hole that he made for himself so that he can quickly take out the drone if it does swing all the way through. In fact, he's gone all the way back to the inside of Trophy now. Doesn't want to take a chance on that angle now that he's been spotted out, or at least there's the possibility that he got spotted out by a member on eUnited.
And this entire setup right now for Disrupt is focused around this Master take and slowing it down as much as possible. Goyo shields, Banshees, as well as a Jaeger in tow to slow them down from attacking the triple wall. Nitro Cell outside doesn't get him the kill. It doesn't. Able to transition away fast enough on the rappel simply because of how quickly you can move. Grixer quite a bit of damage dealt to him, but it's actually Yeti that dies first with a nice headshot from J9, still playing inside of Trophy. Their plan to slow down the Master take has worked. This execute getting harder and harder by the minute.
Quite a few players taking damage here as well. Grixer and Rexon really mortally wounded now. Gonna have to be very careful with how they select their fights throughout the rest of the round. A little over a minute remaining here, and we have seen J90 fall back, no longer maintaining control over Trophy, and instead playing for downstairs pressure now. eUnited are going to shift in kind and very quickly try to move in and take control of the site, but Alfama is also going to be shut down immediately upon trying to do that. Grixer again coming in to save the day here with a trade, brings it back down into a 3v3, but with their players as lit as they are, they've got to be careful. A crawl in fact, from Grixer gets him his next kill, takes out Retro. Kansan also got J9. Everything's on Reed now in the 1v2. Still 30 seconds of play remaining as well. Reed needs to be very, very careful here. about how he tries to play this out, because United still need to go for the plant. If he can deny that, then he might have a chance, but no, Kansan shuts it down. United take the initial round of OT, and they're only one more away from shutting down the series.
What a round by both of these squads. You thought it was going Disrupt's way for just a second after things worked out pretty damn well for them upstairs. But when it came down to the site execute, eUnited simply forcing their will, John. There was nothing more. No utility usage, nothing. They simply said, we want to plant a bomb. And they made it happen. That was so incredible from them. Grixer straight up crawling through a Banshee to get the angle that he needed onto the dining table. Some great stuff there from eUnited as we're headed into one of our possible last rounds here.
It's not the first time they've kind of thrown Alfama at something thinking they could make impact either. So a little unfortunate.
You know what the weird thing is with me for Alfama though?
Go ahead.
When they go for those aggressive fronts with him, there's really no one there to get the immediate refrag. He seems to be like the first one in the building, and then if you look behind him, the two silhouettes are just standing inside of pantries.
Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to just get going like for info almost, which is like that's not. I hope that's not what the plan is. But
wrong operator, man. You need Yana.
It's just a really weird thing I've noticed where Alfama's kind of been thrown into the fire 2 times now at least, and has pretty much had the expected result of him getting immediately shut down. So
I gotta know those comms.
But yeah,
I'm so sorry. I gotta know those comms for that. Then if he's just like, hey man, do me a favor, can you run in the site and die? We need to know where they are.
Yeah, Alfama, go get them. Like they just coerce him in.
Alfama, I choose you. Go.
It's like someone keeps drawing straws and Alfama keeps losing or something like that. But yeah. Either way, well played by eUnited. They've got it up on match point now. Disrupt need to bring it back on an attacking round here, and we're going to see the return of quite a bit of their strategy from regulation. That includes NJR on the Lion. Retro's back on the Ace, of course, looking to frag out in his own respect. And let's take a look, as the site hold is going to be over here at Trophy and Statuary. Probably the best site we saw from eUnited on their defensive half, and definitely the rounds that they were able to win with the least resistance from Disrupt. So they need to be very careful. Much like I've said many times tonight already, they need to be very careful about how they approach this.
Absolutely, and like that's just overall inside of these matchups. Both of these teams are one simple misstep away from this round going completely haywire for them. Both of these teams have proven that if somebody's going to make a misstep, they're going to capitalize on it. So, I mean, adhering warning is not a bad thing ever, John, because both of these teams desperately need it right now. eUnited set up with a very horizontal hold here, but Grixer transitioning away from Rexen downstairs to play for the Nitro Cell instead. I like the setup, mainly because Disrupt more than likely droned out a little earlier on here, so the timing is going to be different on what Grixer is doing. And since he's transitioned all the way downstairs, this is a big area in which he gets to play around in with practically no drone coverage.
Rexen setting himself up for some aggressive play. Not going to do it at this very moment, of course, but has the possibility opened up for later should the need arise. In the meantime, though, we're definitely going to see some aggression, flashbang going in. That's more than likely going to blind both the players holding on the inside of the site right now. But the good news for them is Disrupt aren't committing to it just as of yet. They are going to use this to try to open up the walls. First one going to get denied there. An impact denial on the first Selma, but should still be 2 more in Retro's arsenal, and in fact there is. So plenty more opportunities still to be found here for Retro and other members of the team to open up the wall. There comes another EE1D charge. That's the second out of 3. They will spot the mute on the other side of the wall. And in fact, Grixer, somewhere else on the map here, is going to be found out by NJR. Kind of on his own little solo lurk on the Lion here. Finding some success downstairs and possibly opening up another angle of attack for Disrupt to use.
Yeah, Disrupt making a lot of progress towards this execute. They're almost set up now, but since it's a statuary attack here, they have to worry about this Legion from Yeti. Currently set up towards the southern side of the area. 40 seconds remain here. Plenty of time to try and get a drone in and get some site info, but this could be a very large problem. They have a lot of crosses here. Kansan holding through the breach as well, does some damage to Shuttle. This is going to be a very, very harsh time here for Disrupt to try and force their will onto the site. EU1D off, but we're not off to the races just yet. Some good intel and a frag grenade in tow to try and kill Yeti, but doesn't get the job done. He swings out, does a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Oh, there's a Goon Mine now inside this man's foot. He's not going to be able to put the diffuser down, but he's already been dead, killed, gone. J9 picks up the diffuser and starts putting it down now. He's almost through the plant, but it's Rexen on a heater. That's a triple kill for him. Taken down now, but into the 1 versus 2, not able to get it done. NJR with a triple on the round from the 417, and Disrupt force us to the limit.
really, really close contention there, coming down to the wire in the final 2v2, of course. But Disrupt, they're able to make the effort to get things done, tie this game up yet again. I know, again, really sounding like a broken record on that, but it keeps happening. So we're going to be 7-7. Now it's up to this one final round to decide which team moves forward in the case of eUnited, if we see them winning here, and which team may take us to a third map if Disrupt is able to come out on top with the victory. One thing I saw towards the end of that round as well, I want to touch on for a second, Yeti, when we saw him trying to get a little bit more aggressive with his swing deeper to the inside after he had gotten droned out. He tries to make an aggressive swing, and it looks like, again, it's very questionable, but he was already in an exposed position there, so would have liked to see him be able to just get a bit more impact there. That could have changed up the way that round played up, and if he had an option to, backing up might have also worked out for him as well, but he'd been kind of shuffled into a bad corner there, and him going down was really, at least for me, the siren call of the downfall of eUnited for the rest of that round there. Is once he went down, they just didn't have enough positioning to stop the remaining members of Disrupt from taking site control.
I completely agree with you. He really was the last bastion of defense there for them inside of Statuary. You're not going to get it back after you give it up.
Yeah,
it's going to be very difficult. So
I just wish he played that slightly different. As that
slower, I would say. Yeah. That's the thing. Is like that it wasn't even necessarily a wide swing either. Like he used the 1.5 scope to his advantage. He took a very tight angle there to just try and pass some bullets through, maybe get some damage or bag himself a kill. I don't really think that he's thought that anyone was truly going to be ready for that, type of play there. And obviously they were. He gets taken out. It's a misplay, and that's just how it goes.
And it's kind of like he did have to move eventually, because there was the player at Astro with that, whether he was
just play his life as well. You know?
Like the player at Astro was more than, because there was a player right at Astro stairs. It was just a matter of them seeing him, and that would have killed him there. So, but yeah,
it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, we're harping on this a little too much, so we'll move on. Talk about this. I'm sad for him. Like I'm not giving him crap or anything. I'm just would have liked to see that played out differently. But either way, moving into the final round here, taking a look at what exactly eUnited are going to bring to the table. We will, of course, see quite a bit with regards to the north to south clear to start things out. Players already moving in, taking control of areas like the master bedroom, as well as Astro. Yeti's also going to hop in through connector here. So that entire northern quadrant is already pretty much under full control of eUnited here. Now it's just a matter of transitioning it into their actual execute position, which will still take some time, of course. So let's take a look and see exactly what the positions are looking like for some of these other players.
Well, it's going to be slow and steady here for eUnited. This is more than likely going to be a very site-centric thing here. They want to just try and get this diffuser down and play it as safe as possible. Don't think we're going to be seeing anything too crazy, as eUnited is crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Plenty of drone play, air jabs down. They're just checking off all the boxes, John. Looks like they want to try and get some hard destruction done here, so they have some vision onto the vault. Going to smoke it off and then apply the band-aid where needed. That's exactly what's going to be done from Alfama, as he's now got the opening to play towards vault.
Reed waiting for an opportunity to strike from the inside of gun vault too. Quite a bit on the site itself here. They're going to see one smoke broiled out there, possibly two, and mask this attempt to open up the rest of the wall. They're allowing for possibly players to swing in there too, but it's going to quickly get impact denied anyway. So no success on that Selma toss out there, and that was the final one from Alfama. NJR escaping death as he tries to dart downstairs. Still gonna run out in the process of this. Oh, and he catches cans in mid-swing. Even makes the animation glitch out a little bit there. Early advantage goes to Disrupt now as they bring it down to a 5v4, and eUnited primarily executing here from the red door now, with only Alfama trying to work his way in from study, and Alfama having to be very careful, of course, because of that run out that just happened a few seconds before.
Could be a big problem, though. They still have EMPs as well as some smoke canisters, but only one canister remains. NGR with a nice pickup as he transitions through the air jab, but he's got so much coverage now, especially with this break inside of the wall. eUnited's going to have to transition somewhere else. I don't think they're going to be able to fight through bus door, but with very minimal time and a lot of decisions to make, eUnited is looking flabbergasted. They've transitioned over towards Classical Hall. They need the picks to happen now, though. Every single one of these doors covered. Gregster trying to force himself up main. This is looking like a Disrupt round all over. Oh, into the bar door, but sprays the alibi instead. Thought the rotate was there, but Disrupt nips it in the bud and sends us to a third map.
Disrupt, with too much control in sight, is able to finally secure things here on Villa after, much like our previous map, an incredibly elongated battle between these two teams. But Disrupt gets that hard-fought victory for themselves, and now gets a very deserved third map on Clubhouse. This battle will go the true distance to find itself a victor, folks, and it's going to happen on that map Who will win? Well, at this point, I'm not even sure. It's been a great series so far. Some great play from Disrupt, by the way, making some solid efforts against eUnited, who, like we said, has also been a team on the rise as of late, making this a truly competitive matchup at the end of the day. Any final thoughts here, Stokes, before we send things off to break?
No, we need to send it to the break so we can get to Clubhouse. This has been one of the funnest series that we've gotten in quite some time. Extremely excited to get back into it.
All right, guys. Well, on that note, we will be right back with more action here at the NAL right after this break.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with Jesse and another dogfight. Overtime again. But Disrupt taking map 2 Villa, battling back. Let's roll through these highlights. But Jesse, whew, man, these last two maps, they've been unreal.
Yeah, another long one. I mean, it's good that we get to go all the way to map 3 with how tight these series have been. It wouldn't feel fair to end this in just 2. eUnited and Disrupt Gaming both showing up here on Villa. eUnited so close to finally getting their first win on Villa in years, but no, just shut down in that final round 15. That's got to be heartbreaking for them. I mean, they've got to keep their head up, obviously. As we go through these highlights, you'll see a lot of big plays, a lot of aggro stuff, but honestly, this was a lot due to, I say, like the plants coming in from Disrupt Gaming that had some really good moments. This one was Grexer saving his KG. There's some more plays going on here. Some really great flanks happened. Kansan got a triple kill in that round there. Again, he popped off pretty significantly. This was a really great like flank and a sneak play from Shuttle and Retro. Really impressive stuff there. Just a back and forth matchup.
Totally. I mean, the pressure is on. Relegation is looming, and I mean, we talked about it repeatedly. DG is just so desperate for a win right now, and eUnited desperately wanting to prove themselves as well. So, man, quite a matchup here. But, Jesse, I want to talk to you a little about NJR, since you're a card-carrying member of the NJR fan club. And he made you proud in that last round. We have our stats up right now, and he's kind of in the middle.
Right.
But, but that last round, he performed. He did quite well.
Oh, he sure did. And patting that headshot percentage when he did it. I mean, going for that run out, getting the kill on the vaulting in player. I mean, what a huge momentum stopper. And this is something that we saw even in United's last matchup against Dark Zero. When things were getting close, when we were going down to the wire, what did Dark Zero do? They got aggressive to counter United and throw them off. Disrupt Gaming took a page out of DZ's book. They managed to push out of that front door, and man, such a huge IQ play from NJR. If it was timed any differently, a second later, and that player is already inside the balcony, you don't get that kill. Of course, the aim had to be perfect to make that happen as well, and he did it just fantastically. So you got to give credit to NJR there. You've also got to credit the rest of the team. Really fantastic final round and holding it up both on the mental game and on that fantastic play.
Yeah, NJR definitely stepping up, and the entire Disrupt squad. Veli, I want to talk to you about the Ash ban.
Okay.
Why do you think that DG made that pick, and how do you think it affected both the teams?
So first off, can I get a cat jam in the chat if everybody agrees that Echo being in quarantine at the moment is giving us some of the best bans that we've seen in a long time, right?
Don't. Okay,
jam.
there's the cat.
Aw.
There's
Cat
the
jam.
cat.
That's a cute
Gotta
cat.
get him jamming though.
Right, exactly. Cat jam,
I
Jesse.
can't.
But the thing is, so once I saw Ash was banned, I said, Jesse, that was eUnited that did that, right, for NJR? He said, nah, that was Disrupt Game. And I was like, NJR is amazing on Ash. Let's see how this turns out. By half, NJR, I believe, was 1-5, 1-6. I'm sorry, my computer's a mess right now. I'm trying to get my internet back on. But he didn't have a hot time. But that was really weird because Disrupt Gaming, they tied the half 3-3. Everybody stepped up like we've been saying for so long, and it was so good to see. But then once he switched over to defense, we saw NGR pick it back up. It didn't affect eUnited that much, but as a whole in the meta, Ash is very important because of the fact that we saw Belusi with 3 Banshees and a lot of Goyo in play, and when it comes to just destroying all that utility, sometimes you need Ash or other operators like that, so that's why we saw a lot of off picks, but it was still really good to see Lion in play because I like seeing new ops on the field.
You got really excited about Lion.
I did.
You're like, oh my God, Lion. But, okay, we got to have final thoughts here. We got to talk about predictions, gentlemen. I have no idea now. I really have no idea. Veli, what are you thinking for map 3?
Map 3, I'm not going to jinx anybody. I just want this to be a good game. I see great gameplay from both sides, so, like, completely honest, tie after tie, you don't know who's going to walk away with it. I'm just here to enjoy the fun.
All right, here to enjoy the fun. Jesse, what are you thinking?
We go to Clubhouse. United just kind of slammed Dark Zero on this map, so I think they've got to be the favorites coming into it. Disrupt also had a pretty important upset on this map as well. It was a while ago now, but they were the first team to beat Space Station here in months and months. So I think we'll see a good game. I'm hoping for another OT.
You know what, Jackie? I'm not a punk.
What?
Forget that. I'm going to make my prediction. I'm going for eUnited. eUnited, if Alfama was able to get more than a kill and a half, they win that map, so I'm going with the United. They're gonna win map 3.
Yeah, Veli, that's actually interesting that you bring that up. Alfalma has been doing quite well in stage 2. Not the greatest map for him. Why do you think that he struggled so much?
I'm not sure because of not to bash the spectator, but we didn't see a lot of Alfama's point of view, right? So we can't really see why he had 9 or so assists. But that means that Alfama was constantly in gunfights. It was just, for whatever reason, he was unable to finish them. We don't know if that had to do with positioning or just outright losing those 1v1s. But after what we saw in Theme Park, I'm just going to say that's an off map. We all know what Alfama's all about.
Jesse, what are you thinking happened?
I mean, it's Alfama, right? He's playing that supportive role. I don't think the kill total is a big issue for him. I'm sure he's giving out those comms in that beautiful French accent. I'm sure he's helping out the team, opening those walls and doing what he
Veli's
can.
French fry.
Oh, yes. There's a lot to bring to a team, and that's something Laxing talked about in his interview as well, where, these support players, even if they're not showing up on the kill feed, the stats don't show the whole story, and that's particularly true with Rainbow Six because there's so much that goes on and around that just can't be counted by the score sheet. So I don't think Alfama is a player that they need to worry about. I think United have been playing well as a unit. This is a really bad map for them. The fact that they even got 7 rounds out of 15, that should be pretty impressive from EU. I don't think they need to be too concerned. Maybe shave up a couple of things, like if they could get Living Room Library online, that would be nice. But for now, it looks fine.
All right, some valid points from our analysts, but we are ready for map 3 Clubhouse. I'm going to toss it over to our casters, Blue and Stokes. All right, take it away, gentlemen. Yay!
Alrighty, thank you very much, Jackie. And it is time, folks, for that third and final map. For me, I think Jesse teed it up pretty well looking at that. This is a map, looking at the recent history anyway, where we should see quite a bit of success for eUnited. And for Disrupt, while there is success in the past, we haven't really seen it replicated recently. So we're going to need to kind of we're going to need to kind of wait and see exactly what they will bring up to the table when the map actually begins, as has been the case for a lot of this series for me when looking at the Disrupt roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Clubhouse, a map that thwarts quite a few people. It's a very close quarters map as opposed to what else we have inside of the map pool. It's very tight knit, and we see a lot of very unique strategies coming out by quite a few squads on this map in particular. And it usually ends up hindering the offense quite a bit as well. So there's going to be a lot of things tested here. I think Disrupt is good for it going into this series. They have looked so damn good as opposed to what they have in these most recent ones. So I think that eUnited versus Disrupt, possibly going to OT again. At least that's what I'm feeling between these two.
All right, guys, let's find out. You can see it on your screen now. The bans are ready to go. Let's take a look at our first one here. It's coming from Disrupt, and it's going to be Maverick getting knocked out. We'll see if we follow the normal meta trends here and end up with an expected result, or if eUnited will throw us a bit of a curveball in just a second. Maverick, though, very annoying hard breach to deal with, especially with regards to this map due to how much he can get past a lot of the wall denial. And Capitao, interestingly enough, is going to be the second ban, so that leaves quite a few other things in the pool here. Now we need to see, of course, what the bans are going to be for the other side of the coin. eUnited banning out Maestro as their second and final ban, and now we'll get Disrupts on the board.
Yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. I mean, that means that we're gonna have Thatcher on the board, Maverick banned out. So I mean, no wall is truly, you know, undefendable at this moment in time. You know, brain
back
movement
in now too because of Valkyrie.
There's a lot of stuff here to unpack. So first things first, Maverick on the board. That means that you can truly lock a wall if you're able to. Thatcher's on the board, which is going to counteract a lot of that. You're probably not going to see as much Kaid play as you usually would. Capitao getting taken out. I mean, Wamai's in play, so there's obviously that counter there, but it's more than likely that eUnited just simply doesn't like dealing with what he brings to the table, especially for site execute. Maestro, we talked about that a little bit earlier, but we'll cover that base anyways. Echo's currently permanently banned inside of the league, so removing Maestro makes it to where that defender that usually sits on site and has a chance to get quite a few kills from their position is going to have to do it with more than likely a different gun.
Did see the possible Montaigne pick, but it's going to be 6 picked out. And now, of course, makes J9's pick a little bit less useful, but still, Legion has been an operative we've been seeing played a little bit more and more as of late, especially since the recent patch. Got that 1.5 times scope, so his gun is definitely a lot more capable of fragging, especially if you're holding like a tough angle and just looking for one tap or something like that. That scope can be pretty nice for that. And then utility is not all that bad, especially in very self-contained sites like this one here in the basement. There's a lot that can be lined up from a Legion if you properly deploy those mines. You can set up a whole grid, which United really wouldn't be able to get past so easily without, of course, either shooting them out, which would be a lot easier with an IQ, but they don't have that, so they're going to have to try and manually find them, and there's very little chance they'll actually do that. So J9 will more than likely find a bit of impact from this operator.
5 seconds left.
All right, well, eUnited about to get let out on the field, so let's see what's happening over on this side of the fence. Are going to be bringing double hard breach here, double soft breach as well with Rexen and Grixer, and then Yeti on the Thatcher. Operator we don't get to see too often. Those EMPs extremely influential over rounds. Recently receiving a nerf, though, making it to where he disables all of the electronics instead of breaks some and disables others. So they made it universal that he disables everyone's electronics. But they are going to be bringing, well, at least on Disrupt side, they are going to be bringing the Kaid still. We talked about that a little bit ago, as though we wouldn't be seeing too much of it, but they're at least going to bring it for the hatch play here. Should be easily dealt with from eUnited once they get to that step.
Still can potentially be tricked out by NJR, assuming he does his timings correctly, though. So no free hatch breaks coming in, and trying to get the kitchen open. They're also going to run into issues, too, as the Legion, played by J9, should be positioned just below that hatch, ready to impact trick it should the need arise. Usual Claymore goes right on the top of Oil Pit just to try and stop anyone from Disrupt from getting a little bit tricky at the end of the round here. If they want to try and lurk against them, we'll have to look for other avenues to get back upstairs and away from the turtle setup that Disrupt has for themselves deeper into sight. United making quick work of dealing with a lot of the soft destruction that they have to do to line up for an execute through the main stairs. That'll be done, of course, by Grixer himself, and that right there, but not too big of a deal. All this is just posturing right now, trying to set themselves up for success later on in the round. The attempt from NJR, not really made, unfortunately, to trick it out. He pretty much just picks up his jammed one and backs away. So that's going to be the moto hatch opened up very quickly by eUnited, only having to use one charge to do that. Second one more than likely going to be used for the kitchen hatch momentarily if they aren't planning on having Kansan do that.
Well, NJR is going to send a Nitro Cell sailing over towards main. Doesn't beg him too much, but eUnited starting to coil around this site. Disrupt in for these fights. Get one early on with the Nitro Cell. That's onto Grixer. The sledge now gone. Gonna make it to where the verticality is just a touch more difficult, but a lot of work already done deep inside of Armory. So Shuttle's got to be cognizant of that. Rexon lying in wait on blue for Alfama to start making his motion into the actual moto area. Able to pick up one, but he just downs him. Actually, no, cancel that. He ends up getting the kill. Reed with the trade, though. No diffuser going down just yet, as it was indeed inside of his hands, playing outside of the moto door as we speak. The rest of Disrupt holding down on site. They know they have the case locked down now inside of Church. Oh, able to get two is Reed at the bottom of Moto, but Kansan cleans it up through the vertical play upstairs. Still has plenty of time, just needs to worry about the positioning of these last two members. J9 inside of blue, as well as Retro inside of Armory.
Oh, smoke still in the arsenal for Kansan here. He's going to be able to block off the blue angle. More than likely will toss his final smoke towards the arsenal angle as well, but J9 very much ready for that. He shuts down Kansan mid-grenade toss and closes out round number one for Disrupt. A solid start on their defense, but pretty standard fashion there. They just roll down the checklist of trying to stop United. Starts it off well with a Nitro Cell kill and eventually deals with the players from United trying to move in through the open hatches on a one-by-one basis. Closes out the round and now puts themselves ahead, moving them on to CCTV and Cash next.
The pick onto Grixer was really the telling thing of that round that changed everything up. eUnited was almost ready for the execute to actually go through. They were just, getting their last little loose ends tied up. They already had Rex in transition over to blue. They had most of the hatches covered in the ways that they wanted. And they wanted to try and go for that church wall execute. They just needed the vertical play to cover that from a different angle. So that Nitro Cell earlier on inside of the round before the execute went through was really the big deal that slowed that down for eUnited. Great stuff from Disrupt to stick to their guns and use that utility.
Take a look at the setup here from Disrupt into Cash. No reason I would suspect anyway that things would be massively different for them here. The usual reinforcements going on to the garage panels now by J9 and Reed. And JR will set up the catwalk for whoever is going to be the man to hold that here throughout the course of the round. And of course, your normal series of walls getting reinforced beyond that as well. Shuttle on the Bandit is going to look to actively try and deny presence on that wall. But at the same time, the team looking to get themselves past it is going to be split between Yeti, Alfama, and Kansan. So pay attention to those four players here. They will all be fighting for control over that balcony wall. You can see Shuttle standing next to it right now.
Quite a few different prongs to this for Disrupt. We have a roamer all the way across the map as well in the likes of the Jaeger, so we'll see if NJR can have an impact early on. Inside of Strip, is Grixer ready for it? I can't tell if Grixer's on the roof inside of that smoke or he is indeed on the roof. Okay, whew, I thought he was going to step right in the hallway and just get sent straight to the graveyard. I didn't really know what was about to happen right there. Anyways, Disrupt still in a strong spot. I like the deep roam here. Eventually can work their ways back to site, but eUnited seems like they really want to focus on getting the CCTV wall open to start things off.
First EMP being thrown out, actually above Shuttle here. Another one thrown over the window too. Shuttle going to try to Nitro Cell out against Grixer, but it will not make an impact. At the same time, Shuttle is not able to deny any of the presence coming in through the balcony wall either. So that's going to be successfully opened by Alfama. Not a lot of success found here by Shuttle, and now he has to deal with the consequences as he falls back to that deployable shield. More than likely have to try and play from that for the rest of the round or until he dies.
Yeah, I don't really think it was in the works to keep the wall closed the entire time anyways. He falls back immediately to that shield after throwing the Nitro Cell outside the CCTV window. More than likely planned for him to just play for the wall to be opened anyways. So, nicely done so far from Disrupt. Wasted a decent amount of time, but eUnited making progress where progress is needed. They've already got the wall open. They've transitioned into taking other parts of the map and worrying about this map control to start trying to work towards this execute. Got some drones inside of construction now as they've transitioned over to the master side.
Hansen working his way up to the roof. A few other players also moved in, like you said, from the bedroom side of the map right now, and they're not alone either. NJR still lurking down on the first floor position inside of the toilets right by the main stairs. Got a minute left here, so still plenty of time for eUnited to push themselves into the site here, but they need to be very careful of this potential roam fallback. They've already fallen victim to this once, and it completely killed their execute the previous round back on the last map, but need to make sure they don't fall victim to the same thing twice here in the event NJR decides to strike. Away from that, though, we are going to see the Selmas find success in opening up the construction wall leading into Cache. Alfama also trying to open up the bits of softball that are still remaining here on the transition out on the catwalk, where Reed is currently holding for Disrupt. Not alone either. Gonna have a player probably pushing him out in a moment. We do see Shuttle getting into the action here. He's able to take down Alfama, but Rexon takes down Retro somewhere else. Kansan finds another entry point here for eUnited, and that opens up a plant potential here. Kansan's gonna go for it. The player holding top red is not able to easily resist this, while trying certainly to fire some shots through and prevent the plant, but it's not going to happen. NJR now finally committing himself to this lurk, moves in, gets himself the double, and leaves it all on to Rex. And J9 already on the counter defuse, and unfortunately for the last man standing there in eUnited, Rexon is not even going to be able to get back into the building. NJR gets the final kill as well, and Disrupt take round number 2.
That's just really, really unfortunate for there for eUnited. They had everything set up for that plant to go off. What do you mean?
I said they had to watch out for that late lurk from NJR, and that's exactly what kills them.
Well, that, as well as them killing Alfama for the cross outside.
Yeah,
that was the two things. I would completely agree with you on all fronts. The nail in the coffin was definitely the rotate, but Alfama dying from the breach when he's supposed to be the man, handling anyone rotating from garage or trying to work their way into CCTV for a cheeky rotate, having him die there was truly the end to eUnited. You can no longer have anything else. That huge flank, absolutely, I completely agree with you. That was the biggest portion, but Alfama also kind of playing an important role inside of that. That cross needs to be held. He ends up getting burnt off of it. Just very unlucky for eUnited, but that's 2 rounds for Disrupt. Their defense is looking really strong so far.
The cracks are starting to show in the meantime here for eUnited's attacking side. Possibly the length of this match starting to get to them as well. Had 2 maps go to full time, and this third one, a possibility to go to it as well. But we're going to see eUnited step up to the plate here on this attacking side of Clubhouse, find some rounds for themselves. Although this is a map where we would expect the defenders to flourish quite a bit. At the moment, Disruptor doing exactly that. We go to the third point on their rotation triangle now. It's going to be over here in the master bedroom along with Jim. But they'll try to defend and pick up the third round here. It'd be the biggest streak either team has run so far in this series, if Disrupt are able to put it together.
We'll see how well it works out for them. Pretty standard stuff that we're seeing come out from them. Obviously, Malusi getting added in. This is something that we're not exactly used to seeing. Still, she's one of our most recent additions to Team Rainbow, at least inside of the competitive play. So Banshee is mostly focused on doorways, which is exactly what we would expect out of this. Don't see any inside of Cache to try and slow down someone from pushing in and getting into a gunfight with NJR, but he's still got plenty of utility to try and handle anything they throw at him. These impacts will be extremely helpful in keeping these walls closed.
They're still waiting for a chance to strike here, of course. The sledge opening up quite a bit of the outside balcony wall, but no one feeling the need to push in and actually try to flush NJR out of the situation just as of yet here. So still going to be some time before we see that eventual fight boil, and might actually not be a lot of time. We've got Alfama and Kansan both in position, getting ready to move past this now, and Alfama actually going to try and open it up from the floorboard. This may avoid that impact issue that the players have been using. NJR most notably would be able to use here to throw the impact into the floorboards, but the problem is there's also a player below them, which also, from the looks of things, is able to take care of it just as well there. So first charge going to be dealt with. Alfama unsuccessful in opening up the wall. He'll have to use the second one if they still want to use it to flush NJR out. And here it comes now. Going to see an additional impact thrown out, but no, that actually leads to Reed's death, as unfortunately he gets killed on the drawback after tossing that nade. Rexon will get the first kill as a result of that. NJR is still very much alive, and the good news is the impact did actually kill the charge, so he's still alive, but ultimately is going to be taken out there. But he also trades in the process, as both NJR and Rexon will take each other out.
That is huge for Disrupt. Even though they ended up losing 2 people, they've done a lot of damage to this hard destruction for the offense. They only have 1 Selma charge left, and that's going to change up how this round is influenced. Kansan's going to have to make a lot of decisions. Well, eUnited's going to have to make a lot of decisions overall on where they want to use this last piece of utility, because they don't have Jacuzzi done already. I mean, this is basically a one-front attack here by eUnited. You really can't change up too much. So Alfama's going to grab, or actually drop the diffuser off to Kansan. They do get a nice pick onto J9 inside of the logistics area. Drone confirms it as well, so this round looking better and better here for eUnited.
Shuttle gonna have to coming in a big way, and he does just that. Yeti has absolutely no idea what hit him, and I'm not even sure Shuttle does either. Takes him out of the game completely, brings us down into a 2v3. Shuttle's got the right idea, watching the hatch as well, but obviously nothing comes through it, so he has plenty of time to fall back and get himself into a safer position. Grixer will eventually jump down from that hatch. Nitro cell from below from Shuttle as well, now takes out Kansan. He runs back upstairs, seems to have heard the footsteps or has some other intuition that there's a player still hiding in Logi. Smoke against him. He'll finally go down to Alfama. Now the pressure shifts over to Retro with less than 10 seconds left. Can he hold on? No, unfortunately not. Grixer takes him out, and eUnited just barely squeak away with round number 3.
Oh, that was such an awkward round for both of these teams. eUnited running out of utility when they needed it most. I mean, no Jacuzzi presence, no real presence on the master balcony. It was a very one-front attack like we were talking about, and they were just able to force their way through almost everything. J9 caught off of an angle. I mean, there was a lot of things there that Disrupt could have done to have that round fall into their favor, but it was just not possible. And I mean, Shuttle, very, very large impact, but just not enough when it came down to it. eUnited sticking to their guns, able to get their first round on offense here on Clubhouse.
All right, folks. United, like I said, officially on the board, but it's a very traumatic round to make it happen. Had to use most of their hard destruct utility in trying to clear out the roam presence from J9, and even beyond that, had issues getting into the site up until the bitter end. But the news is they do finally seal the deal, so they're on the board at 1-2. The problem is, it's only one site. Disrupt can now go back to the 2 other sites they've already won, starting, of course, with the basement on this round. And eUnited still has a lot of work to do in both of those departments to find wins there.
Okay, Disrupt, I see you. We're going to be going for a SSG Roam-centric setup here. Not exactly the SSG Roam, as some things have been shifted. Most notably, the Moto hatch being reinforced here instead of open. That's usually where you see everybody drop down from. But they can always escape down secret or always run all the way to oil pit. There's a lot of options to transition downstairs here on Clubhouse, especially for the defense. eUnited, though, more than likely know what's up. We'll see how they try and handle this. Do they try and attack the roam game of Disrupt, or just go straight for the execute?
Let's take a look here for eUnited, looking like Kansan and co quickly get themselves over towards the cache wall, or over towards the security wall for themselves. We're going to see, did that? No, it went off. So
it disabled it. I keep forgetting as well that it doesn't destroy them anymore. And yeah, so.
You like said something, like tripped me up. I was like, no, it's fine, right?
I thought it fell far enough away to not be within radius. So
I thought that for a second too. So I was like, oh wait, nope, but they get it open. So the Selma goes off without a hitch. All 3 charges, in fact. Rex, in the meanwhile, clearing out downstairs, is going to find a nice, easy time here. Not much resistance so far from eUnited. Oh, he didn't just shoot his team's drone there as well, did he? That would be really unfortunate. But no, it looks like that's still alive, at least. And either way, we're going to see the Banshee get dealt with. Grixer's drone has ascertained the position of the player sitting behind the big blue container. Now it's just a matter of flushing that player out.
Yeah, round 4 seems to be the round of the gesture because we're just getting clowned on right now. This
whole game has it's been hard to cast sometimes. I'll give you that.
Listen, I'll tell you that right now. I completely agree with you. Some of the interactions that they've had are just so weird.
Some of these rounds, I'm having trouble keeping up, even with the play-by-play. It's like, wait, what happened? And like that EMP that killed the Nitro cell, like happened earlier, for instance. So much crazy stuff. It's fun though, right? It's like some really crazy rounds being played out. Great show being put on by both eUnited and Disrupt here tonight. So, a little over a minute remaining, and we finally get the first kill of the round. Rexin gets himself into a duel versus Retro, and eUnited comes out on top. A few more players going to start funneling in from blue after that kill, and the advantage gets pushed even further, but not for long, though. Members of DG, most notably NJR, are fighting back now to bring it back down into a 2v3 diffuser. If temporarily has also gone down here. J9 waiting for his chance to strike, but he's just lost his only other teammate and now needs to stay alive. He knows he has control over the diffuser. He knows there's 45 seconds left. If he can run this down to timer, He might be in a good spot, but that's going to be difficult to accomplish now that he's been found out. He'll get one more before Alfama takes him out from the main stairs angle, and eUnited take round number 4. That's a tie yet again, as these teams are now locked at 2-2.
eUnited and Disrupt against each other is just something else. You know what I mean? It's like when you show up to a party and you awkwardly have to shake the man's hand that owns the house. It's very weird. I don't really know. Like the thing about it is that they catch each other off guard in a lot of different instances. For instance, like we have eUnited get control inside of the bomb, well, not the bomb, but the site area inside of Dummy's box, and then all of a sudden we just have Reed like transitioning through the rotate hole around to contest him. There's like a very lot of weird things just going on that you really don't see. I mean, on that site in particular, we're really used to seeing, okay, you know, you clear out top, you either go for the blue dirt pinch and try and get a diffuser down or something along those lines. eUnited kind of just killed everybody, and then it's down to one man left on site. I mean, it's just some very, very weird instances here in between these two, but they are going to be going back to some down home, regular Rainbow Six Siege. We're playing downstairs. We're reinforcing the hatches. We're going to be using Electro Claws probably to try and keep them locked down unless Yeti has something to say about it. Let's see if DG can make something happen this time around.
So for Disrupt, of course, they're going to call that last round as a fluke and feel that they can get the repeat success when they try this one for a second time. Technically a third time, of course, but in this chain, it's the second time. Time to see if they can make it happen and get their lead back under their own control with a 3-2 scoreline. If not, it's going to be eUnited. I'll be repeating a lot of the same things we saw in the previous round to try and push them in front of the pack right now. It's a very turtley setup here as well. We've got 4 players on site holding for the most part. Actually, all 5, I think. Miscounted there for that's how late it's starting to get. Couldn't discern from the 4 to the 5, so oh yeah, it's gonna be a pretty heavy turtle setup from Disrupt deep inside. Take it away, Stokes. I'm gonna move myself for a moment here.
It's all good, buddy. You know, the eyes are starting to get the crust around him. I feel you. Don't worry about that. So eUnited making some good work here on their offense so far. And just need to worry about these hatches for the time being. But Grixer's going to get picked off quite early here. Don't know exactly where that happened. It seemed, though, as though Shuttle was able to kill him through the vertical play. So that's a skeleton key off the board, and they didn't bring Sledge. This is a very important... Wow. Very, very unfortunate for him. He probably thought that was one of the safest ways to get, you know, the kitchen broken up there, and it just didn't happen for him. Very nice stuff. That's something that you can only do with Buck as well. So a Nitro Cell comes in, might be able to get the kill with the impact, but no, he only gets the hard destruction. That's the exothermic down, but Alfama's also down. Nitro Cells, none of them right now downstairs, all except for NJR, but he's nowhere near. He's all the way over inside of Moto. So this is just, again, a very awkward, you know, shake of hands in between these two, as we're just seeing things that we're not used to seeing.
Huge amount of top-down battle happening there, as you just saw, of course, on the inside of Arsenal. First attempt from NJR to try and trick things out. He immediately draws it back, though, knowing that it's not going to work. Then we'll fall back to the inside of Church. That's another hatch opened here for eUnited. Gives them Moto control to work off of here to eventually start pushing into the site, and they'll definitely need to start looking for options to do that. With a little over a minute left here, they definitely need to start transitioning from the first floor down to the basement. A lot of resistance still in play, though, and they're down a player. So eUnited, while needing to take that control, also needs to be very careful about how they do that, as every step they take towards that is more than likely a step closer to one of the players from Disrupt that's holding an angle against them. And they can't really afford to lose any players, at least in an untraded fashion, when they're already down by 1.
Well, the real big issue for eUnited is that drone economy and a possible pick here, but Rexon walks right to the angle, able to pick up 2 from Blue. He knows that one's more than likely playing dirt, but NJR fires back first. Yeti now down as a 2v3 for eUnited as Alfama's transitioned all the way deep into Armory. He also has the diffuser as well. They're able to cover this. This could be a plant, and it would be a desperate need for them right now, as they need something to force these defenders into more favorable gunfights. Rexon gets lit up. He's now down to 1 shot, but oh no, he ends up actually getting lit up from behind. It's down to Alfama to try and clutch things up, but he's on low HP as well. This could be his last gunfight with Shuttle inside of dirt. Doesn't have a beat on NJR either, as these two stare each other down, but he now knows where he is. And bad news bears, folks, he doesn't have very many bullets. Reload, throws the stun grenade through, but it doesn't even matter. NJR from behind shoots him with the slug, and that's a triple for NJR in the round.
TG just really being mean in the 2v1 right there, making it such an awkward duel for Alfama, trying to figure out when, where, and how the push was going to work itself against him. Alfama trying so hard to open up any possibility for a kill on even just one of those two players, but it's not to be found. DG do a beautiful job of making sure they have absolute certainty in the closeout in the 2v1, and as a result of that, Disrupt go right back into controlling this match as well, now with the lead at 3-2.
Let's go back and talk about that Buck play just a little bit downstairs. I really like what eUnited had done with the Buck. They treated it like you treat Consulate. Sometimes if you're going to take Buck there, you can open to the CEO office and open up the piano angles the same way that they were doing right there. So he goes up to logistics, start popping open the floor so that he's able to, do soft destruction downstairs, and most notably, not have to worry about nitro cells. Nobody's going to be able to nitro cell him if he's Buck all the way upstairs inside of logistics, right? Well, they can still shoot you, and that's something that I don't think anybody was expecting, including Grixer. So, again, that's just the thing that we've been talking about throughout this entire series. Just very weird things happening to both of these people, or both of these teams, after they've already accounted for something else.
And a massive amount of mind games having to be played between these two teams as a result of so many of these awkward kills or just awkward engagements happening. Attackers specifically need to kind of give second thought to everything they do because of what Disrupt has been doing from their defensive side. And even to some degree, eUnited has been doing from their defensive side as well when Disrupt is on the attack. So it's made for a very fun to watch series more than anything else, but definitely a lot of question mark moments that's been going on throughout the course of these 3 maps so far. Disrupt, though, controls it, and are going to look to really seal the deal here on their 6th round. If they can make it 4-2 here, they'll be in a great position to try and control this, but the round's not going to get off to too great of a start. Kansan catches Reed. Whether that was on a run out or from another position, I am not too sure, but there was definitely players from Disrupt trying to get aggro, and yeah, it did seem indeed like Reed was trying to position himself for something aggressive and was certainly punished for doing so.
Okay, so they had Reed have an FMG9, which from retro transitioning into here is going to tell me that he was supposed to play upstairs inside of Garage. But obviously can't happen anymore. I like the setup idea with the Toxic Babes. He's going to be able to keep the staircase locked down for a long time, especially with J9 downstairs. But losing your smoke so early on, especially after you already ran 2 people outside, I understand what they're going for. They're trying to get the early pick, but it just didn't work out in their favor at all.
Shuttle still waiting for any opportunities to frag out, and he's been finding quite a few of those so far throughout not just this map, but the series. Specifically on the Bandit has been finding some pretty good impact for himself, so don't count him out just yet, despite the fact that the wall's been opened and his utility has found pretty much no impact here. Retro trying to go for a quick headshot on the SMG, but not going to find it this time around. Kansan panic repels down regardless to try and avoid that, but immediately retakes the same angle that he had been holding a moment ago. He's not going to be alone in this for too long either. It does look like Rexon's going to be joining him up on the balcony any moment now. They've got a Claymore on the garage door. Don't need to worry too much about runouts from that department anymore. They still need to worry about clearing the player on Catwalk, though, in addition to the ones that are going to be more obvious for United back over towards Cash.
Well, I'm glad you said that, John, because it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. They had Rexon switch out for for Kansan on the rappel so that he was able to get some garage panels underneath J9 to make this garage execute a little bit easier. Bad news for J9, though, is this position is your hill to die on, my friend. You just get to play here until you die. So we'll see how well you can do. He doesn't have a rotate back into sight. It's simply sight lines for the breach, but he also has to worry about that window. This is why you're mostly stuck around the R2 area when you're fighting up here, because stuff like that happens. You try to transition to R1, the breach is open, you're like, oh man, I want to run back to R2, and then somebody shoots you from the garage door. And all of a sudden, not very fun for the defense. And mainly because, oh no, is it going to be botched? No, NJR still gets it after he takes down Yeti. Oh, very scary, engagement there for just a second.
A much-needed kill, though, for Disrupt, as they had been falling apart up until that point in the round. At a minimum, it's going to give slight pause to eUnited now that they've lost the player there and no longer have that prong to their attack. They still very much have every right to initiate here. It's going to come down to those 3 remaining Disrupt players to, well, disrupt the attack, not to use a funny pun there. Retro trying to nitro cell, but it's not in the right position, so the plant will more than likely be going down. NJR with a swing, though, knocks out 1 player on the breach. Let's make it 2? Question mark? Yeah, there's 2. And why not 3? In fact, 4 on the round before he finally gets shut down by Rexon, bringing it all up to Retro, but he unfortunately won't be able to get the job done. It's eUnited that close it out, and Rexon that seals the deal from back in Garage.
Oh, Rexon had to have a heart attack on that. Oh man, just to have him walk through cast door and he kills the breach player as well as the two, not only on rafters, but the bomb planner as well. Oh man, this series just keeps on giving. It just keeps giving, John. It's great.
Rexon with the guys.
Hello? That's the question mark in all chat. We're just like, hello? What's going on? Oh my goodness gracious. Well, that's going to be a transition period here for us folks. eUnited going to defense now in a 3-3 split, which actually favors them. These offensive bans are going to change things up a little bit, so I'm going to go as far as to say is this is probably par for the course at this point. Having Thatcher on the board cannot go unnoticed. Thatcher is an extremely influential operator, and even though he only disables stuff now, it doesn't mean you can't get a wall open.
Absolutely the case, and we've already seen that, well, be the case quite a few times back on the first half there when eUnited had the opportunity to use him. eUnited, of course, now on defense, go right to the basement for their defense, and we're going to see a fairly standard lineup with regards to how they're going to hold this. Of course, the Wamai will help them turtle quite a bit. Same thing with Grixer on the Pulse, which actually we didn't see Disrupt use that really too much as far as my memory is concerned. I don't write down the operators of this. I don't know that for certainty, but pretty sure. Either way, the Pulse, of course, going to add quite a bit to the intel game here for eUnited, and also opens up, even though he's the only one with a Nitro cell, opens up kind of an ease of access for trying to get quite a few of those kills if Grixer's given the opportunity to do so. And in fact, he's going to potentially get a bit more aggressive here against the spawns, if there are any, but unfortunately for him, it's not looking like he's going to be met with much luck in that department today. Only one player spawning on that part of the map. It's J9, and from the looks of things, he is nowhere near that angle. So Grixer's just going to back away.
Probably a good plan from Disrupt overall.
He got spotted too, so it was a good thing he backed away.
You need to dip. On out of there. So, United going to keep all of their people alive as Grixer skims on back to site. Tail tuck between his legs, but we'll see if he can pick up some kills later on here. And he's much needed as well. Previously, as John was mentioning, not really utilized by the defense of Disrupt was Pulse, and Pulse is a really, really good operator, especially in this position. You can get so much information on what's going on with the offense from this position, and that's exactly why it's been coined the name Pulse Spot. You play it there because you can not only see main stairs, but what's going on in kitchen, and a little bit of what's going on inside of the hallway as well. There's quite a bit of information to be had. Disrupt making good progress in the meantime, though, as we bide for a time. J9 just waiting on someone to come and assist him with the hatch, and they're going to need some soft destruction to do so.
J9 just dancing out there right now. But away from that, we've got Kansan patiently waiting for the dance to conclude and for the hard breach to start so that he can try to get some tricking off here. But meanwhile, away from that, Retro nearly spotting on a player from eUnited. Not able to capitalize on it, though. A little bit off on the timing of the shots. Sort of finding yet another player playing above him. And will note, of course, there's more than likely going to be attempts made to try and open up the hatches now. Tries to fire back at it instead of throwing the Nitro cell right off the bat here. Not going to find much success there either. Shuttle has taken some damage from an earlier engagement, and now first attempt to open this up is being used. Nice frag grenade, actually, as that's going to scare away more than likely anyone that would have been here to try to impact trick that and really make sure that you're going to get a confirmed opening of the hatch, as we just saw for Disrupt.
Completely agree. Some good stuff there.
Ooh.
But, well, DG taking a page out of eUnited's book as they simply walk in. They don't really need to worry about utility when they can just walk in and shoot somebody. And that's exactly what they do. They walk away with a huge kill onto Rexon. He's had so much influence here on Clubhouse, already 10, 3, and 5. And going down into this execute, softening up the area inside of blue, it's definitely going to help out Disrupt quite a bit.
Kansan with a very important position, wedged between the two sites right now, trying to watch for pressure from 3 to 4 different angles, depending on how you're looking at it here. Does have assistance on quite a few of those, of course, but he's the one that's more than likely going to have to come in and save the day in the event someone on his team goes down. Speaking of things going down, Disrupt is trying to plant kind of out of nowhere there, but it's going to be pretty quickly denied by the members of eUnited. Yeti continues to push the advantage even further for his team as he takes out NJR. The rest of them scrambling to get in. Yeti's accidentally going to knock out a teammate here as Kansan goes down, but eUnited still controlling it. They bring it down to a 2v2. J9 trying to get the plant down, but is not able to, as unfortunately it looks like it gets fumbled a little bit at the very end there. Oftentimes that does happen. It's a bit of an awkward mechanic, and as a result of that, eUnited will win that one out.
It is too late for a game like this. It just is. It's just too late for a game like this. The things that are happening between these squads are just so very awkward. I know we've been just using that phrase throughout this entire series, but even inside of that round, like they're going for a plant. Alfama still has AK control. No one's really watching over, the man putting the diffuser down, Retro. There's just some missteps there from DG that could have helped them out a lot. They eventually got the kills that they needed in order to put the diffuser down, got into the 2v1, but just not enough time. It's just... I don't even know really how to put it into words. I mean, they really just got the cart in front of the horse. That's really what it was. I mean, they drop in, try and go for a plant a little bit too early, and it didn't seem like the rest of Disrupt was exactly ready for it.
Yeah, so that kind of discoordinated push is going to cause Disrupt another round here, puts eUnited in control of the map, and allows them to be in really the pole position to try and swing through, and once again to lead this series and hopefully close it out. Hopefully for them, of course. Still 3 more rounds away from doing that. The series has been a massive teeter-totter the entire way through, so there's absolutely no reason why Disrupt wouldn't be able to come back yet again and still keep this series competitive, possibly taking us to a 3rd and final overtime if we really want to go that distance with it. But United, definitely a convincing round right there, even though it came to the wire once again, even all the way down to a 2v2 at one point there. J90, he's going to take quite a bit of damage right at the beginning of this round, going all the way down to 50 HP. No response at all from him. Not that there would really be able to there due to the nice shots coming out. I think, was that from Yeti, I have to guess, or did someone else make that damage through the drone hole?
It's either through the drone hole or he ended up taking damage from catwalk through the garage door. But I don't see any holes through the garage door, so I'm just going to say Yeti got him on a real cheeky angle there. And just very unfortunate for J9. Alfama going to get traded some damage as well, though, as eUnited still just held up inside of sight. DG with first contact, already working on the CCTV wall, but... looks like they aren't stopped just for the time being. Still have to worry about this being EMP, and I think that's exactly what they're waiting on. Just waiting for Reed to toss one of these. NJR waiting in order to concuss this to make sure that Grixer can't bandit trick, but he never had a plan on doing so anyways. It's a pretty unique angle here through the hatches as he starts to try and put this down, but the door not defending from the concussions. He sprints out immediately to try and save his own life.
Hopefully avoid that headache from the concussion grenades being sent his way right there. Either way, Grixer not going to be able to do much about the wall at this point, so it will absolutely get opened up by Disrupt. Step 1 done, quite a few more to get through, however, and only half the round to do it. But Disrupt are still making pretty good time with things. They have no reason to panic as of yet here, especially if they're going to be able to swiftly move through Logi, control of construction, and eventually start to open things up from that side of the map too. They're already working on droning out construction. Grixer can't really swing into it anymore because the wall was left soft over towards Logi, so it's way too easy for Disrupt to pincer him if he decides to stay in there. He's going to focus on reinforcing the wall from construction instead with his remaining batteries.
Not a bad setup here for eUnited at all, and they've also got the top of the wall set up for impact trick. So this is going to be very well handled here by eUnited. Oh, they do have a beat on where the Melusi is, though. Is she going to see the drone? Oh, she doesn't. It's right to your left, Yeti. They're ready for you, son. You better be ready for this, because I don't know if he is.
It doesn't stick out, though, when you're looking at it. You'd really only see it if they were on it, which they were a moment ago. So surprised he didn't catch it, but there we go. Yeti makes a move. Shuttle's lined up for that, and bye-bye to Yeti. It's a great trade from Disrupt, great kill, I should say, from Disrupt there to bring it down to a 5v4. They've got the kill advantage. Now it's just time to make it happen. Push this into sight. But this is often time where both teams have run into a massive series of issues, is trying to actually get the plant down onto the ground. We'll find out if that's going to be the case here for Disrupt in just a moment. Grixer finds the next pick here, brings it down to a 4v4. 13 seconds remaining. There needs to be a swing from Disrupt, but they just don't have the right to initiate anywhere. They have nowhere where they have guaranteed kills. Regardless of that, though, we're going to see a series of trades. Great shot from Retro against Grixer. Alfama able to take out Reed. The plant does look like it gets canceled at the timer, and eUnited win things out as a result of that.
The offensive rounds for Disrupt, man. Oh, man. These are just very, very unfortunate. Both of these last rounds going down to the very wire and just not able to get a diffuser planted. Honestly, I thought that that was a Disrupt round through and through, and it was mostly because Yeti was the one who had the impacts for that wall. I thought once the wall was open that obviously the gunfights were going to be there, but I felt like DG could possibly make it out on top of that. But eUnited on almost every single front just ends up winning those gunfights and taking the rug out from under the opposing team once again. Walks away with this defensive round. We're headed towards gym bedroom now for eUnited, and for Disrupt, it's not even the fact that these executes are, truthfully being botched. It's the gunfights are just not going their way.
And so, folks, Disrupt getting pushed further and further to the brink. The good news for them, though, is they're going to go to the site where they more than likely will have the best chance of being able to finally get themselves a win. eUnited is exhausting their own options here, just like Disrupt was back in the previous half, and is now going to get pushed to the third and final point on their site rotation, which is going to be over here inside of Gym Bedroom. See how well they're set up for it, and if they're going to be able to keep the streak going with 3 rounds in a row, or if Disrupt will finally be able to break it and give themselves their own 4th round. Usual reinforcements are being set up to allow for an extended play on the inside of Cash, much as what we saw from Disrupt back on the first half as well. Very some standard stuff here, nothing crazy being brought out at this point by the eUnited setup.
Nothing crazy, but it is a little bit of a different iteration than what we're used to seeing get played around here. They aren't going to be bringing the shield for the top of red. This is something that we've seen eUnited do before, but instead they've closed off Cash. They are bringing the Clash, though, to try and play to the side of whichever side Disrupt wants to start on. Mostly we see the Clash brought when they want to play for the wall opened on Jacuzzi, so we'll see if Alfama eventually transitions over there. But for the rest of Disrupt, mostly on drone duty for the time being. What's up?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, it kind of seems like Alfama's being used almost as like a flex in that respect right now, because he's obviously by this door, but he could very easily rotate if the need should arise. Just, you know, like this, he's going to be able to cover the construction door now and make sure that no one actually uses that angle that Disrupt just opened up for themselves. It also gives a lot more extra security to Grixer here, who can obviously not have to worry about his back for the entire time he has to take this fight against the push from Disrupt to the inside of Cash. Alfama's even here to kind of help out a little bit if the need should arise. He's switched over to his gun, so in the event they try to well, do that and make quick work of Grixer, you still have the Clash here for some secondary reinforcements.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to stop that Selma charge. I don't think that's possible. But you know what is possible? Alfama actually getting picked up from, I believe, upstairs. Yes, NJR playing the hatch, and Alfama just not respecting what was going on that portion of the map. Walks right into the line of fire and gets taken down. This round is looking so good for Disrupt. They just need to take their time and get this execute to go off.
Great opener, as you said, and now it's just a matter of sealing the deal and getting themselves into the actual site themselves, or itself. Retro with another nice frag, this time against Kansan, continues to push the advantage, and it's really, it's all but done at this point. There you go. I don't, man,
what are these rounds, dude?
Did Disrupt even go into the building that round?
No, they didn't. They killed everybody from outside. All except for Ace getting the wall for Cash. That's it. Oh, well, actually, no, the first kill, the grenade kill was from the top of red.
That's true, yeah.
Everyone else, though, dead from the outside.
And Disrupt handling that one with class. Like I said, not even having to really step foot in the building to win that one. eUnited fall down on that third site choice, but hopefully are going to be a bit relieved in the fact that they get to fall back to the depths of the basement for their next round, where they've had much better success with these rounds on the defensive half.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Yeah, not too much depth to that last round. It was just eUnited died. It's just some very, just stuff, man. Just
Grixer
stuff.
got deleted by a nade, and everybody else just kind of got picked.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they just walked into Disrupt's angles, and you know what? That's the thing about Siege that gets me is like you can have some overly complex round, like when Nitro Soul gets EMP'd out of the air and doesn't kill the man putting the diffuser down, or you have rounds that go like that where the defense just kind of walks into the incorrect areas, incorrect lines of sight, and they all just die, and that's it. That's the round, and there's nothing else to it. They simply just walked into lines of sight, and Disrupt was playing that angle, and they killed all of them. So good stuff there by Disrupt. Great patience. I mean, eUnited, that one's a wash. We're headed back downstairs to try something new.
All right, folks, taking a look at things now for Disrupt. We've already got them out onto the table. J9 does spawn over by the construction barricades, but at this point, he's not looking to take those out. So we'll be some time before we see if they're actually going to try and eliminate those, or if J9's going to, of course, work himself to the inside of kitchen and just start working on the hatch immediately once he gets the support that he so desperately will need for that, as is often the case. We've got the whole battalion down here from eUnited, of course, looking to try and stop that hatch from getting open. They'll also be resisting on other parts of the map. You'll see a shuttle very quickly moving into Billiards here. I'll take that easy control and start droning out to make sure that there is no other roaming presence established by eUnited elsewhere on the map.
And this is the usual way that we see people trying to get an execute to go down onto Armory. You'll see Disrupt transition into getting the hatches open soon. Blue as well as Moto, more than likely going to be handled by the Thermite, but we could always see a change up in the game plan here. They could always be going for a Church Execute and switch things around. We'll just have to see where the rest of these hard breaches are placed. As for eUnited, though, they were just waiting patiently in sight. And, I mean, hey, there's nothing really extra to do there. They just have to worry about trying to deny these hatches through any means possible. And that's exactly what Kansan's going to be doing downstairs with Grixer, as they're trying to hold on to the kitchen hatch.
Grixer still looking for intel, of course, from this point just below the hatch, and Shuttle trying to see if anything can be found out from the angles that he's already opened up for himself, but nothing as of yet. We'll start to do that same work from the inside of kitchen. Only just one being deployed, though. We have a Nitro Cell also getting pre-tossed out. I don't know how long ago that happened, and more importantly, if it was thrown out specifically to stop the push from Shuttle, but either way, it's going to be exploded, and we won't see any damage. Follow it up. Shuttle will continue to wreak havoc on the floorboards here, running up the construction bill for whoever's in charge of this place. And now we're going to see the impact trick start out. It does look like it got some of them, but not all of them. However, the remaining ones probably aren't enough to open the hatch. They do need to deploy a second one in order to get the hatch fully open, and that one's going to go uninterrupted. So kitchen hatch is done. Disrupt have access.
Having to fight through all of those impact grenades and finally have some impact of their own. Alfama also going to get intel on what's going on inside of Dirt. He has 2 M590 shots left, which could definitely assist in trying to hold down Dirt. That shotgun can lay somebody out almost in one shot. So, DG now centralized around what seems to be the church area, but quickly transitioning over to kitchen, getting set up for this plant here. NJR needs to hold on to blue, at least the rotate across, for as long as he can. Frag grenades in towards Dummy's box. Is it going to do some damage? It does. It actually ends up hurting Grixer, but not a lot. No Nitro Cells to be able to stop this from going on. NJR with a big pick onto Yeti, and this is where things start to go haywire. Kills all over the board, mostly in DG's favor, including a diffuser going down. It's going to be all left up to Rexon, but they make quick work of him and disrupts with their first strong showing on offense.
Clinical execute there from Disrupt. Obviously, a lot of kind of scary feelings coming up to those final few seconds. They don't really have a lot of positioning. It's not looking like they're going to be able to really bargain their way in there, even with the initial kill going their way. But thankfully, it looks like they got a lot of intel before they started that execute. And as a result of that, when they move in, they are locking things down one by one. You saw the player on top of the kitchen hatch, for example, guaranteeing that the additional defender deeper into the inside of the tunnel was not going to be able to swing out, kill the planter for free. Other players set up to guard out the other angles, like Blue and over towards Church, to make sure that plant goes down without any issues. And as a result of that, well, just that happens, and they're able to follow it through with a whole flurry of kills, which eventually nets them the round. Disruptive come back yet again, and have tied us up at 5-5.
Very good analysis of that, because the Dirt player is the one that has to try and stop that plant. Like, like really, truthfully. Like, it's really Alfama's job to try and swing out from that door, but as you noted, it's really, really difficult to do so with that hatch open, because everyone just plays the angle through, like, the kitchen table area, or like the kitchen setup thing, whatever you want to talk about. I've only worked in like one kitchen ever, and I was a dish boy, so I don't know what it's called. Anyways, that thing, the rack, they shoot through that, and usually the only other people that can try and stop something from going on is the person playing the dummies box. So for eUnited, every single avenue for them to try and stop that plant was shut down and played extremely well from Disrupt. Oh. Okay. Okay, we're not going to say anything about this just yet. I want to see how this goes, because I have not seen a deployable shield setup inside of Lounge like ever, to be honest with you.
This is going to be super conditional, more than likely, depending on the way the Disrupt goes. And at the moment, they're not really executing towards it. So you can see that they've already put a majority of their players over here on the east side. Of course, they have to worry about the wall that Grixer's looking to deny here. This got dealt with pretty much with no issues last time, especially with them having Zofia. There wasn't any ADSs, or at least the ADSs that were deployed were dealt with beforehand. So Zofia's stun charges made very quick work of any attempts from Grixer to try and stop this explosion from happening. And I would imagine that the same thing would go down right here.
Well, Disrupt getting set up for the wall, and this is something we're used to seeing. Should be NJR. Actually, no, he's not going to be helping. Yeti's going to get a free kill on him as well as he hops in the secret stairs. So that's a huge pick for them. Also, update on this, did not realize NJR has 18 kills right now. That is, wow, that is something else. I've been losing my mark on what's going on these KDAs here, man. I've been so, enthralled with what's going on inside of these rounds so far. Shuttle will pick up where he left off, though, and actually Reed's going to be the one to refrag, as yet he re-peeks the bottom of the garage stairs and gets fragged out.
There are some potential problems that come with an outlier like that, though, but we'll save that discussion for another time. The analyst, I think, already brought it up in the pregame. Grixer with actually what could be a really nice angle here if Disrupt end up going into it. They may be aware of it, though. Grixer's going to end up changing his position regardless, all the way back to top right. That's actually kind of a dangerous stack of players there in red right now. So eUnited might want to try to move them around a little bit, and thankfully they agree with me. They're going to get all three of them out of there into the inside of Cache. Especially now that the wall's been opened, it's going to be a very dangerous position to stack multiple players. One frag grenade could be the end of all of them.
Yeah, the real problem is now, though, is that no one can really help Rexon in his position, and unless they possibly have some angles for the top of green box to see the staircase, he is all on his own now, and a lot of this round lies in his arms, and he's already getting lit up from outside of the breach. Rexon has to lay here at R2 for the rest of the time and try and have an impact, whether it be through kills or just wasting a lot of time. Goes for the initial frag, but pinched from two separate angles, wasn't ready for Reed downstairs, but it's Retro to actually get the kill instead. They now have garage control, and that's a very big deal. They need to get this plant down. Truthfully, oh, actually, no, they do have it. Retro has the extra exothermic charge so that he's actually able to use it on this single panel and walk in and put this diffuser down without having to hop the window. But they're waiting on it. Diffuser's still in his hands. He's going to hop the window anyways and actually changes up exactly what's going on. They try and force it into the site. It's only Alfama, but he's got no ammo inside of the shotgun. I believe somebody's in behind him as well. Yes, somebody on the top of red as the smoke grenade goes off. Still has to worry about the people on the actual diffuser, but it's Retro to get the kill, and Disrupt walks away with round 11 and claims the lead.
Disrupt, a massive comeback being made by them here, and some really solid overall attacking strategies to make quick work of these two sites. eUnited all of a sudden doesn't have much of an answer for a lot of what's been thrown out by Disrupt just in these last two rounds, and it's gonna, as you said, cost them the lead and send them down to the basement for the final round of regulation. They need to win this one, otherwise Disrupt will be our winner in 2-1 fashion.
I don't know if this is one of the most fun series I've commentated in quite some time, or if like it's just the the late hour as well as how long this is going on. I mean, this is going to be our third overtime in a row if it happens, which is something that I don't think we've seen too much of inside of the NAL overall. So some good stuff coming out from eUnited and Disrupt, especially what hour it is now. These guys are kicking some butt. eUnited headed back downstairs like we were talking about before. Seems to be a very similar setup to what we were seeing before, all except for one very key piece here. Grixer bringing the Vigil. And this is usually a sign that there's going to be a roam game. We see it partnered most of the time with that SSG roam setup, but this is not going to be that. There is no castle being brought from eUnited. Yes, it is still going to be a roam setup, and they are going to set up all of the upstairs, but the castle barricade's not being brought to cut off a lot of the mid-level sight lines and things along those lines, as well as some pesky windows upstairs. But doesn't mean that it's not going to work. They can always use, what Grixer's using right now, the regular barricades, as well as some other things in order to get back to site. As we were talking about earlier, they can always just dip out and go towards stock, or secret, or oil pit. I mean, there's a lot of options for these roamers.
All right, well, let's see if Disrupt has the winning strategy yet again. Push them forward and net them that 7th round to end this map, and what would be the only map in this series to end in regulation time. It would be 7-5 if Disrupt could take it. eUnited, of course, want that third and need, more importantly, that third overtime here in order to try and win this out themselves. So they're going to be looking for a victory as well. A lot of drone work being deployed right now here by Disrupt. Shuttle already moving in towards the blue stairs, though, and taking control. And he's not alone either. NJR is down oil pit. There's zero resistance from eUnited to this blue take. So Disrupt at the moment are just walking right in, and more than likely will end up with control over this room uncontested. They do know, of course, that these walls have all been left soft, so they're expecting the resistance from the inside of Church and Arsenal. NJR, barely spawning out Alfama, is going to be able to continue to pepper those shots in and eventually take him down as he tries to fall back.
Yeah, it's a smoke off of the board. That's going to be a huge problem here, but they still have the Legion and the Banshees of Malusi in play, so Disrupt could still get slowed down quite a bit. eUnited now know that this is mostly centralized around a blue take for Disrupt as they're setting up for that. The rest of Disrupt, though, still setting up upstairs. Rexon going to be the last member, I believe, of eUnited to eventually dip out of the upstairs and start making things more horizontal. He is also going to get picked off, though, and it's actually Kansan that dies as NGR gets his second of the round.
See NJR continuing to wait, seeing it even from eUnited is going to try to swing, looking for a refrag. Not going to happen at this point. eUnited is remaining very passive despite the fact that they're now down 3v5 here, hoping that they can recuperate their losses on the actual execute. They may very well be able to. Grixer got a good position, but the problem is Disrupt seem to have had great intel as to where these players have been. Even when they don't, they spend quite a bit of time trying to isolate them out. NJR, great tracing capability right there to take out Grixer. Rexen does find a trade, but it's all such a small gesture at this point. Rexen alone with only 4 shots left. He's got to go for the reload here. Now in the 1v3, looking for his first of those. He downs him, doesn't confirm him, but in the meanwhile, the plant is going down deeper into the site. He's low on ammo once again. He's got to go for the reload. He's got about 10 HP remaining to try and clutch this out as well. NJR and Shuttle, the last 2 standing here for Disrupt. Rexen doesn't even see Shuttle, and he shuts it out for Disrupt Gaming as they finally take control of the series after 3 incredibly long maps. This one, as I said before, the only one to end in regulation time, but Disrupt will win it out. 7-5 is the final score, and 2-1 on the overall series.
I mean, you want to talk about some close games, John. The teeter-totter all the way through the first 2 maps, and then transitioning into Clubhouse, we have our longest run of rounds by eUnited, getting 3 strung along. And then finally, Disrupt hits their stride 4 rounds in a row, John, to close out Clubhouse and end up winning the series 2-1. Amazing showing by both of these squads, but it does beg the question, what is going on with eUnited? I mean, they've looked good up against every single team they've played. They're just having trouble closing out series.
Is eUnited faltering, or is Disrupt potentially becoming another contender here in the North American League? That's a question for our analysis desk, which we're going to send it back to now. That'll do it for myself and Stokes for the evening. Thank you guys so much for watching, and now we'll send it over to our desk to break things down and, of course, talk to our winners.
Thank you so much, Blue and Stokes, for your wonderful casting. Have a lovely evening. And man, it was a barn burner, folks. We were on a seesaw. Map 1, 2, and 3. But DG wins, safe from relegation, and eUnited, I mean, relegations are a possibility now. Veli and Jesse, let's look at the highlights of this matchup. So much pressure, you could feel it.
So throughout stage 1 and stage 2 as a whole, we remember games such as Dark Zero versus Sonics, these nail biters that really go down to the very last round on the very last map. Now, that's been something that we've been blessed to see in the NA League, right? But this one in particular was by far the closest game I think of all season.
Yeah.
eUnited going against Disrupt Gaming, and there was just so much on the line, Jesse. We saw Retro step it up, J9O, but most importantly, Rexen and NJR putting the games in their hands. NJR, I believe, 21 kills? Insane performances from both teams.
Yeah, it's crazy how late this one went. You've got to feel so bad for eUnited. I mean, the changes they've made, the improvements over the offseason, every game's so close, and it's another one that slips away. And you've got to talk about the mental game. You've got to talk about the stress. I cannot imagine what they're feeling. Obviously, Disrupt Gaming have got to be elated. This finally means that they're safe from relegations. They don't have to worry about that. The qualifiers ahead of them, potentially. So, all parties over there. But wow, that is really heartbreaking if you're an eUnited fan.
They need a mental coach.
Do you think they should talk to Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Wolf, yes.
I mean, it didn't help tempo too much.
Just kidding. Bad joke. So Jesse, I do want to talk to you. We were worried about Disrupt. When we were doing our analysis before this match started, all 3 of us were like, ooh, I mean, this might not be very pretty. And man, they played all out, very consistently and coordinated.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really impressive that they're able to stay so consistent for so long. I mean, it's late. These players, they have bedtimes, they're gamers for sure. But I really, props to them for their energy drinks, keeping them up this late. The executes were still so well coordinated. They were so well put together. There was no slipping of any kind. You often see games that go this late devolve, but that just didn't happen. And NJR in particular, we can't not talk about him. I mentioned at the start of the show, he's got to stay alive more. That 15% survival rating is not going to cut it. And there were multiple rounds where he was clutching it up in the post plant. He was surviving late into this game and late into the rounds every single time. 21-8 speaks for itself. I don't need to hype him up any more than those 2 numbers do, but he had a fantastic map.
But it's not just NGR. I have always spoken about productivity on the roster. Now the players need to step up. Even though I'm kind of echoing what I've said, I think it was after the first or second map. Shuttle and everyone else definitely put in work. Reed had definitely some big plays as well. And it's just good to finally see them actually win as, a team. And I don't care that NGR had about like infinity kills. This was a full team effort. It wasn't just one person doing it.
Yeah, Disrupt really coming together well. And, we have been touting eUnited's chemistry over the last couple of weeks. It looked like they were having a very positive stage 2. This is a crushing defeat.
Yeah.
All of those maps were so close. And on top of all of that, relegations are looming. I keep on saying that, but I'm just like, man, this is brutal for them, Belly.
So it is official. The very first team that has one more game left to go, and they need to win it, because if they lose it, they're going to be in a relegation slot. They're going to be in 8th place. Right now, United, they cannot place better than 7th, but it's very disappointing. This is the same team that last time we were together, I believe it was last time, can't remember, it's late. They almost beat Dark Zero to be top 4 in all of NA, and now they are bottom 2. Just the fact that how fast it is, Jesse, that it can flip on his head, it's just amazing to me.
Belly, technically they are still in contention for the major. They could get 6th in this stage if they win their next 2 games, right? And then they could go to the qualifier, they could win the qualifier, they could go to the major, they could win the major. It's not like the road to victory is still there for eUnited. Right. They are not totally done for. And I think they've got to keep that in their minds, because you can't start thinking about relegations if you're eUnited. Just don't even get in that mindset, because there is still hope. But certainly, like, if we're being honest, like, that is where it looks like they're leaning towards. Winning the major is probably not what I would put my money on. Yes. So, but they got to keep positive, right? And that path is still there, and they got to keep that in their minds.
Well, it's really interesting because, there's a lot of attention on Group A, but man, these Group B matchups, I mean, they're fighting for their life. They are fighting for their life. I just kind of want to pick your brains on what you think eUnited is saying to each other right now. Like, if you were in that locker room, what's the atmosphere like, Veli?
Losses happen. This was a close game. It wasn't like eUnited got dumpstered, right? It was just, we lost against a good player in the team that wanted to win, obviously. This is technically a new team, just like, you take a look at Disrupt Gaming as well with their recent roster change. They're still getting things together. And the fact that these rounds were lost by 1 and 2 rounds, the maps were lost by 1 and 2 rounds, I mean, that says a lot. Just pick it up. Do better now. They have the support staff around them. They have an org that loves them. So you just need to show the org that we're the right team for you.
And Jesse, what do you think eUnited is saying to themselves right now? What would you think that their pep talk is like? Pep talk? I don't even know. Maybe they just all ran out of the gaming room and were like, what the hell was that? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to be meepy right now. He was tweeting even after I think 1 or 2 maps, just this is bad for my health. I need to stop doing this because it's so close. And these 3 maps certainly would have echoed that. It's his job now to, get these players' spirits back up, make sure they're still in it for the next game, because again, eyes forward. You don't have to think of relegations yet. There's one more game, and it's probably going to be against Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm have not looked good the last 2 games, so there's hope.
But you never know. Look at Disrupt Gaming, and also I want to apologize. Jason, I want to thank you for correcting me. For the people that's out there, don't listen to what I said at the beginning of my segment after the map. eUnited, they can finish better than 7th. They can go up to 6. I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. Jesse, you're talking about tempo. I'm thinking about the Sonics as well. What is the future of Disrupt Gaming? I'm not going to lie. They opened up stage 2 and I was like, it's not happening. It's not happening. Yeah. But this is a huge turnaround. I mean, eUnited has been performing so well, and they just beat eUnited. So, what are you both thinking for the future of DG? And Jesse, I want to start with you for that one.
I mean, I think that the big thing that has been a game changer for Disrupt is Reed had a really good game, and it's not like maybe NJR numbers, but compared to how he was in stage 1, Reed was definitely not playing his best in stage 1. He was minus 26 overall, a 0.38 KPR, and kills are not everything. We've echoed that a lot, but he was on pretty fragging operators. He was on Maestro Nomad in the majority of rounds, so those are ones where you want to be getting a couple more kills. He certainly did today, and I was really happy to see that from Reed. I was worried. I've been worried for Reed but he really has impressed it and stepped it up big time. In terms of how they played overall, it was still against eUnited, and so I don't think that they're going to go and win the major anytime soon either. But improvements have been made, absolutely,
Yes.
and so I'm excited to see where they go from here. I'm really looking forward to see them finish out Phase 2.
At the end of the day, Jackie, they won the game after what we saw the last 2 play days. Is this team the best in the road? No. Are they middle of the pack? We don't know yet. It's still too early. All we know is what we've seen patterns of, with the last 3 series that they've had. If they have this type of performance again, then that's another type of conversation we need to have.
They're getting there.
Okay. We're getting there, indeed. And gentlemen, we actually have a Mr. Waffle on deck.
Waffle!
Belly.
Yeah,
I
it.
knew
I
it.
like Waffle.
Belly's gonna get excited. I
come
knew it. So, Waffle, how are you feeling? I'm sure this is a great victory for y'all.
Yes, we're all excited. This was an important game for us. I think we secured
Aw.
our spot for the next year, so we don't have to face relegation. So this was there was a lot riding on this game, and everybody came out on top, and we played our game. And so overall, I'm happy, and I'm kind of, still in shock. So.
Oh, I can hear the happiness in your voice. It is totally warming my heart. And, safe from relegation, I mean, we cannot emphasize that enough. Talk to me about how amazing that feels. I know Stage 2 has been a little bit rocky for y'all, but this victory, it just has to be a huge relief.
Yeah, it was definitely a rough start coming out for Stage 2. We lost both our first games. We kind of did better against Oxygen. After that game, we took some time to kind of refocus and focus on our defenses. So we kind of ironed some mistakes there, but obviously today there were still some mistakes, so we still have some work to do, and we have our eyes set on finishing top 5. That's our goal for now. So.
Okay, and I mean, this is just a spectacular series. NJR got 21 kills. Our analysts were talking about the great play from Shuttle. I kind of want to get into the mindset of your team. I mean, what were they telling each other during this match? I mean, this was a dogfight every map right through to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, we knew we could beat them. Obviously we thought we were better. So when they started getting the lead, it was just like round by round, let's just play it out, stay calm, stay focused. I think we managed to pull through in the end, even though it was a really close game. United played well, but we managed to come out on top.
All right, so now what are y'all going to be focusing on? Obviously, the qualifier is ahead of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the qualifiers, but obviously, like I said, finishing top 5, that's our goal for now. We're going to take the night off and kind of celebrate a little bit, but tomorrow we'll be right back on the grind and trying to improve. So.
Oh, yes, go and celebrate, enjoy this victory, and thank you so much for speaking with us, Waffle.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks again, and let's bring it back to our analyst. Oh my gosh, you could just hear the happiness in his voice. You could see it on his face. I don't know, we lost him. That's okay. Jesse Smeshy, it's probably internet issues. It happens. But okay, Corsair play of the day. Veli, what are we thinking? Are you muted too? We lost Jesse, and you're muted. You're back. Okay.
Wait,
all right.
wait.
I don't know.
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I was saying Waffle looks so happy, right? But I'm playing a game.
Yes.
There was a lot of great plays that happened. I'm gonna say it's gonna be Fox's SMG spray to get to 3K. That was a filthy play.
Oh man.
Well, what do you think, Jackie?
I was thinking it was Laxines. Wasn't it 3v1?
Oh, the 1v3?
Yeah,
Yeah.
1v3. Yeah. I was like, that one was real good. All right, but let's see it. Let's roll the Corsair play of the day.
Let's bet a dollar on it, Jackie. If one of ours gets it, the other person knows.
Okay.
Which one?
Give me a dollar.
No, wrong game.
No, we're both wrong. Wrong. That's okay. Honestly, though, this series was a dogfight. It was just, There we go.
How did I forget about this play? This was the hottest play of the day.
Yeah, no, Corsair play of the day, everybody.
Yeah, Grixer.
And that's well deserved.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grixer played really well.
He wasn't in a
We didn't
position.
even talk. Yeah.
I'm sorry about that. He wasn't in a position to win this round for his team. And look at the score, 6-6. The fact he was able to get that double kill with the shotgun and then get to third
Yes.
before ultimately falling, that was a big play by him. That was a big boy play.
That was a good
Unfortunate
one. That was
they lost
definitely a good
the
one.
series, but yeah.
Yeah,
You can take that trophy
sorry.
home.
But yeah, at least you got the Corsair play of the day.
Yes.
Woo. He's like, thanks. All right, but let's look over the bracket and recap the day. And let's start off with Group B, Veli.
Let's do it. So Group B, oh my gosh, like there's been so many great games.
I know.
It's been amazing. So eUnited, they failed to disrupt gaming. And thank you for the correction, Jesse, but eUnited, they have to win their next game in order to avoid getting 8th place. If they get 8th place, you see that TBD underneath? They're going to be in that 8th place spot, and then they're going to have to play in a relegation match against the #1 Challenger League team. Disrupt Gaming, though, they have a chance to actually be in the NA Major qualifier. In order to do that, they have to play and beat the winner of Temple Storm and Sonics. That's an amazing rivalry. Make sure you tune in for that.
Okay, and Jesse, are you back with us?
I don't know, am I?
Jesse!
You're back!
Amazing.
So I'm going to make you do Group A. Break it down, Jesse, since your internet's back up.
Fantastic. Well, Group A is obviously the group to watch. If you want to figure out who's going to the Invitational and who's going to the Major, Space Station versus Oxygen was today. Now, TSM Dark Zero, a ton is riding on that matchup. Obviously, just like the last one, the winner does go to the Major, which is great, but it should lock in enough 6 Invitational points that TSM and Dark Zero will also be locked in, whoever wins that one, to the Invitational itself. So a ton riding on that matchup there. The winner, of course, plays Oxygen Esports for some better seeding at the Major. The loser plays Space Station, and the loser of that Space Station gaming matchup will not go to the Major automatically. They go to the qualifier, which is close, but not the same thing.
Oh, man, we got some great matches for next week. I'm so excited. So if you don't already, make sure you mark your calendars. We're going to bring up the schedule here. We got TSM versus Dark Zero on Monday, October 5th. And then, I mean, like, that's just going to be awesome to see these powerhouses playing each other. But, I mean, we love the Tempo Storm Sonics rivalry. That's our second matchup. So much fun on Monday. We'll see you then. But do not forget, Friday, we got Canada Division action. So 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And just really want to drill this home. U.S. Division is Monday and Wednesday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then Friday, Canadian Division is 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, just 3 p.m. Like, come, twitch.tv/Rainbow6. Come and hang out with us. But anyways, that is a wrap on today's show. So big thank you to Jesse and Veli. Love y'all. We had some internet issues, but we got through it. And big thank you to our casters. They're fantastic as always. Big thank you to the crew. Love y'all as well. And of course, we love all of you. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you on Friday and next week. Bye, everybody. See ya.
Attackers cover the bomb.
Reload it.
Attackers drop the bomb.
Go,